Right, okay. Well, I think it's live. Let me go into SnoozeTube and see. Oh, there should be a link I can grab. And let's dismantle. Oh, I don't know, tag or something. Come on, Christians. Oh my god, I've installed a bot on my fucking YouTube thing. I don't remember what it is. And I don't remember what bot Rix is. I don't know what it's for. Right, thanks for having me. Oh. I think I left um, Vintage's panel just as he was asking me a question. So there we go. Maybe I'll be on VK. It depends. It depends. Um, we'll see. I'll be back in a sec. Oy vey. I don't even know why I've gone live, to be honest. Ego. It's not like uh, one, anyone's going to watch, and two, anyone's going to join the panel. I should probably. I have been thinking about trying to make, videos like content, but don't know that I can at the moment, really. And I had thought about maybe trying to start an like an atheist oriented debate channel. Hang on, back in a sec. Wait, I'm back. Oh, I didn't put the link in chat. But in order to make that work, you actually need to be good at social media. I'm actually really bad at social media. And like, given that my audience would currently, like, it'd be a weird thing. I suppose I'd be in a situation, say if I did some sort of debate channel, I'd be in a situation where I'd maybe get people willing to come on the panel and have debates, but I wouldn't really have an audience because currently any audience that I would be able to garner would be people who are fundamentally opposed to my view. So I don't know, that might be tricky. Right now, can I? No, I can't do that via StreamYard. I don't know. We'll see. I might end up doing some sort of debate space thing. Maybe where it's a I mean, I suppose there are two routes that I could go down. Haha, go down. like one would be being the kind of impartial like debate moderator, but there are like a couple of channels doing that already. Well, a number of them, like some of them quite big, obviously from like modern day debates or whatever, but it like down to like say my level, or at least the level that I would maybe be aspiring to, would be someone like say Easy or Sarah, like that kind of level of viewership, I suppose. Shit, what am I saying? Oh dear, what time is it? It's 5:45. This is going to be an interesting day because I started drinking today, so I'm drinking now. This is my third gin. Not neat though. My aim is to maintain a level of drunkenness, perhaps bolstered by fast food, and then go on to VK. I don't even know what the theme of VK is tonight. Yeah. I'll be arguing for nihilism because I'm on my nihilist arc. I might actually get some nihilism books. Maybe one, like find out what the seminal works are for of Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, and say Heidegger, and so like find out what the different flavors of nihilism are. Yeah. So I should maybe share the stream if I actually want people to come up and join the panel. Unfortunately, I'm actually not in that many Discords at the moment, so I can share it in mine. At everyone. I can share it in JS's. JS allows you to tag everyone. That's interesting. Well, unfortunately, I don't really know very much about Nietzsche, because I've read. Someone bought me a Nietzsche book. I actually can't remember what the book was. It wasn't a book of philosophy. It was like a kind of fiction thing. Yeah. So I'm actually not that familiar with nihilism as a system of argumentation. But you know what? I'll do some reading. I'm willing to bet that like each of the primary kind of nihilist thinkers has a seminal work where their kind of philosophy is outlined. It'd be fun to use in debates. Yeah. I mean, that's Jim, Jim's Jim. Um, I kind of know what I'm letting myself in for when I go onto a panel with Jim on it. Oh, I should probably be talking about something, right? I should be talking about stuff. I don't know. It's been weird. The last, let's call it, month, there's been a shift. I'm just going to talk about personal shit because I'm kind of incapable of talking about a topic at the moment. But there has been a shift in my ability to debate, although not in my ability to study. So I'm hoping the study bit will come back later. Uh, I'm not pushing it. Um, but there's been definitely an improvement in my ability to track conversations, especially when I'm interrupted. Um, so, and also to maintain um, a thought or a question across someone kind of going on and on, as I think quite well illustrated by Jim Bowden, not Jim Bob, by Jim Bowden, because he would say something, and then in one of the first things that he'd said, I'd have a contention, and then because Jim would just kind of roll on for the next 10 minutes, I just had to hold that question in my mind. Whilst also listening to see if there's anything that was going to mitigate the question or answer it. Hey, fairy goddess. Mm, you hope I'm well, thank you. Of course, another thing about doing debate panels um, is that I'd probably have to end up using StreamYard, not StreamYard, Discord, because like I can have what 6 people on here, but I think I've only got 20 hours free per month, so it's just not viable um, as a platform, and I currently can't justify spending. I think it would be like if I was paying monthly, like 45 quid a month for StreamYard. Um, so it'd need to be Discord and OBS, which is perfectly doable. Like I can do that perfectly easy. And from a YouTube viewing experience, there actually wouldn't be that different to a like a StreamYard stream, because if I had clips that I wanted to play, I could just like set those up with a trigger. Um, if I want to highlight comments on OBS in the same way that you can do a StreamYard like this, I can actually do that. It's not that difficult. I've tried telling other people who use OBS that they can do that, but they don't appear to be interested. I think maybe because it involves a browser extension, and maybe they're quite rightly dodgy about browser extensions. I think I'd quite like to debate tag with someone, like one person, in a more extended. like debate format. Maybe Swords of Reason. I could find a pre-supper. Because I kind of think I've got quite a good challenge to tag, which is, of course, that they're assuming that there is a foundation to intelligibility, or that, you know, things like knowledge require justification, like they assert it. Suppose then that they would say, well, how do you know that anything that you perceive is true? And I suppose then I would kind of respond, well, it depends what you mean by know, like what degree of certainty is required for knowledge of something. I suppose that depends on your model of knowledge. A lot of people seem to default to justified true belief. Although I think that's probably because they've heard it's a model of knowledge and they haven't really given them much thought. How's that? How's that for arrogance? There's an arrogant statement for you. I think I'm starting to lean even towards, I don't know, a sort of combination of a pluralist view of knowledge. And I think, let me just Google this. I think it's called a deflationary view. Deflationary view on knowledge, where like I'm not sure that you can claim that like you only really need two things, I suppose, to know something. Like one is that you need to believe it, and second, I suppose, it needs to be true. Maybe, like, I don't know if you could make the assertion that you can know something that's false. Like that seems a bit odd intuitively. I mean, because in saying that you know something that's false, what you're essentially saying is that you know something that is false is true. No, that doesn't make any sense either. So yeah, there doesn't. I don't know. Maybe can you know something that's false? That might be a question worth thinking about. My current belief is that I don't think so. So I tend to have a kind of a pluralistic view of truth in that what's true is partially context dependent. Um, yeah, like 2 + 2 = 4. What? So it's pluralist in that what's true, yeah, is context dependent, and the nature of truth itself changes depending upon the context. So, I think like one view of truth is that you can say something is true if it coheres within a particular system. So, for example, within the system of mathematics, we can say that 2 + 2 = 4 is true due to, you know, the values that we've assigned to the symbols for like two and addition and equal signs, like, you know, the operators. So, um, but also, I think there can be a phenomenological truth, like I don't, in order to assert that I like ice cream, assuming that I do like ice cream, like I don't need to justify that beyond knowing that I like ice cream. Suppose you could then ask, what is that knowing? Which would be an interesting question. But I think I have also some sympathy with a deflationary view on knowledge, as a view on knowledge rather than truth, I suppose. It's difficult having these conversations when there's no one coming up on panel. Okay, I think I might be interested in actually doing panels in which people come up and we have discussions about things. I suppose the question is, how do I get from where I am now, which is being interested in having those panels, but currently having a panel that has no audience and therefore no reach? And so therefore the people who might be interested in either coming on the panel to have the conversation or watching the stream on YouTube, how will they discover it? I suppose is the question. Interesting. Maybe I need to just come up with the format first. It would maybe help if I was willing to go on camera. That would probably be a lot easier. People like it when they can identify with a face. I don't like my face, though. Hello.
Greetings.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. I'm just getting over an illness, but I'm feeling good today.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear you've been ill.
I'm still deaf in one ear, so I may yell.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Unintentionally.
Oh, I just heard myself in my right ear. That was a bit weird. Was that from you?
Yeah, I don't have a headset anymore.
Has it been destroyed or are you just not using it at the moment?
The dongle was destroyed.
Oh, right. Okay.
Which is unfortunate because the headset is still like awesome, you know? Like it but purchasing the dongle separately is not an option.
Well, Denizen, it might interest you to learn that I've started my nihilism arc.
How Nietzsche have we gone? Are we like Lebowski Nietzsche? Are we beyond good and evil, or have we achieved Übermensch?
Well, I suppose currently someone else brought up Nietzsche, and I asked them the question that given that I think that any view is a narrative and has no meaning, why would I attach any special significance to what Nietzsche has to say about the topic?
Given that what is just a narrative?
Any ideology that you can come up with, including
Right.
nihilism.
Right. which is why I am fond of nihilism, because it's the admission that everything's just a narrative, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually. I have read one Nietzsche book, which was about, I don't know, 20 years ago, which was actually some kind of weird fiction book. It was like a narrative, and I forget what it was called. But I'm going to probably do some research on what other seminal works on, say, by Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, and Heidegger, and maybe buy one book from each of them, and then the nihilism arc will truly begin.
Yeah, the
Hello, Trudy.
It's not your fault, Shiva.
All right. Okay. Hello, Prime.
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault.
What's not my fault?
Last time you were live, you were saying how it was your fault. It's not your
Yeah,
fault.
but this time I'm live. I'm saying that it's only nihilism that's true.
I agree. Nihilism is the only
otherwise.
thing that's true, but it's still not your fault. It doesn't change the fact it's not your fault.
So, but actually, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if I were to be honest, I've denied nihilism for as long as I've been denying concepts consciously. But I've never actually read any nihilist works, so I can't tell you whether it's true or not.
Can I ask you a weird question?
Sure.
If you were immortal, would you still be believing in nihilism?
Well, I don't know that I believe in nihilism now. I'm more of a nihilism inquirer at the moment.
Why would you seek it out, though?
Well, how do you know it's not true?
Well, because it's inherently bad. You want to step away from it.
Inherently bad. What does bad mean?
Meaning it's not a good ideology to live by.
All right, great. Can you tell me what you mean by the word good?
The opposite of bad. I don't know.
Okay, well that seems a little bit circular. It doesn't help me out at all.
I mean, people who are nihilists want to step away from it. They should, because it's not a good way to think,
They want to step away from what? Nihilism.
Well, not that they want to, but they should.
But shouldn't we embrace what is true?
Well, you shouldn't live your life thinking that nothing matters and we're just nothing.
Oh, do things matter?
What?
Do things matter?
Not really.
So if things don't matter, why shouldn't we live our life thinking that things don't matter?
Because that's the truth.
So we should live our life thinking that.
Well, no, because that's not a good. It's unhealthy for you. It's mentally unhealthy.
I mean,
Dr. Shiva.
Healthy.
Mentally healthy. We should.
What does that mean?
We should try to live, mentally well by our means.
What's a mentally healthy person look like?
Someone who is happy or content with their life. They are not miserable. They are not hermits. They are not confined to negativity and hatred and toxicity and.
None of that is mutually like none of that is nihilism.
I mean, it is. You're living in a life of negativity if you have nihilism.
Wait. How can you demonstrate the negativity that's inherent in nihilism?
Because if you don't matter, nothing matters, and what's the point?
Right. No, why is that? Sorry, Dennis, go on.
There is no point. You get to make one up. It's all the flavors at Baskin Robbins. It's your birthday every day.
No, more like, your birthday sucks because it's 1 year closer to dying. That's more in line with nihilism.
Yeah, but that is truly hopeful and positive. It's
No,
embracing
no, I
your
don't
life.
think that is. No, I don't think that is more in line with nihilism. Because in saying your birthday sucks, you are putting meaning onto your birthday. Like all you're
Yeah, but
doing is just like the opposite of people saying, "Yay, birthdays are great." Right, but you're kind of both actually doing the same thing, which is you're seeing this phenomenon, which is the anniversary of the start of your existence, and then you're attaching a meaning to that. But that's you. That's not the event.
it only sucks because you're closer to death because life is so dope.
No,
So it's a
it's because
contradiction already.
no, it's because death is the ultimate. It's the scariest thing that is possible.
Yeah, because
But
life
saying
is dope.
it's right. But when you say death is scary, all you're doing is attaching another narrative to phenomena.
I will not argue with this.
Says,
it is the truth. Death is the scariest thing.
Well, no, that's a story that you're putting onto phenomena, and then you're saying this is the nature of phenomena, but it isn't. That's the nature of your mind.
Everyone's fears is rooted in the death thing.
So,
death.
There's nothing about death.
Death is the ultimate scary thing.
Only to us. Death isn't a scary thing to stars.
Well, it's not. It's not going to be scary to me because I'm going to find a way to live forever.
Right. That sounds like it is scary for you. Sorry, Denizen.
Like I refuse to ever die. Who's fucking echoing?
That's Denizen. He doesn't have any headphones at the moment.
Put on fucking headphones, you degenerate. So Shiva,
they're broken. They're broken, Prime. It's not his fault.
Are you any less suicidal lately?
Am I any less suicidal?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's a conversation that's appropriate for polite society.
Well, be it as it may, it pertains to your life and the possible end of yours, which I care about.
Lucky enough, there ain't no polite motherfuckers around here. So,
are you any less suicidal?
All right, no.
You're not?
No.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to keep watching you.
I mean, okay. What? Until I finally off myself?
No, until you know, it's hard to talk when I can hear myself.
Yeah, so don't shut up and let me talk too.
Sorry.
But then the silent part is when you're supposed to go.
I forgot what I was going to say. It's all your fault. Thanks, Denizen.
Well, that's because look, you're conflating nihilism with suicidal ideation, and I think that's a little bit unfair.
I mean, not exclusively. I mean, it can, but not exclusively. You know,
right?
Like, it's like if it's like, you know, what's the point? What's the point of living? What's the point of our lives? You know, death is forever.
Is there a point?
We all die.
I don't. Right, but is there a point?
No.
Right.
You know, if we all die and there's no coming back, then, you know, why don't we just kill ourselves now? You know, that's sort of the forefront.
Yeah, but that's just it, man. There's an answer to that question, and that's why nihilism is hopeful.
No, it's not. It's the anti-hopeful.
Yes, it is, because it answers that question. Nietzsche didn't kill himself. Nihilists don't kill themselves. Why? Because there's plenty of beauty and joy and meaning.
There is no beauty or meaning. That is ridiculous.
To make up and stick wherever the fuck you want. Which is what you're doing anyway. The only difference is, if you're a nihilist, you're admitting that you're making it up. That's it.
Like, I would kill myself, but I'm too afraid of death to actually do it.
But you're afraid of death because life is still dope, even though you don't have the best one perfect one that you want.
No, it's not
dope.
It's not.
It is.
I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of it because it's nothing. It's not even nothing.
Yes, just the something is so fucking dope you don't want to give it up. That's the point.
No, it's not because it's dope.
Yes,
It's
yes,
not.
it is. Otherwise, you just end it all. It would even be a tough decision. You
I
wouldn't be
can't
up here
end it all.
arguing about it. You'd
Well,
have done
actually,
it
no,
already.
no. I mean, Denizen, I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. I think that people can actually live with suicidal ideation without acting on it for quite a long time.
She was doing it, and I hope he.
That's not what he's talking about.
And I hope he remains living. Because let me tell you, Shiva, the second that you get a little bit too off the edge, I'm getting police over there.
Define too off the edge.
As in, you're yelling at the roof, and you're saying.
I mean, I do that as a matter of course. Come on.
You do that as why?
As a matter of course.
Course.
Yeah, that's a Tuesday. That's how we know he's still okay if he's yelling at the ceiling.
Yeah, but when he's hysterical and he's crying and he's saying how much he really misses David and he wants to die and I should go be with David or whatever. That's not a good. That's not.
I actually. Do you know what? There are times in the past 3 or 4 months when I've been blind drunk and live streaming, and I bet you money I never said I want to go and be with David. I bet you money.
I don't know what
How much? How much do you want to bet?
I don't want to bet because I know you don't have any money. Because again.
Well, and also because it's not the sort of thing that I say because it's not the sort of thing that I think.
Fine.
And even when I'm drunk, even when drunk, the general direction of your thoughts is in a broadly similar direction, even if the details are a little bit off, right? I'm not going to start thinking that, expressing that David is somewhere and that I can go and be with him. Because that's just not what I think.
Fine.
It isn't.
Then maybe it was something like, I should do as David did. Or something like that. I don't have perfect memory, Shiva.
There's no good reason not to. Right?
No good reason not to what?
Do what David did.
Well, you're on the edge sometimes, so it worries me.
That's not okay, but that's an answer to a question that I wasn't asking.
Yeah, but still, it pertains to your life and you possibly ending yours, which I will not allow you to do.
I mean,
that seems a bit presumptuous.
Look, and I'm going to be honest here, Prime. Do you think I'm unaware of the fact that I've doxed my address on YouTube? I'm not unaware of that.
Do you know how many people have downloaded that live stream?
Yeah, a few, I would imagine.
Bird, I know, has it. Well, obviously.
Right. I mean, yeah, he would be one of the few that I would imagine has downloaded it. Yeah.
But Biff Thunder Muffin obviously has it. He has everything.
Right. But do you? No. Okay. Thank you for your concern, Prime.
Say what you were going to say. Say it.
It's actually very, very touching, and I understand where it's coming from.
Right. So stay alive, and we won't have a problem. Because if you kill yourself, I will kill you.
I'll fuck you up.
I have to watch all your streams and just be here, just in case.
Well, you don't.
What?
You don't.
Yes, I do. Because if I think you're going to end it, I got to get police over here.
All right. I mean, it's interesting that. Okay, look. This is what I was going to say earlier. Given that I've doxed my address, and therefore I am aware that other people now know where I'm physically located. What makes you think that one, you would ever be aware of the event if it were to happen, or two, if you were to be aware of it, that I would be in a place where you could affect the outcome.
Well, physically, I can't do a lot other than picking up the phone.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're not streaming when it happens, then I won't know about it, and I'll hear about it the next day. Oh, do you hear Shiva died?
Well, you wouldn't hear about it either.
Well,
Who would tell you?
Hmm?
Who would tell you?
Well, maybe a few weeks would go by before someone, is like, what happened to Shiva? And then we'll check the Stockton obituaries. I forget where you live. Obituaries, and like, oh no, Shiva's dead. And then the news flies around. And then
It wouldn't be in the papers.
It wouldn't?
No.
Why?
Because in the UK, death by suicides are not reported in the papers. I think it's to avoid the risk of copycats for people who are on the edge.
I mean, not if it doesn't state how that person, ended their lives.
Ain't so far down.
Like in obituaries here, it never says, this person died of a heart attack, pulmonary embolism, aneurysm, fucking cancer. It doesn't say that ever. It just says, this person's life.
David's death wasn't reported in the local press. Like there was no mention of it.
Do you know what else?
And I know that because I spent a few weeks obsessively searching for it.
Who did?
I did.
But wouldn't they tell you if he was in the paper?
Wouldn't who tell me?
I don't know. The papers, the news people.
Why would they? No, why would they tell me?
Because you're his partner.
So?
What do you mean?
They have no obligation to me.
You're his life partner. I don't understand what's so about that.
Right, but the reason why they don't report it isn't because it might upset me as his partner, but because there's a risk that somebody else who's suicidal, who heard that somebody killed themselves, say by hanging, might then try and hang themselves.
But you're saying, right. Why would they tell you?
Yeah.
Because you're his partner. That's why they would tell you.
Right, but I don't understand why that places them under an obligation to me.
To tell you that.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's so confusing about this.
I don't know if it's confusing. I just don't know why you get the presumption that a news organization would feel any obligation to notify him of anything. Because they've been together for 25 years. That's why.
Right.
Paper doesn't give a fuck.
So if a woman's husband died, they're not going to tell the wife that, hey, we're going to report on your husband's death. We're very sorry for your loss. Blah blah blah.
Well, wait. No. That's a separate thing. That's a news report. That's not saying the same thing as an obituary in the newspaper or just something saying like, this person died. Like, I mean, I would imagine that a journalist, just as a matter of routine, would reach out to family members of the deceased if they were running a piece on that individual.
Right, to get their input, not some sense of obligation.
But I think it's a policy for news organizations in the UK not to report on suicides in order to avoid the risk of copycat events.
But again, I don't see how there could be copycats because it doesn't say this person died of
because
suicide.
you might have someone who's kind of depressed and suicidal, but hasn't really kind of put thought into how they're going to achieve it, and then hears that someone killed themselves by jumping off a bridge that's local to them, right? and then they might think, oh, right, that works. I'm going to go, and I can do that. That's within my means. So I'm going to go and
They
jump
might
off.
have even thought to themselves, I'm not sure if that'll work. I might just end up paralyzed. And then they're like, oh, well, it does work. Let me give it a shot.
Yeah. That's why there's a policy of not reporting on suicide.
Well, that's a different thing. That's a different thing, because I'm talking about obituaries.
Right, but the obituary probably wouldn't happen until after the inquest, right? Once you've determined the cause of death.
Right.
Well, the inquest hasn't happened yet.
So I'm saying in the obituary, it doesn't say this person died of this. That's what I'm saying.
It might. Right, but if the obituary... Sorry, Denizen. Go on.
It doesn't have to, but it often does.
I mean, maybe not here. Maybe in the UK it does, but not here. I mean, every obituary that I see is always, oh, this person went back to God on this date. It's always right. This person went to go be with God.
No, that's the
right, but that would have been something that, something that somebody would have paid for as a private transaction with that newspaper. Right. Like anyone can do that. You could do that.
When it's reported as a matter of public record, they often include the cause of death.
Do people pay for obituaries?
I would imagine so.
You can.
Yeah, you can do. So could I inquire about having myself put in the obituaries and then kill myself immediately?
Yes.
Sweet.
The paper might not honor it though if you did that, because there's some bad faith and they're not obligated. But yeah, you could technically order your own obituary, and you could die of natural causes 40 years later, and if they still have the paperwork and the records, they could honor it.
I'm sure 40 years after that, they'll be all lost in the pile of boxes somewhere.
Maybe there might be a guy who's like in charge of obituaries who takes his job extremely seriously because of the, ceremony surrounding it. And he keeps very vigorous records and make sure to, that he has all his ducks in a row. And then when he trains the guy to replace him, it's a very serious matter as well to pass on the tradition. You never know.
You know what I'm curious about? What is Shiva's birth name?
Oh, really?
What?
Roger.
Really?
Like,
that's what you're curious about?
I'm very, very curious about that.
Okay.
Is it like Dwight?
I mean, it's like that. Yeah, sure.
Is it? Oh God, what the fuck is it? Reginald? Is it Reginald?
I mean, if I say yes to one of these, will you let it go?
Was your name also David?
Yes.
Was it James? James. Your name was James.
Is that okay? Yeah, sure, fine.
All right, Jamie.
I have so many docs on so many people, I had to look it up. Apparently, I don't have Shiva's docs.
Do you have mine?
Let me see.
Do you have like a Discord server dedicated to people's docs like Steph did?
No, I have...
You only need a notepad document.
Yeah, I have an encrypted dossier that only I have access to, and I've never released.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Because you of all people, come from the community where you should know the answer to that. It's
you've got people, haven't you?
Yeah, but you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be having a dossier of people's docs. A dossier.
I disagree.
Like, doxing is bad, and we shouldn't do it.
Is doxing bad?
I've never doxed anyone in my life.
Yes.
Why is doxing bad?
Because it's bad.
Well, yeah, but why? Why?
Because you're giving out someone's personal information.
But why is that bad? What makes it bad?
Are you rage baiting me right now?
Yes.
No.
Fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. Like, if I say, "Hey, Konstantinos Strolis," you're gonna.
But the fact that I'm rage baiting you doesn't actually make my question invalid.
Yes, it does.
What makes doxing bad? Why is it bad?
You are revealing personal information.
Why is revealing personal information wrong?
Because this is online. This isn't a real life thing.
This is real life, buddy.
We don't go by our real names here.
So if it's not real life, then it's even less wrong.
Yeah, who cares?
If you dox online.
Okay, so we can all say everyone's real names then? That's cool.
Can we?
Sure, Vajradhatu.
So, like, do you understand, Prime, that yeah, sure, you can say my name, it's fine. But you understand that I wasn't actually making an argument, I was asking questions.
How do you make an argument? By asking questions?
No, that's not how you make an argument.
Well, that's one part of it.
No, it isn't.
What about Gregory? That's a nice name.
Yeah. Is your name Gregory?
So why did you feel the need to do that, Prime?
Well, it's not wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm asking why you felt the need to do that. What was the kind of process underlying it?
Well, if it's not wrong, then we can go by a first name basis. So.
Right. But why?
Well, are we not allowed to go by a first name basis if it's not wrong?
Right. Right, but even if we are allowed to do things,
you got yourself stuck. You got yourself stuck in this position. You can't wiggle your way out of it.
You think I'm stuck
in
the
position? He's literally asking you, and you can't answer.
Answer what?
The fucking question.
I think
you can't explain. You can't explain why things that you say are bad. You can't explain why things that you say are good, and you can't even explain your own reason for doing the shit that you do.
I'm sorry that what I say is not a viable answer for you for why doxing is bad.
You didn't answer.
I'm so sorry.
Your answer was because.
No, I did not say. I did not.
Who's the fucking nihilist here?
Me.
All of us.
Your answer to why is it bad is because it's bad. Your answer is how is it bad is because it's not good.
Okay, so if I go up on authority checks panel and I start doxing people, are people going to view me in a okay manner?
No, but that doesn't mean that doxing is bad. That just means that they're not going to view you in a positive light.
Why?
Because you
dox. They don't like
because you dox.
Because you
dox. And why is doxing bad? Why is doxing bad?
Wait. Hang on. Is doxing bad? I haven't said that it is.
Well, you said what? You were just oh my God. You were just asking.
Because you said it was bad.
It is bad, but he's saying it's not.
I'm not saying it's not either. No, I am not saying doxing is not bad.
No, you're saying it's morally neutral.
What I am doing is asking you why doxing is bad.
Why must every single thing be a fucking question?
Because you refuse to give answers. Otherwise, only half the things would be questions.
Literally every statement that someone makes, you turn into a fucking question, and you have to ask.
I know. Well, I know. It's great, isn't it?
Like I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
But that wasn't a question. That was a statement. Would you just rather I made a statement?
I want you to not be so fucking annoying about this.
Technically, you said in it after you said it, so it was a question.
No, it's just a colloquialism.
Yeah, you know what? I don't care if you die.
Great. You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Wait, he left? God damn it.
Yeah.
He was done playing.
Well, that's the power of nihilism. Okay, we need Christians now. Come on, Christians.
Come on, Christians. Bring out your Christians. Well, I'm not Christian yet.
I do like Prime, just to be clear. Like, I have no ill will towards Prime. But at the same time, like, I have been drinking since quarter to midday, and it's 6:30 now, so I'm not apologizing. I'm on my nihilism arc, damn it. Hey. It's probably good I don't really have access to Class A drugs, although I suppose I've never asked for them from my dealer. I might have access to Class A drugs. I mean, the chances are that Class A, it's a legal classification for drugs in the UK, so Class A are the most severe legal classification. It's generally reserved for what you would consider to be hard drugs like heroin or cocaine or amphetamines, etc. Weed is either Class B or Class C. It might be Class C, but it might also be Class B. I actually don't know. Let me find out. UK weed Class B, I think it is. It's Prime who's back. Hello,
I
Prime.
just fucking
Welcome
realized
back.
something.
Did you?
Shiva,
What is that?
What is rule 1 in your channel? Ugh.
Rule 1.
Yeah.
Shiva is always right.
No, oh my god. In your rules, there are 3 rules. What is the first rule?
Yeah, these are the unwritten rules that precede the written
When
rules.
someone joins your channel for the first time, there are 3 rules that pop up. What is the first one?
No threats.
Okay, what's the second one?
No doxing.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
No doxing.
And why? Why is that? Why is that, Shiva? Why is that?
Oh, because I don't like it.
Why? And why don't you like it?
I don't know. For the same reason that I like ice cream.
What?
Well, like, why do I like ice cream?
No, why? Like, what was that comparison? What was that? What was it?
The comparison is, it seems like I have a drive to like and dislike things. And like, what's the reason why I dislike a specific thing isn't like, well, the reason why is because I have a tendency to dislike things. That's why.
So you personally dislike doxing, but you're saying, why is it bad? Why do you think it's bad, Shiva?
Is it bad?
Yes.
Because he doesn't like it.
Do I think it's bad?
So what? Okay, I think I get what you're saying. You're saying doxing is morally neutral, but you personally don't like it.
Am I saying that doxing is morally neutral? Do morals exist?
I mean, yes.
Where?
In our brains.
So morals are just thoughts?
I mean, they are a set of rules that we dictate are bad or good.
Right. So morals exist in the same way, that the pink unicorn that I'm currently imagining exists.
Are you what are you an anarchist?
No, I'm a nihilist. I'm on my nihilism.
You're so frustrating.
This is my favorite Shiva.
Like, I'm starting to understand why my mom used to slap the fuck out of me when I was a kid. So,
Is
you
it because you're retarded?
Yes. So you just
Look,
doxing.
Prime. Look at my can I full screen this?
Your raccoon, the holy raccoon.
Yeah. Look at my raccoon here. Tell me, does that look like a holy raccoon?
Yes.
But it's not. It's just it's just a doctor. What does that tell you?
That you're a doctor?
No, that's not me. That's a raccoon.
But who's the one that doctored it?
I'm not a raccoon. Prime.
But who's the one that made the image?
Oh, ChatGPT.
Okay, and who put in the prompt?
Me.
So you're a doctor?
No.
Yes.
The prompt wasn't make me a raccoon who is a doctor.
Right, but without you, there would be no. Wait a second. Is this a fucking argument for God?
No, it's an argument for the Supreme Raccoon.
No, you're putting an argument for God, is what you're doing.
Supreme Raccoon.
Without the creator.
The raccoon, look, prime. The raccoon is the way, the light and the trash.
The Supreme Raccoon is the creator.
Personally, I only have one God, and his name is the Flying Spaghetti Monster. But
right.
But
that's
who sucks? And the Flying Spaghetti Monster sucks the Supreme Raccoon's dick. So
Hey, whoa! No, the Holy Raccoon goes into the trash and eats the Flying Spaghetti Monster for scraps.
Because trash is a sacrament.
Yes. This Seminole General isn't so tough on the mic.
So is just the red parts of the cat kibble.
The Flying Spaghetti Monster wins. The Holy Raccoon loses. You suck. But also,
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Wait.
Monster might be able to fly away, but under the right conditions, the raccoon god would just eat him.
So, this is a clever way of Shiva advocating for a god.
No, I'm currently advocating for nihilism.
No, you're advocating for God because wait.
Jesus, Dennison, that was quite harsh. Do you think that this image means something, Prime?
Yes.
All right.
It means something to you since you specifically asked for it.
Yeah, sure. It means that raccoon is a doctor.
Raccoon?
Yeah.
If it's a doctor, why doesn't it have scrubs on? Why doesn't it have a mask on? Why doesn't it have a stethoscope?
It's like a.
He just took a bath.
Sorry,
what?
Danny, go on.
He just took a bath.
Right, but what doctor is in heaven with its arms out in a halo?
It's just cloudy and sunny.
Wait, what makes you think he's in heaven? That might just be a steamy bathroom.
Where else are you standing on clouds with a halo behind your head? With a holy garb.
No. He just smoked a really fat blunt.
So you're saying this is all happening in the raccoon's mind?
No, it's just smoke.
Is the universe happening in the raccoon's mind, Prime?
Probably.
Nothing is happening because it's just an image. It's an AI image. Nothing is happening.
But is there a raccoon?
No, and there's no cake either, and there's no spoon.
So there's no such thing as a raccoon.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
You're a good sport.
I hate you for like like you want to have a discussion about stuff, but you're just rage baiting people. This is not the way. Like you're just pissing people off. You're just.
I'm pissing you off. That's one person.
Like, are you just trying to troll people with all this shit?
That's not people plural.
So
look,
why am I
Prime? This is the first time that I've gone live doing a non I'm going mental stream in months. And so, like, I don't think you have any basis to claim that I'm pissing people, plural, off.
I mean, you pissed a lot of people off when you were trying to cut your own neck off with the handcuffs.
I mean, that is an extreme mangling of what happened, but is that what's happening right now?
Yes, it is. I can hear you trying to cut your neck.
With handcuffs that I don't possess.
Are there handcuffs?
I mean, handcuffs exist in the world, yes.
But raccoons don't.
No, I think you'll find they actually do.
I guarantee you there's no raccoons in England. You have not seen one raccoon in real life.
Right. But you do understand that the world is bigger than England, right?
No. Well, yeah, you're right. It's only America exists. America is the only country that exists.
Right. Are there raccoons in America?
No English raccoons?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over Denizen going absolutely haywire. What?
Denizen first.
There's no English raccoons?
No, they're all Australian or American.
That's racist.
Well, I'm racist. As many people point out that I am a racist man, and they're not wrong.
There's got to be Canadian and Mexican ones.
No, we only have goose here.
Wait, you're Canadian? This explains so much.
Yes, I'm Canadian.
Oh, Jesus. Now that it all becomes clear. I've seen it.
How's that, Denizen? How's that?
Because you people are just off. You know, it's just a thing.
You people? No. All right, that's racist. That's racist.
Yes.
Hang on. Look, is it racist to call you people you people?
Anytime you say the word you people, that's racism.
Is it?
It is objectivism, inherent racism.
Objectivism, inherent racism. That's quite specific. Prime, have you considered joining Verbal Combat?
What's that? Is that something you do?
Yeah.
Wasn't I on Verbal Combat once?
I don't think so.
No, I think I was.
Maybe you were.
You don't remember because you were drunk, because you're always drunk. Have you ever thought about quitting drinking?
I'm not always drunk. Although I will say, in the last 4 months, I have drunk more than I've drunk in the last 4 years.
Do you think drinking is a good coping mechanism, Shiva?
No, I think it's a good way of inducing feelings of drunkenness.
Okay, well, have you ever thought about quitting drinking?
Why would I do that, Prime?
Because it's unhealthy.
I've only just started drinking. Really?
Well, you said you've been drinking since what, 3? You said? I forget.
No, since quarter to midday, 11:45.
So 11. Well, it's 12:45 exactly here. So
no, it's not. Well, not here. It's not.
See 11:45.
It's 6:45 here.
12. Let's see. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it is 6:46 over there.
Yeah, roughly.
So you've been drinking for 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And how long do you continue to keep drinking for?
Until I run out of alcohol.
And when's that?
Well, I don't know, because I've just started a liter bottle of gin, so it could be a while.
All right. Do you think you might have a problem with alcohol?
No.
Do you think I think you should replace alcohol with something more healthy,
Like heroin.
like apples
Why?
or CBD oil
I mean, okay, Prime. Thank you for your concern.
or pears or I don't know, Kool-Aid.
I'll take that under advice.
Whenever you want to drink,
but I'm going to be honest. Prime. No, stop.
What like, you're sick of my shit? Is that what you're saying? You're sick of my shit? You're about to kick me off panel?
No, but continuing this conversation with you would sort of be unfair because, like, beyond me saying thank you for your concern, given that I have absolutely no intention of doing what it is that you're suggesting, the only thing left for me to do is to start to take the piss out of you. And I don't want to do that for you just expressing concern, but you've expressed your concern. I've acknowledged it. And so we can.
I want to help you, Shiva. You're going to take the piss out of me. That's wow. You're not a very good person. You know?
No, I'm not, but I've never claimed to be.
So have you ever thought about not being a bad person?
No.
Why?
Why would I?
I mean, you should live your life. You should live your life as a good person.
Do you know what, Prime? I actually have tried to live my life as a good person for the vast majority of my life. And it's resulted in me being broke, isolated, isolated, unlike with deteriorating health, stuck in a city that I hate, and having to work through the fact that David killed himself. Like, I'm not entirely sure how me trying to be a good person has benefited me in any fucking way whatsoever.
Bad things happen to people just because.
Right. So why should I bother making the effort, Prime?
Because bad things are bad.
According to who? Not according to me. Bad things just are, as far as I can tell.
You know, if I was a licensed psychiatrist, I would have better answers. But
and this is why, yeah, right. But this is why we shouldn't be having this conversation, because what's going to end up happening is I will dance semantic rings about you, around you. And I'm not saying that you're stupid, but what I am saying is that I am perhaps more skilled with language than you are, right?
I mean, are you more skilled with language right now because you're drunk and you're miserable?
Yes.
And you just want to, go after people.
I'm still more skilled with language.
And you just want to go after.
Still run rings around you.
That may be.
You know what, Prime? Like, I would much rather not do that and actually just you and I and Denizen have fun having a conversation about fucking bullshit. Like, like if you want to keep dragging this back to whether I'm feeling suicidal, we can do that, sure, and I'll just fucking acknowledge it. But you won't get a fucking compromise out of me.
I want to give a shout out to my best friend,
and then I will start demanding that you explain how it is that my continued existence is preferable to my not continuing to exist. Can you do that?
You have no choice in the matter. I'm not going to let you die.
Of course I've got a fucking choice.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You want me to demonstrate that choice?
No.
Then don't tell me I don't have it.
Okay.
See, Prime, this is why I kind of don't want to have this conversation with you.
Would you be acting like this if you were sober?
No.
And this is why you should stop drinking.
Of course I won't.
Do you need me to call Jamie? I will call Jamie over here.
Jamie who?
Jamie, the Mr. AA guy.
Who's the Mr. AA guy?
Jamie.
What, that Jamie? The psycho torturer? Yeah, go on then, call him.
Wait, whoa. What? Psycho torture.
Oh, you obviously don't know Jamie very well, do you?
The bald guy from Illinois.
Yeah. Lego.
Is he a torturer?
I mean, that's my opinion of him.
How is he a torturer?
Because he tortures people.
How?
I mean, do you know what? No. Let me slightly walk that back. There was a conversation I had with Jamie maybe a couple of years ago, because he made the mistake of asking me what I thought about him or what I thought his purpose on YouTube was. And I, you know, if you ask me a direct question, I'm just going to be honest. And so I said that I thought that the reason why he was on YouTube was to torture people. And that's based on how I've seen him interact with people in the past. A whole range of people, probably including you, Prime, at some point, including me at some point, but also including a whole bunch of other people. And then he kind of said, no. Like, even if that was the case, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm kind of focused on trying to be someone who is helpful to people who are going through a particular type of difficulty relating to addiction. And so I was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Like, if that's what you're doing, then fine. Like, I'll just kind of accept that at face value. But the thing is, it wasn't long after that conversation when I saw him on a panel torturing someone. So I don't know what to tell you.
Torturing how?
Maybe that's psychologically. And like, maybe that's a kind of ongoing battle that he's going through with his own mind. And if that's the case, and he's genuinely fighting that fight, then fair play to him.
No, I don't think he's fighting.
I would withdraw that comment. But I can only go based on what I've seen. Yeah. And look, I'm not entirely sure why we're having this conversation, and I should have been more on the ball because Jamie's not here, right? Oh, because you said you would bring him here. That's why we're having this conversation. But he's not here to like defend himself, like, and I don't want to talk about someone who's not here because it could be in the last, like, because I haven't spoken to him in a couple of years, and it could be in the last couple of years that he's been doing a whole bunch of stuff that I've been unaware of. Like, do you know what I mean?
Well, the thing he's still doing, and the problem that he has to me, is that he has a big ego, and he tends to think he's smarter than everyone, and he likes to.
You could levy both of those accusations at me.
What?
You could both say that I have a big ego, and also that I think that I'm smarter than everyone else.
You know what? Absolutely, but he seems to actively practice that more than you do by getting into arguments with
maybe
people.
I just do it better.
Yeah, maybe because you're English, which means you're actually smart, and he's American, and Americans aren't that smart collectively.
If you think no, being English doesn't make you smart, Prime.
I mean, yeah, there's those white rapper people that think they're there's so many white rapper English people. They're not very smart.
Well, we definitely need some Christians up in this panel. This seems like a bit like kicking a puppy, to be honest. It's like,
am I the puppy?
Yes.
Okay. There's one other person on this panel, and yet you're only going after me. Why?
Because Denizen isn't.
He's not a retard.
No, he's not challenging me. It's not about whether you're a retard or not.
I am a retard, so you're going after
relevant
because I'm easy to make fun of because I'm a retard.
No, it's because you're the one who's denying that nihilism is true.
I'm not saying it's not true.
All right.
I'm saying it's bad.
Shiva and I already agree. So there's no conflict.
I'm saying it's bad.
Why is it bad? What does that mean?
Because it is not a good state of mind to live in.
Okay, but what does it mean? Okay. Like when you say it's not a good state of mind, I understand that there are states of mind, but what I don't understand is what differentiates a good state of mind from a bad state of mind. Can you explain that difference to me?
Living in a mentally healthy way where you're not miserable and sad and you have to drink and get on YouTube and make fun of retarded people to get over it.
Okay, so you've outlined a bunch of things that in your mind, I'm guessing you could equate with the word bad, like being miserable, being sad, being drunk, making fun of retards. But what you haven't really explained is why any of those things are bad. Like what is it about?
If I have to tell you why these things are bad, then you're dumber than I thought.
Or maybe I'm just more nihilistic than you thought.
But we could go with dumber, though. Then you should be able to explain it.
Yes, I am very dumb. That is a fact.
Well, no,
us. Yeah. We're dumb because we don't get it, and you know because you're smarter.
No.
So since you know, tell us.
I'm not smarter. I have an opinion that you don't understand because I don't
make me understand.
Nihilism is bad. Even if it's true.
Okay.
Something that's true can be bad.
Right. So when you say it's bad, like the word bad,
Michael Jackson bad.
Well, no, but the word.
But that's good.
Okay, no, I'm glad you said that, because what you are indicating here is that the word bad has a semantic range, and I'm asking.
Words have meaning, Shiva.
Right, but I'm asking you to restrict the semantic range. So perhaps we can exclude definitions of bad that mean good, right? We can exclude the Michael Jackson meanings of the word bad. Right. So what I'm asking you is sorry, Denizen, go on.
He did that on purpose, right?
Maybe. Also, when you start to speak, it's going to take both of us a second to clock that you're speaking. And
put on your damn headphones.
What were you saying? But yeah. But Prime, do you understand what I'm saying here? Like, you're saying it's bad, and then I'm saying, what does that mean? And so you respond, well, it's not good.
Well, right? I'm sorry, I don't have
any more information.
I'm sorry, I don't have a more articulate answer. I'm a simple-minded retard. Okay, I'm not smart.
But I'm a complicated retard. So I don't know what to tell you.
You're not a retard, though.
How do you know that?
Because you have some form of intelligence.
What? And you think that makes me not a retard?
Well, I mean, you do retarded things.
I've been drinking since before midday.
Yes, you do retarded things, but you're not a retard.
Right. Well, only retards do retarded things, definitionally.
You're not a retard, Sheila. Again, you do retarded things, but you're not.
Wait. So what? When I'm not in control of my body. Oh no. Let's say when I'm wandering around the streets in my pajamas and socks, am I a retard then?
Well, you're very drunk when you do it.
No, sober, I'm afraid.
You do it sober?
That's the nature of dissociation. You're not always in control.
Well, if you have no control over it, I mean, the action can be retarded, but if you have no control over it, then that's like a different story.
Right, and so people who
all retards.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Maybe, yeah, we're all retards.
Not having control means you're not a retard anymore. That can't possibly be true.
No, don't say that, because that's like fucking when people say, "Oh, we're all a little autistic." No, that's a stupid...
No, I'm not autistic.
No, I said that's all retards. No retards have control over it.
Right, right. Yeah.
So you can't be not retarded or retarded and disassociate.
What?
You can't be.
Well, is someone who is not retarded, generally speaking, but then becomes dissociated? Are they then a retard whilst they are dissociated?
That I don't know how to answer that question.
The thing is, though, is you don't know how to answer any of the other ones either.
No, I do.
Well, no. That was the first answer from Prime that I've genuinely enjoyed and thought was funny, partially because it's true. Yeah,
I'm not trying to be funny, McClownface over here. I'm trying to.
Well, I am. I mean, I'm not, but I am. But I'm not, but I am.
Well, you are with me because I'm easy to pick at. I'm easy to make fun of.
No, not just you.
Now he's Schrodinger's nihilist.
Not just you, Prime. I've just been doing this on a panel of somebody else's. This has nothing to do with you.
Who? Fucking Powder Dusty?
No, the original Vintage.
I don't know who that is.
He's a person. He's an Antipodean, if you believe that they exist.
Really? He's a person? I thought he was a tree.
Did you?
Yes.
Why?
Because up until you said he's a person, I thought he was a tree.
Yeah, but why?
Because I assume everyone is a tree until proven not.
Oh, really? Okay, fair enough then. Has it been proven to you that Denizen is not a tree?
I mean, he's speaking. Trees don't speak.
How do you know? Well, how do you know that trees don't speak?
Well, maybe they're crying out for help, but not.
Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? It's a documentary I saw once.
No, all right. If you're not going to take this seriously, then I have no reason to be up here.
I mean, okay. Well, that was easier than I expected, to be honest. I should do that more often in the future. Wow, that was weird. It sort of doesn't matter that Prime might have been correct in everything that he's saying. I am resistant to the truth at the moment, hence my nihilism arc. So, also suggesting to an Englishman that he should cease consuming alcohol when he went out earlier in the day expressly with the intention of buying alcohol to consume that day. That's never going to work. I don't know how it works with Americans.
Well, with people who consume alcohol, it just doesn't work.
Right. So it's not even an English thing. It's just a person thing.
You guys do drink more, I notice, though. Like, alcoholism seems to be way more prevalent over there.
Mm-hmm.
And so if that's an illusion, then there's some kind of social media phenomenon going on where maybe it's just more publicly acceptable.
No, I think there's I think it's fair to say that we probably have, like, per capita more pubs, which you might call bars, in the US, per head than you guys do. In a village of 300 people, you might have three pubs.
And I think I stumbled on the etymology of that being a public house. Is that correct?
Yeah. As in
I found that.
a public license. Yeah.
Yeah, like I found that interesting as well.
Yeah, like as opposed to a private house. Like it might be. I suppose like it never occurred to me to think about what the word house means in this context. I've given some thought to the word public and private as it applies to that, but like house. I mean, like, is my house a private house? And then if I see sell beer out of it, is it then a public house? Hmm. Don't know. Do I care? Probably not, to be honest. Right, we need. I mean, I say we. By we, I mean I. Excuse me. I require opposition.
I wonder if we could even find something to disagree on.
Who, you and me?
Yeah, do you like jazz?
Do I like what?
Jazz.
Do I like jazz? Yes.
Okay, I think it's trash. Maybe we've got something here.
Right. I mean, well, those are two separate issues. One issue is, do I like jazz? The other issue is jazz trash? And those aren't necessarily the same. Well, they're not the same, and they're not necessarily connected.
Yeah, but I can't enjoy it either. I find it unbearable.
Do you find all forms of jazz unbearable?
I'm pretty sure, like, there's a point at which jazz influence crosses over into pop and becomes listenable.
Right.
And I would say, that's at the point in which it transmutates into not jazz.
Right. What about when you hear the word jazz, do you think a bespectacled, polo-necked clarinetist noodling on a piano? Like, do you understand what I mean by that? In 17/8 time, like, is that what you picture when you hear the word jazz?
I think of the notes between the notes. I hear the trickling of the piano, and then I imagine a woman who looks like something like Sade, but without the talent and appeal.
Okay. Because I would say that's new style jazz, and that there's a type of jazz. I'm only aware of this distinction because of a jazz band called the Anachronic Jazz Band, and their unique selling point is that they play new style tunes in the old style, and the old style of jazz is much more kind of swing based, much more kind of New Orleans, southern kind of easy going, but a bit odd and weird, like listening. So it seems to me that jazz is actually quite broad as a genre of music, especially given that it spans decades, and that like, if it weren't for the Anachronic Jazz Band, which I came across due to this album that a friend introduced me to, which was what's the word when different artists put on a song? It's not collaboration. It begins with a C, I think, though. It doesn't fucking matter. A collection of songs. That's not the word. Compilation. That's the word. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So, and it was actually, I think there was maybe one song from this band on there called Bernie's Tune. And Bernie's Tune is a new style jazz song, like it's kind of noodly, but they play it in an old style which is more kind of swingy. And yeah, like I kind of started to appreciate jazz more generally, but also this band more specifically because their stuff was kind of quirky and enjoyable, and sort of easy to listen to, even though it's somewhat difficult to listen to.
See, this is my point about jazz, though. Like, there's a air of aristocracy around it, right?
Right.
Because it really is rudimentary, and so many popular forms of music are derivative. So, if you're,
but I would argue that that's the same for any music that, on my view, would be worth listening to.
Right. And so it gets it like it has a reputation among those who are musicians or educated on the subject, and not perhaps by the layman, for being significant. And then it inherits its listenability from that significance. But the only time it ever becomes popular is when it strays away enough from jazz to become something that we would distinctly name as something else. In every case, like swing.
Not amongst jazz aficionados. Like, that might be the case for the kind of wider population, but you can make that argument really about any genre of music. Some easier than others. I would argue that, for instance, country and western is easier to enter into the mainstream than electronica, right? Like, so, but even still, like, I think you can have like, the fact that jazz is difficult doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means that it's difficult. And the reason why I say that is because there are other genres of music that can be equally as difficult. And I suppose in my mind, one would be classical music. Another would be electronica music, where it just doesn't initially seem to make sense. But then if you actually devote your attention to it, then you can discover something beautiful, kind of encoded within it. And I sort of think that really, I've kind of said this to classical music aficionados when I've been trying to convince them to listen to Ortega. But I've been saying, yes, it's electronic, but you need to devote the same attention to it as you would to a piece by Brahms in order to get the most out of it. And you could say that about any genre of music, really.
To get the most out of it, perhaps, but to make it listenable at all, I think, is what I would say about jazz.
Yeah, but jazz is listenable to jazz aficionados, right? It's just not to you.
It's beer is drinkable to people who like beer. It still seems to be like an acquired taste.
But the fact that beer is an acquired taste doesn't mean that beer is bad. It just makes it an acquired taste.
No, it's just something that doesn't appeal to the normal palate.
Right. I mean, I don't know. It's like I would say that in terms of music, my palette is normal in that I like stuff that's easy to listen to, irrespective of genre. But that if with exposure, you can introduce me to, let's say, more dense examples of that genre, and I can grow to appreciate it, even if the initial reaction is one of aversion. Like, one example of that is country music. For a long time, I had the position, I don't like country music. And then a friend introduced me to a bunch of bands that I think can be classified as alt country, like, or Americana that started to emerge in the 90s, predominantly from America, but not only from America. And then I started to gain an appreciation for like kind of mainstream country music, because the alternative country music was kind of the same. It was just like subverting it in different ways. Like, so for instance, if you take a band like the Hanson Family, when you listen to their music is very traditional, but the lyrics are often quite subversive. They're kind of, you know, pissing about. So I like, and I think the same applies to jazz. Like the fact that that process hasn't happened with you and jazz music doesn't really say anything about jazz music, but it might say something about you.
It's not just me though, and I would agree with you. Country music sucks too, and they have to change it just enough. You don't even like it yourself unless it's called alt country. There's a reason why they call it alt countries, because somebody was like, this country shit is crap. We got to mix it up a little. We got to sprinkle a little bit of this or that.
That's not entirely true. I think probably if you were to play me a Tammy Wynette song now, I would be much more open to it than I would be, say, would have been, say, 20 years ago. And Tammy Wynette is about as mainstream as you can get in terms of country, right? I kind of really didn't like hip hop music in any form until in my mid-20s. Someone played me an album called Introducing by DJ Shadow, and he's, you know, more of a turntablist than anything else. But that was like I'm not particularly knowledgeable about hip hop, but because I had an entry point through DJ Shadow, I've now have an appreciation of it. Like I can appreciate a good rapper, even if I don't necessarily enjoy the music. Shit, this has turned into a bit of a conversation.
What?
I'm just gonna say I'm actually a little bit drunk.
It just seems now like you've just been inoculated. Like, I gave you just enough country in a pleasing format that, you know, little bits and pieces of it got under your skin and turned you redneck.
Well, no, the thing that made me appreciate country was the country that wasn't pleasing. Like in terms of music, I'm actually quite a fan of discordance.
Well, I mean, this explains why you're a fucking jazz fan.
I'm not a jazz fan. There are, like, most forms of jazz I still dislike. That kind of noodly, like extremely, just the kind of like the kind of new style jazz. I kind of don't particularly enjoy listening to it. But I do enjoy other forms of jazz, especially if they're kind of swing based.
Well, yeah, people like swing.
Right, yeah, but swing is still jazz.
I mean, then blues is jazz too.
I mean, yeah, blues and jazz, I think, probably might come from the same root, although it could be argued perhaps that blues is a specific emotional expression of a range of emotions that jazz can express. I'm just bullshitting here. This is just off the top of my head. Like, I haven't given this any thought whatsoever. It could be when I'm sober that if you were to say that to me, I'd go, no, that's fucking bullshit. But like, it seems like blues has a particular emotional expression, right? Like sadness and grief and strife and all of the kind of emotions that go along with those. Whereas jazz, it seems to me, can encompass those, but is also, it can also encompass like playfulness and whimsy. And
Well,
like, I don't think you can really get whimsy in blues.
Blues kind of
Hello,
came from more of a
re-examination.
So blues kind of came from more of a folk tradition where you have like Robert Johnson and he's got his guitar and they're, singing pretty
Right.
simple songs or doing a 12-bar thing. Jazz came from the Creole, which is more in like Louisiana, where there's a French culture where they had French-speaking slaves who were classically trained, and that's why jazz is usually done by proficient musicians and blues is usually done by less proficient musicians.
Right.
That's
Can I ask
why
you,
jazz is called the American classical. Go ahead.
and so these Creole people who were classically trained, would they also have been trained in their traditional musical roots, like maybe in Africa? Not them being trained in Africa, but in like, would they have had an awareness of African music?
There would have been a cultural passing down of different African motifs, like, for example, call and response, things like that.
Right. But that kind of makes much more sense then, right? Like the kind of atonality of jazz kind of makes much more sense because obviously our Western ear is tuned to
major and minor modalities.
Well, a kind of notation that conforms to equally tempered instruments, which is a very Western, like classical music way of notating music. But traditional cultures might have had instruments that had, notes like tones in between the semitones, so what, quarter tones. So like, it makes sense then that like jazz might have this kind of dissonant atonal quality that kind of reflects that. Does that make any sense whatsoever?
It does. I'm not entirely sure if that is the reasoning, but I think it's plausible. I enjoy lounge jazz for relaxation, but what I really enjoy, what I really enjoy, go ahead.
Sorry, what you really what you really enjoy is
what I really enjoy in the jazz world is like jazz fusion type stuff, where you have a mixture of progressive rock music with a jazz kind of free flowing motif, and just the proficiency. I mean, I chatted Alan Holdsworth as one name, which I think you and I've even talked about before. Just very talented musician with a unique ear to convey certain emotions in the free flow of the music.
Okay, here's a question for you. Is punk jazz? Or is jazz punk?
In my opinion, punk is not jazz. Punk is way more, from what I understand punk to be, formulaic, and was a rebellion against progressive rock initially.
No, I would say that if what you're doing is formulaic, what you're doing is not punk. Well, no, let me be. No, sorry, that's a bit imprecise. I suppose you could do something formulaic and be punk, but it wouldn't be punk due to the formula. It would be punk in spite of the formula.
What I understand, at least the roots of punk to be, would be going back to basic 3-chord progressions, having really short songs, lots of low production value on purpose.
No. It like Television is a New York band from the 1970s. Marquee Moon is the album that I know from them. They're a punk band, but they're not the kind of British like raucous Sex Pistols, like, really heavily distorted guitars and screaming into a microphone. Like, they're kind of much more. I'm going to say they're much more refined. It might be like, compared to classical music, they're not very refined, but yeah, like in terms of punk, like I don't think you can say punk is just that kind of screaming 3 chords fuck
No,
you attitude.
there's a certain beat to it, kind of like how there's a certain beat to country that's at least typically used.
I don't think that's necessary. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case.
It's
Again, my examples would be like the New York punk movement, where you had bands like Television and Talking Heads is a punk band. They're a New York punk band, and like if you said to someone who really likes the Sex Pistols, oh, it is Psycho Killer by the Talking Heads a punk song, they'd probably say no, right? But like they are punk, because punk isn't really about sound.
are the Cars punk?
I don't know who they are, so I can't answer that question.
Just what I
can
needed.
disagree.
Like you know the song "Just What I Needed." You know, a moving in stereo.
No, I don't
Let the
know
Good
any of
Times
those.
Roll. Really?
I'm given another opportunity to disagree with Shiva too.
Go on then.
Like I don't have the StreamYard up, but the new panelist, I would agree with you that part of the ethos of punk is to reject mainstream commercialized music, and production value was part of that.
Well, that's not exactly what I said. Because am I hearing myself? Okay, there we go.
No, he doesn't have headphones, so there's a weird, like when he starts to speak, like you'll just need to kind of stop re-examination, and it's going to be annoying for a while, but you'll kind of get he's got headphone issues. He doesn't have headphones at because they're broken. So
yeah,
got it.
I have to turn. If you start talking while I'm mic'd up, I have to mic off for it to stop echoing.
Got it. Just real quick, I want to clarify. Progressive rock was also supposed to be a rejection of mainstream music, but stylistically, in many ways, it's completely the opposite of what at least I know to be punk and what most people would understand when they hear the word punk in the context of music.
Right. But you understand that Television, who are a recognized punk band, they sound very different from the Sex Pistols.
I'm not familiar with Television.
Oh, really?
It's
honestly, Marquee Moon is a fantastic album. If you can get hold of it cheaply, check it out.
I'll have to go on Spotify or
it's probably on Spotify, to be honest. I don't do Spotify, so I don't know, but like it's mainstream enough for it to be on Spotify, I think.
I would say they're proto-punk because they laid a foundation for punk, but they're not a punk band. And just like the Talking Heads are not a punk band, they just played at the same time in the same places on the same stage with punk bands and got some recognition and caught some success off the back of the punk movement while not being a punk band themselves.
So would it be fair to say then, Dennison, that part of being punk, which I think is part of what re-examination is saying, is that it's to do with the how am I going to phrase this? The quality of the sound, the musical sound that you are producing, rather than the attitude that you have as a musician.
Yeah, the quality being in the lack of quality in the traditional sense, because it's raw, it's unpolished, and it's deliberately minimalistic.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a few elements, and that's what Denizen has listed are a few of them. Usually it's like I said, production value, and like you said, Shiva, attitude, and there is a style associated with punk, but it gets kind of murky where punk begins and then where goth begins and then where new wave begins. There's a lot of overlap.
I think that's precisely because all of these genres were coming together in that proto soup, like Television. And in that same scene, these people were literally like playing next to each other, one right after each other, in the same buildings to the same audiences, even though they were dramatically different kinds of music.
Right, but does the fact that they were that the music was different. Like, because I will grant you, like, television are different from the Meat Puppets. Or I don't even know if you could call Meat Puppets punk, but in my mind they sort of are. Or from the Sex Pistols. But does the fact that both of those that the musical styles are different, does that mean that either one of them is like more or less punk than the other? Because it's not clear to me that that's the case.
I would say yes. I would say like Meat Puppets evolved and other influences took over their punk sound. Now, I'm not a Meat Puppets fan, so if I were, and it were true, I don't know that it's true, but I could make the assumption that the rebellious spirit of punk was still present in their newer music. Then I would argue, no, they're still punk for that reason. But even then, the elements of their music definitely became a lot more complicated. The simplicity and the rejection of complexity for the sake of rejecting complexity is a core component to punk rock music.
So if someone is able to replicate the form of punk, but they do not possess that rebellious spirit, but
they'd be a poser
from the outside, right? But from the outside, you wouldn't be able to tell whether they were actually being punk or not. Are they being punk?
Yeah, I mean, they might be emulating it, right? But that'd be the very essence of a poser.
Let me ask you this. I think maybe to highlight what she was saying, let's say the Chinese government came out with a punk band where it took all of the musical and sound elements of it, but it was pro-CCP propaganda. Would that cease to be punk music?
Yes.
Interesting.
Just as people would say that the Sex Pistols themselves, once they gained success, became antithetical to punk. But what you can't do is take away Johnny's rage. You know, so that's a core component. But you know, like I think the Beatles are another good example of becoming victims of their own success.
Expand on that.
Like the I like every type of Beatle, every genre of Beatle music. I'm not a hater, but if I were to play one, you know, there's a kind of mindless simplicity. Yeah, that like there's a mindless simplicity to "I Want to Hold Your Hand" in comparison to you know, say Strawberry Fields. Or and these aren't necessarily songs that I like more. It's just the depth in which the person, the artist, the creator of the song is exploring the boundaries of their current understanding of what music is. I think the Beatles tried to go there. You know, but I don't think that's, you know, you could see the early beginnings and the talent and the charisma in like "I Want to Hold Your Hand," but I wouldn't call it what's the word? It doesn't inspire deep contemplation. You know, it's like what is the whatever the hottest, most popular 2 minutes of a song that's on the radio right now. Okay, let's do that. And let's do it with a different style of haircut. You know, that's how it comes across at the time. And that's from someone who loves, you know, old Beatles songs and even likes the Monkees.
I quite like the Monkees.
I threw down a good number of dollars to go watch Oasis this past year.
I mean, I don't like Oasis. Now, that's not to say that Oasis are bad.
I
It's
know.
just that I don't like them. I do quite like some Blur, although I didn't at the time of the Blur versus Oasis battle. I thought both of them were rubbish at the time.
There's no other way though.
It could be. I haven't really listened to Oasis since then. I have listened to some Blur since then, and I've kind of been able to see, oh yeah, like they are kind of growing as musicians and doing interesting things. And I can't really say the same thing about Oasis, but I haven't given them a serious listen since the 90s. So maybe I should. It could be that they're a bit like the Beatles. On the surface, disposable, but kind of catchy. But there's something else there as well. Like there's something kind of different.
Well, Oasis tap into a resonance. It's not so much, well, these guys are musical geniuses. Look at Nolan, the guitar. It's like, Rachmaninoff or something like that. That's not what's going on.
Right.
We're talking about just something that they are able to tonally and lyrically make it kind of work together, where people want to sing song after song. And it's interesting because they're not a particularly metal band in any sense of the word at all. But you can bring out a lot of tough guys to sing out a lot of melodious songs for some reason with Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certain. Okay, so here's how it stands in my mind. Like, if we're talking about Oasis, then we're also talking about Blur and Pulp and Radiohead. I don't know what the American equivalents would be. Maybe Smashing Pumpkins might be of all those bands. Maybe Nirvana would be in that general kind of conversation. And so when it comes to Oasis, here's the thing, right? Like, at the time when Oasis and Blur, like the whole Britpop thing was exploding, you had the whole Blur versus Oasis thing, which was kind of like that was kind of bigged up in the UK. It was like mainstream kind of music media news, if you like, Blur versus Oasis. And then you had Pulp, who were kind of like the outsiders. And then you had Radiohead, who I think were the true outsiders and were the true influence. Like, I actually quite like Radiohead quite a lot.
Yep.
And it's like, shit, I'm kind of waxing lyrical about this. Started with Oasis. Shit, I'm a bit drunk. Re-examination. My apologies. No, I'm not apologizing. Fuck that. Like the Beatles. I mean, see, I think that early on the Beatles were formulaic, and then something happened, and then music became interesting. Maybe that was psychedelics. Maybe it was just going to India and being exposed to a different culture, or maybe it was being famous and being exposed to what being famous exposes you to. But at some point, that their songs went from being standard kind of 3-chord theory, 4 on the floor, basic rhythm and blues pop songs, to being something a bit more interesting. I don't even know why I'm saying that. I'm too drunk to be having any conversations.
Okay. Well, I will leave you be. Thanks for having me on, Shiva.
Oh, are you leaving? Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, if rather conversations are best to.
No. That was just a rhetorical aside. That was not meant to be taken literally in any way whatsoever. Do you want to argue about something? Let's argue about something.
No, I'd rather have the best of Shiva, or what I would consider the best of Shiva, for an argument where we're on, good
do you
footing.
think do you think that you are somehow able to best me right now in an argument? Because I
No,
would challenge you to a debate about tag right now. No, maybe not right now. Maybe, in fact, I would like to debate you about tag, but maybe we should set something up on Swords of Reason so we both have time to prepare. Because you seem quite confident in tag.
Gosh, but I don't even like debating. Believe it or not, I like having conversations. Really? Yeah, believe it or not, I don't really.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. And actually, I get that because we've actually had a couple of really decent conversations, which other people might perhaps see as debates, but in my mind, they weren't really. We were kind of exploring shit. Yeah. Certainly. Yeah. No. I remember that about you.
Are you pro tag?
Yeah.
He is. Yeah.
Oh wow! I never would have guessed it.
What would you think I would be? Natural law?
No. We were just having such a lovely, educated conversation. I wouldn't have thought that you were mentally retarded.
Well, here we go. I mean, I am going to be honest. I do think tag is the weakest argument for God, to be honest.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad stuff.
It seems like theist cope. What would I say is the strongest argument for God? I think
you said cosmological. I think last time.
Yeah, the first cause, right?
Yeah, the Kalam.
Well, maybe, although I not necessarily, because for me the thing that's most compelling isn't a first cause in time, like, because it seems to me that actually that there's no reason to assume that there needs to be such a thing. The thing that I personally would have difficulty arguing against would be more in line of a prime cause, i.e., like if you take a given event, which is me drinking this gin from this glass, right? Mm-hmm. So in order for me to take that drink, there needs to be a glass. Let's ignore the gin for now. Let's just focus on the glass. And then in order for there to be a glass, there needs to be like sand and a glass maker and fire. And then you can kind of link it back up to eventually you are going to need to get to a cause that might not necessarily be that relevant in time, but in terms of importance or order of causes is important. And shit, I'm a bit drunk and I'm not explaining it very well. I do explain this much better when I'm sober, but it's
right. That's why I'd rather have the sober, because not only are you sharper,
right, but sober, even the prime cause, that still doesn't get you to a deity. That only gets you to a cause. Like, and so even though I think that the it's not cosmological, is it? Is it cosmological? Yeah, it is. Yeah. The cosmological argument currently, I would say, is, on my view, the strongest of the arguments for God. It's still not convincing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be convinced by that. But I would say, to be fair, that most of the presentations of tag on the internet by just every Tom, Dick, and Harry are really bad presentations, and it takes a little bit. It takes a little bit more work to either read into it or get into some lectures to see that it runs much deeper than, how do you know? Are you sure about that? Is that true?
Well, no. I understand that, but I suppose the issue for tag from me would be, and I don't know what version of tag you run, so let's assume it's God is a precondition for intelligibility. Would that be a version of tag that you might run?
Yeah.
Okay, great, because that's kind of the simplest, right? And so I suppose, like, someone who had issue with that argument would take issue with the first premise, right? With the first premise being God is a necessary precondition for intelligibility, where the word intelligibility is a stand-in for things like morals, knowledge, reasoning, maybe a couple of other things, which we can add or subtract as we need. So in intelligibility. And then there's the second premise is intelligibility exists. And so the conclusion is, therefore, God exists. Would that be a fair, just in terms of the basic tag argument, would that be a fair representation of it?
I think so, based on how Jay Dyer formulates it. X is a necessary precondition for Y, therefore X is usually how we phrase it. But again, I myself have a lot of studying to do, and I'm willing to hear you out. So keep going.
Sure. So I suppose as an atheist, if I were to question let's just say that the argument is valid, I kind of think that that's questionable, but let's just say that it's valid, right? So the structure is works as an argument. So now we need to assess the soundness, whether the premises are true, and whether those premises necessarily lead to the conclusion, right?
Right. So you got the cogency. The question is it sound?
Yeah. Well, no.
Cogency is form. Soundness is validity.
Yeah. No. That's no. Sorry, re-examination. I think that might actually be wrong. I think in terms of contemporary logical thought, validity refers to the structure of the argument.
Okay, so validity is structure. My bad. I knew that cogent was supposed to be structure, and then soundness.
No, soundness is relates to the truthfulness. Cogency, just so you're clear, for something to be cogent just means that it's convincing.
That's not what I was taught, but I could be wrong. It might be a different school of thought.
I could look the word up, but that's my understanding of the definition of the word cogent. Something that's convincing, I could be wrong though.
Here, I'm looking it up right now. According to Google, which knows everything, cogency generally applies to inductive arguments demanding the argument is strong and all premises are true. Soundness applies to okay, so soundness applies to deductive arguments, requiring the argument to valid premises. Okay, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So be cogent means that you are convincing. In that you are likely to sway the probability more towards your end of the argument than your opponent's, because that's inductive reasoning, right? It's probability based.
Okay.
So there are two. One of the things about a deductive argument is that it proceeds from the specific to the general, right? That's the direction of movement. So we go from the specific claims, or for example, all men are mortal would be a claim, right? A specific claim, and the is that true? No, that's I might have fucked this up because I'm a bit trashed. I might have got this wrong way around.
Are we doing all men are mortal? Socrates is the man, therefore Socrates is mortal.
Right. But so what direction is that moving in? Is that moving from the specific to the general, or from the general to the specific?
General.
I think it might be from the general to the specific. Yeah. And so inductive is the opposite, right?
Correct.
We move from the specific, I observe water boiling at this temperature, to the general, which is water boils at this temperature under these atmospheric conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I am far too drunk to have these conversations, which makes them more fun.
Perhaps make them more fun. If I was going to have it, if I let's just say I wanted to do a Swords of Reason, I'd want it to be as clear as possible. And I think.
If I were to do a Swords of Reason, I would be, first of all, sober. Secondly, well researched on the topic under discussion. I would not give you an easy time.
I know. I think I know that, right? I mean, I would also be studying up as well. But
Well,
that's all.
yeah. And look, re-examination. I think you would give me a good run for my money on a debate. To be honest, like you're not an idiot.
Thank you.
Like
You're a pretty smart person yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, and I kind of think like maybe a sort of reason debate on something that we both just like that could be fun, right? And I kind of want to get back into debating, like maybe with people who are slightly understanding if I start shouting and losing my shit that I'm actually like it's fine, it will pass, like but yeah, like yeah, that could be a laugh. And I think we could probably disagree in a way that is both collegiate to us both and also enjoyable to anyone watching.
What I was hoping to do was actually do a stream at some point where all I do is, like a DJ, replay some of our best back and forths we've had, and not add a whole lot of commentary. Because I just think,
have we had a few online?
Oh yeah, okay. I'll give you the first example. The first time I had heard about you before, and then I had seen you in some things, and I was kind of waiting to see when we would cross paths. And
wait. Okay, now you piqued my curiosity. What had you heard about me?
Just that you were around and that you were an atheist somewhere along the lines of Buddhism, and it's kind of vague, but let's just put it this way: the impression I have of you now and the impression I had of the rumors of you have converged so much that the Venn diagram has become a circle. So,
right,
but I haven't.
So what does that mean?
It means that.
Does that mean that
your
current image of me has fused with what you were told about me?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So basically, you were a respected, formidable atheist interlocutor.
I mean, that kind of definitely strokes my ego.
I know.
I definitely like hearing that.
I know. You probably got to go back to this video and listen again and again and again.
Well, no. Look. I mean, obviously, I love hearing that sort of stuff because I'm a massive egotist, I think is the word. I am egomaniacal, but I suppose shit. Okay. Right. I'm not entirely sure how we landed here. I feel like I should say thank you, but I don't really know why. So I'm going to say thank you. Denizen, help me out. What were we talking about?
Let me continue. What I was going to do was, just like a DJ, just play out, just have it a live stream. We play out some of our interactions. The first interaction was after the after panel where Rev Russ had his debate with Vigilante over Marcionism and whether or not Jesus was God or something along those lines. And oh no, it was Ghosty versus somebody else about Fetus Deletus, and you were there and you were taking Ghosty's side, I think, just as to take a debate at least. And then I showed up and then we talked about the Amalekites, and it was very heated and we had a very rapid back and forth.
One of my favorite subjects.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then we were discussing the Amalekites.
Yep.
And so
yeah, that was just a highlight of that. But we also had an interaction, a couple on your show, which I thought were interesting. Some of them were quite lengthy, and I think they were very interesting. It would be good for people to look at so as to get past square one of these kind of discussions. And then the most recent one we had was a panel which was like Chaos and Chill after Speakeasy did a panel run, whatever he calls those, a panel purge. And you and I had a back and forth, and Teriak was there. You probably remember that one, or no? It was pretty recent.
I mean, maybe vaguely. But I suppose all of those panels are irrelevant now because I'm on my nihilism arc. So that's what you all have to contend with now.
Well, all I'm going to say is I remember them and I thought they were very interesting.
Well, I mean, thank you. If you think they're interesting enough to clip together into a video for your channel, I mean, do that. If you get views because of it, great.
Well, even if I don't get views, I
yeah.
think it's worth, passing around to maybe a few people here or there and be like, hey, here's some dialogue so you don't just run over treaded ground when you start either talking to an atheist or talking to a Christian about these kinds of things, because some of these are covered ground already and you might as well just skip ahead.
Well, yeah, but it's like I'm not sure that works really, because I mean, like, you could play that to a Christian and they might not really understand what it is that I'm saying, and then they might like concoct their own straw man arguments. But the same applies to atheists, right? You could play that to an atheist and they might not understand what the Christian is saying. And
maybe
so,
I'm just kind of resting on a stack of things that I'm either used to or know already, and I assume too much about other people's ability to parse that out.
What do you mean by no?
Are you talking about like justified true belief? Are we going to go there already?
Is that your model of knowledge?
You're trying to drag me into a debate, and I'm not in the mind space for that right now.
I mean,
if I was going to do that, I'd like to prepare.
Okay.
Well, concede then. Like if you're not in the mood for debate, then admit that you don't mean no.
I mean, it's interesting that you brought up knowledge, because my view of knowledge is a bit kind of unsatisfying to people in that it's a bit pluralistic.
Right.
So I think it and it's also a bit deflationary. So I think that knowledge sort of depends on context. Like within the context of maths, I can know that 2 + 2 = 4. Like I can just know that because I understand what the symbols of 2 and 4 mean and what the operators do. You know, the plus sign and the equal sign. And so I can know that. That's something I can know. What else can I know? I can know that my mind exists in some fashion.
Now, you say the mind exists, but the self does not. Could you expound on that?
Oh, right. Yeah, sure. On your view, is the self synonymous with the word mind?
Not synonymous. I would say the mind is a component of the self when it comes to humans, we'll say, but it is not the entirety of the self.
Great. Can a self exist without the mind?
My initial reaction is no.
Okay. Can it exist without the body?
Yes.
The self can exist without the body?
Yes.
So, okay, if the self can exist without a body, but the self can't exist without a mind, that implies that a mind can exist without a body?
Yes.
And is this something that you know to be true?
When you say no, do you mean experientially?
Is that how you define knowledge?
It's not how I define.
So, then yes.
Okay, so this is you illustrating, contextualizing what knowledge is, right?
I mean, I didn't look. I mean, I would define knowledge as a belief that we have certainty about.
When you say certainty, do you mean satisfaction of your degree of knowledge, or what do you mean?
Yeah, okay, that's actually a good question.
I love it. That's actually is like usually you're slobbering all over the ground, and I can't even get you to. Sorry, I'm
No,
just joking.
no,
I'm
I don't think
joking.
I've.
I'm joking.
I don't think I've ever been rude to you yet. You absolute fucking plank. But I'm happy to start. So okay, so when we look at what we think knowledge is, like if you were to ask me, say, Shiva, what's knowledge? What does it mean to know something? Well, it seems to me you have three conditions. One of those conditions is an epistemic agent, like someone who's able to know something, right? So that would be you or me or Denison or these 6 people in the chat, which there's only probably 3 of them, because we might be 3 of them, right? But anyway, the second thing is the epistemic instrument, which is the means by which the epistemic agent attains knowledge. And the third thing is the epistemic object, which is the thing that is being known, right? And so when you say to me, like what is knowledge, I would say it's what arises from the interaction of the epistemic agent, instrument, and objects, all of which arise independent upon conditions. And so like that experience, I would say, if you want to categorize it, it seems to me like it's a belief or a view that is held with confidence or conviction, and the degree of confidence to which somebody holds that view is the degree to which they express knowledge of that view. Like if someone says, I'm 100% confident that this is true, like that's different from them saying, well, you know, I well, maybe does knowledge equal always 100% confidence? If someone is 99% confidence, can they said to confident? Sorry, can they be said to know the thing that they are 99% confident about?
So that's an interesting question, because, for example, there can be things that, like I brought up gaslighting in one of our questions. There is a way to shake somebody's sense of knowledge in a way that if you let's say somebody has 5 great reasons to believe something that equate to knowledge when you put them together, and somebody gaslights somebody, like, and 2 of those pillars are gone and shrouded in the gaslighting. That person might not realize. That person may feel a shaky sense about the knowledge claim they made before, but they still do know it, even though they have become less aware of those pillars that have been shrouded. There might be a way in which you have a sense of knowledge of something being true, and yet the bases for those are not as clear to you as they were before, or were never clear until later in life.
Right. So, okay. Like it seemed like, I'm going to be honest with you, examination. It seemed like you weren't answering what knowledge is until you inadvertently slipped in relation to that which is true, right? Like you can only know something that's true. Yeah.
Well, if I said justified true belief, then the word true was used there.
Right. But for me, the interesting thing isn't the true part. Let's just grant the truth part. Like, so let's assume you cannot know something that's false. But like, can you know something you don't believe?
That's a good question, because I think it's hard to parse out where self-delusion falls into a thing, because there can be circumstances where self-delusion is a choice, and insofar as you are aware, you don't believe a thing, and yet a reality that you exist within is reliant on that thing that you ostensibly
Right.
disbelieve being true. So, for example, I mean,
Well, that doesn't speak to you knowing that thing, right? Like, can you know something? I mean, there seems like either a yes or no question. Can you know something that you disbelieve to be true?
not ultimately, no. I think you can obscure things in your mind, but I don't think you can. Okay, let me
Right.
back up a bit. Let me back up a bit, because there's a lot of directional moving parts here. So when you, and I'm actually preoccupied. So this would be better if I wasn't preoccupied right now doing something else that's
Are
necessary.
you? You're not driving, are you?
I'm not driving. No.
Okay, good man. Because we don't paneling and driving. I put to you is as dangerous as drinking and driving.
I would tend to agree. I would tend to agree. You know what?
Depends how drunk you are, but yeah.
Go ahead. Go
Well,
ahead,
yeah,
Denizen. What'd
okay,
you say?
maybe. He said it depends on how drunk you are, but yes.
Yeah. So my initial, when you say, can you disbelieve something you know to be true? Is that what you said?
No, wait. Is that what I said?
I'm trying. I don't think I got it right, but I'm trying to remember. Denizen, what did you say?
Can you
Can you know something that you don't believe to be true?
that seems much more like what I might
Right.
have been asking. Yeah.
That sounds like what you said.
Ultimately,
Ultimately, no, but with the caveats that you can delude yourself and suppress things, which you ultimately know to be true, but you shun your eyes away from it. But ultimately, no.
Ultimately, so is it true that the Nazi view that the Jews should be exterminated, like, is that fact? Is that a fact that is true, that the Jews should be exterminated?
It's fact. That's factually false. That would be
But,
and that would be factually false in both of our worldviews for different reasons.
Right. But did the Nazis know that to be true?
Yeah, on some level they did, because on some level I believe that they
So,
had. Yeah, go ahead.
so if they knew that to be true, and knowledge is justified true belief, then doesn't that imply that it's true that the Nazis should have been gassed in gas chambers? Sorry, that the Jews should have been gassed in gas chambers.
I'm trying to work that out. So are you saying that if they knew that they shouldn't, then they should have?
No, that
Sorry,
they
I'm
knew
probably
that they
not,
should.
I'm not tracking. Here's
Okay.
what
Right.
my layout
Would
is.
you agree that the Nazis at least thought that they knew that they should gas the Jews?
They were definitely under that impression to a great degree. I can acknowledge that, but I would also acknowledge that I believe that they were suppressing what they knew to be true in their conscience, or that their conscience had been so damaged and seared by what they were doing that it had numbed their sense to it. But I think there was still a baseline understanding.
Right. So when you say, so they didn't know that that was true, then they were lying to themselves.
In the sense that you can, so for example, use substances to suppress, you can also use continuous abuse of your conscience to suppress. But there's still, I think there's still a baseline knowledge where let's put it this way: if you ask them enough questions about their consistency, about their anthropology, you could definitely force them logically, if they were honest, to admit that what they were doing was wrong.
Really?
Yeah, because if you're going to talk
But
about like,
what if they were moral nihilists? What
If
if
they were
the
more-
individual Nazi that you were speaking to was genuinely a moral nihilist? Could you
If they're-
convince an individual that they were wrong?
well, if they were more nihilist, they wouldn't have had the moral imperative for the homeland and all that stuff.
Right, no, but they might just have enjoyed torturing Jews, right?
Okay, so they would just do it for the joy part. Again, that would assume moral nihilism would be like a bit of real basis epistemic as opposed to a declared position, and I don't accept that.
You don't accept that moral nihilism is a declared position?
No, I accept that as a declared position. I just don't think it's a true epistemic position that everybody holds.
Well, something being a true epistemic position doesn't require everyone to hold that, right? Like something could be a true epistemic position that the majority of people don't hold, correct?
Oh no, what I mean by that is I think ultimately everybody recognizes moral reality is, but they suppress the
Do
truth
they?
and righteousness.
I don't.
Yeah. Well,
I'm a person, and I'm part of the set of everybody, and I do not recognize moral reality. Therefore, it cannot be true that everybody recognizes moral reality.
Yeah, I reject the second premise because of what I've heard you say many times about God being evil and things like that.
When have you heard me say that?
There was a recent. Not only was there a recent stream, but it was in our first debate that we talked about. You brought up the Amalekites, which would be a non-point in your worldview and in my worldview as well. But you were trying to use some kind of answer maneuver.
Do you think I have a worldview?
As opposed, let's put it this way: your belief structure is different than mine, and I'm using worldview to describe that. Is that unfair?
What is my belief structure?
Buddhist.
No, that was yesterday. No, today I'm a nihilist. So what have you got, eh? Well, what have you got? Prove me wrong. Prove nihilism wrong.
Prove nihilism wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
So is it my responsibility, if you're a nihilist, it's my responsibility to back up what I say, or no?
Is that what you think?
I'm asking you, the nihilist.
Oh, right. Sorry, do you have responsibilities?
Okay, so then I don't have to back up what I say then, right?
Well, no, of course not. Unless you wish to persuade me. In which case, yes, you do have to back up what you say. But, that's just because I've been conditioned by my environment to expect that people will back up what they say. So, I mean, I don't know. What do you want? Do you want to persuade me or not?
So here's the thing. When I engage people, I'd want to do it in sort of a wise kind of way. And if a person is determined not to accept any position, then there's really nothing that you can say, even if I raise people from the dead.
Agreed. But that sort of means that you can't say that nihilism is false.
No, I would say nihilism is a farce.
Well, no. Then you need to present arguments as to why nihilism is false. Like why there's any meaning to anything.
Because otherwise, I think for debate purposes, it's just kind of a LARP because people have rational discussion. Okay, here we go.
No. This isn't a LARP. This is deadly fucking serious.
Is it?
Like, look, yes, because like people fucking go on these debate panels expounding meaning as if meaning is a fucking given. But no, not a single fucking person has ever demonstrated to me that meaning actually fucking exists and that anything that they say matters. Not one person.
This is why I didn't want to get into this, because I didn't want to have this kind of interaction. I'd rather have the interactions we had in the past.
The thing is, re-examination I'm on my nihilism mark. It sort of doesn't matter whether I'm drunk or sober. You are going to have this sort of interaction. I might shout less when I'm sober, but the same questions will be asked.
That's fine, but I'd rather have it to be more calm. But anyway, even this nihilist here is demanding answers and is talking about meaning as opposed to non-meaning, which means he can make the distinguish.
No, I'm not.
Which also, again, to
Well,
say no,
and
you're,
even
to say
if
no,
I
you're
am-
not. To say no, you're not is also to
even if-
distinguish
even
meaning
if
from
I
non-meaning.
am- even if I am demanding answers, what do you think that means?
It means that there's meaning and you recognize it. So the nihilism is a
Wait.
farce.
That means that there's meaning. Well, you need to.
Well, so again, that
Oh,
goes
wait,
back.
wait. Sorry. First of all, no. Oh, wait. I am being mean. Re-examination. We can. Do you want to change? I am perfectly happy to change the subject to. We can talk about Marvel movies and whether Superman could beat the Hulk or whatever. I don't want to put you on the spot in terms of putting you in a debate headspace that you're not prepared for, and we can just change the subject into something inconsequential and meaningless and frivolous and kind of enjoyable.
It's not that I don't appreciate this. It's just if we're going to have a conversation, I most enjoy our calm conversations because I'm not. Let's put it this way: the thing I most hate on the YouTube space is when it becomes a shouting match because I'm willing to shut up when it's not my turn to talk and things like that.
Have you ever seen me debate before?
Yeah, because we had our first interaction. Oh, I'm getting a call, but we had our first interaction.
Are you
back with a back and forth? But I'm getting a call, so I gotta head out. We're back.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Oh, wait, he might be back. I'm kind of wondering if he's aware of the Shouty Shiva meme.
It doesn't seem like he is.
Yeah. To be clear, I actually really like re-examination. He's much more of the reasonable people. Like he said, he's much more interested in the conversation than a debate, and that does tend to be my experience of him. In the same way that Denizen, you were much more interested in the conversation than the debate, even though I imagine there are fucking thousands of people who would argue the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, and even for my close and personal friends, it's an arc as to whether or not they can truly understand. Wait a minute, he actually doesn't like that. As just because I'm good at it doesn't mean I like it, and
but
I also see I am sought after for it.
I mean, I don't know. You're kind of sounding like 10th Man right now. Sorry, that was a low blow. Please forgive me, Dennis. I throw myself on your mercy.
It's
food. I should eat.
I've noticed how the dynamic has changed depending on which way I hold my hand in the stream. And by that I mean how I conduct myself publicly on these panels. I haven't really changed much about myself or what I do fundamentally. But I've just made a few tweaks here and there, and I'm in an entirely different pool. The YouTube reality has completely shifted.
All right. Yes. It doesn't actually take much in terms of tweakage to achieve that. Although I would say that never the same twice online.
Right.
I mean, to be honest, that's probably not true.
The people watching, they definitely believe they've got a hold of exactly who I am, though. And
well, yeah, of course. Yeah. They know who you are and how you respond in any given situation, no matter how you're feeling.
Right. And my motives for it, which is amazing. The insight. I mean, truly, these are the most intelligent and powerful people on planet Earth in the YouTube chats.
But
and to watch that
at the same time, are they wrong though?
Oh yeah. I mean, sometimes factually, I would argue objectively, if that's even such a thing, demonstrably false in their lack of accuracy, incorrectness, absence of truth, void of veracity.
Right, here's what we're going to do. By we, I mean I. I'm going to order a pizza.
That's literally what I'm doing right now.
Right, okay. The thing is, I've got two options. I could order it for delivery, and that would take 45 minutes to get. I mean, I could do that, or I could order it to pick up. If I order it to pick up, that's 20 minutes, but I have to walk to the pizza shop, which means going on my phone. So what should I do? Let's make it a poll. Can I do a poll in the chat?
I would do delivery. There's really no point in ordering a pizza if you go and pick it up. You might as well just stop at the shop and make it yourself.
Well, no, there is a point in that I could place the order quarter an hour beforehand, then walk to the shop, pick it up, and then come back. And that's much quicker than going to the pizza shop and placing the order. It's quarter of an hour quicker.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, it's not quicker than getting it delivered.
No, it is. It's in fact, it's 30 minutes quicker than getting it delivered.
I don't believe you. How are you doing this math?
Because that's what the website is telling me. If I select delivery, it says 50 minutes, and when I select pickup, it says 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Should I believe you or the pizza website?
That's because the pizza website is it's calculating for the time it would take to deliver. And it's not doing that for the pickup, but you still have to go there and take it back.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna add how much walking time is that?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Like I could leave 2 minutes. The pizza place is just around the corner, so I could walk there in five minutes. So I could leave 5 minutes before the pizza is due, pick the pizza up, and then come back.
Well, I suppose in your unique circumstance, then you could save 5 minutes. I mean, 25 minutes.
I mean, let's say, 25 minutes. Yeah, sure. Let's say 30 minutes because my hips are fucked and I walk really slowly.
I don't know why they would say it would take a half an hour to deliver then. Like, my pizza place, if I lived that close,
yeah,
they would calculate that.
Let's say, let's assume that they have a different track for their deliveries than they do for their pickups. And it might be that their deliveries are backed up more than their pickups, right? So it could take
deliberately so.
Minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're staggering it out intentionally in order to provide quicker service to people who walk in.
Right, so it could take up like the way that I read this is that it's not saying their delivery is in 50 minutes, but it could take up to 50 minutes.
Oh, that too.
Right, but do I want to wait that long when I could just walk down and pick it up in 20 minutes, which I know I can do because I've done that repeatedly.
My
It's
logic
free.
would be if I just wait 25, it's going to be right at my door. And therefore,
Right,
I
okay.
choose laziness.
Okay, fine. I'm going to order it for delivery because of you.
Now, how much do they charge for that?
I don't know yet. Hang on.
Because that could double the cost, and then now we've got another.
Well, no. Fuck that. If it's doubling the cost, I'm going to pick it up, and you lot
Right.
have a dead air stream for a bit. Okay.
I don't know. You might be surprised how much I can talk about nothing.
Maybe. Do I want? I think I want onion rings as well. Yeah, let's add those. Okay, for delivery. Deliver it to me. Deliver it. 50 minutes. That's nearly an hour. And it's also £1.50 delivery charge.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah, but I'm cheap. Like £1.50 so that I can get the food half an hour later.
Without having to put on pants, though. I mean,
that only takes 20 seconds. They're only over there. Okay, fine. Delivery, fine. It's like an hour though. It's like an hour. I mean, it's like 50 minutes.
I'm kind of curious now. Like,
that's £2.
I want to call
No,
them and be like,
wait. For a 12-inch margarita and onion rings, that's a tenner. But for to have it delivered, that's 12 quid. That's £2. I could go and pick it up.
yeah, that's extremely reasonable of a delivery charge these days.
Really?
Yeah, I mean
For
here,
an hour though.
that would have been a decent delivery price like 5 to 10 years ago. Now it's a steal.
I mean, yeah, but it's an hour. It's like 50 minutes.
Like, they literally, when I went to get my pizza, it was $9.99 for the pizza, and then like this little stupid thing that's not real food, like, you know how they make up food, and then they're like limited time
Yeah,
only, and it's like
I could be there and back in 10 minutes. So I could be back here eating the pizza 20 minutes before they could deliver it.
I don't know what that has to do with what I was gonna say.
But it has a lot to do with whether I have it delivered or I go and pick it up.
Yeah, but I was making a commentary on the price.
Oh, right, okay. Do you know what? Fuck you, I'm picking it up. I mean, you're like, when I leave, Denizen, you're just going to have to hold the fort, and I might even drop myself down, so it's just you on the panel. You can't add anyone. Not that anyone's joining, but you know, let's assume that some bizarre freak of nature happens that makes people want to join. They wouldn't be able to because you can't add them to the stream. So that'll be fun, won't it?
I mean,
I'll tell you what I'll do.
It wouldn't be my first time.
I will add myself to the stream on the phone.
Now it's an adventure.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I could even film it. Do you know what I'm noticing? Apart from Jesus fucking Christ, who was it? Who was on the panel earlier? What was his name?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen the tab.
All right, let me check my DMs. Re-examination. Apart from re-examination, there has been a dearth of Christians joining the panel. I get that there's only 8 of you watching, but you're all probably fucking Christians, right? So where the fuck are you? Don't make me randomly join other panels, which I am threatening to do once I get back from the pizza shop with the pizza. So you've got 20 minutes, right? Like, oh my God. What am I talking about, Denizen? Nothing is the answer, but maybe you have a different answer.
We're talking about pizza and delivery. Time, in essence.
No.
Which, if you're like our pal due diligence, you don't even think it's real.
It's not being delivered. I'm picking it up.
Yes, which is a matter of time. Time.
Oh, I should put trousers on. Trousers.
Yes, that is a prerequisite that we did previously discuss.
Oh my word. Maybe I should go on TikTok. There are Christians on TikTok, aren't there?
I suppose they're everywhere.
I mean, they're not here.
True. That is true.
I think they fear the raccoon.
I'm having difficulties.
Doing what?
Ordering food. It's just too expensive. I don't want to do it anymore. Like I was saying, there was this deal with the pizza, a large pizza, which is plenty for my fat ass, and it came with like this other food item that's not a real thing. It's just some made up fast food concoction that has cheese and bread.
Unicorn hooves.
I mean, I feel like I could say like a this or like a that, but you'd never heard of it, like a Bazone.
Is that or a unicorn hoof?
No. Or like a crazy puff.
Well, those are real though, right?
Well, yeah, are they? What's a crazy puff then?
It's like a kind of weird cheesy puff.
What makes it weird?
The fact that it's crazy.
Yeah. I think you're trying to pull a transcendental argument on me.
The transcendental argument. Oh my God, I'm so drunk. Did you notice how much I slurred the word transcendental there? I mean, not
a bit
there, but before.
A tad. That also should be taken into consideration in your adventure, I think. The delivery is much more drunk compatible.
When is that? I do need to go for a pee before I pick the pizza up. When is that due? Oh, there's still a fucking quarter of an hour to go. That's fine.
So, have you eaten a Crazy Puff before?
I don't know what a Crazy Puff is.
See, exactly. So, my point is, it's just another way to sell you a pizza-like product. It's bread with cheese. But we shape it. Yes, it's shaped differently, right? And so now we call it this other thing, like cheesy bread. Do you know what cheesy bread is?
Yes, that's bread with cheese on it.
Yeah, it's pizza, right? But
No.
But it is.
No.
Especially if you're Italian. That's how actual pizza is made. But it's old.
No, I understand the confusion. I'm not Italian.
Yeah, so cheesy bread is just pizza sliced differently.
Cheesy is pizza. Are you saying that cheesy bread is a form of pizza?
Yes, it is pizza, but it's sliced differently in the shape of a breadstick.
Well, and also presumably without tomato sauce,
which a lot of pizza doesn't come with.
Right. Yeah, not all pizza comes with tomato. Yeah.
So it's just not a thin crust. It's not a Neapolitan style or a New York style. It's more of a Detroit style or a Sicilian pizza.
Maybe.
And they charge you separately for it, and it's a different product. And when people get their pizza, they're like, "Well, don't forget the cheesy sticks," which is essentially like saying, "I want another pizza." You know.
This sounds like a very American problem.
I mean, if so, it's been exported to the world. It's not the point. The point is that it's more pizza, but it's included in the price of $9.99. So I'm getting a large pizza already, which is enough. Mm-hmm. Plus some fake pizza cupcakes is what they are. They're pizza muffins, actually.
Right.
That's what a cheesy Crazy Puff is. It's a pizza muffin.
And
I'm still getting it for $9.99. No, it's excellent. But if I want it brought to my house, it costs $21.06. They're literally going to charge me.
Wait. Did I opt for pickup or delivery? Oh, pickup. No, pickup. 10 minutes.
It's going to cost me more than the food to get it brought to my house.
Does the delivery cost more than the food where you live?
Yes, it comes to $21.06.
Just for delivery. Could you have nothing delivered for $21.06?
No. That's with the food, but the food was only $9.99.
So the delivery is $16.06? No, $11.06.
Yeah.
11. That's nearly twice as much.
Yeah, it is. It's more than twice as much.
No, it's not.
It is.
How much was the food?
$9.99.
How much was a delivery?
Well, to get it delivered, because the delivery is only $4, but there's also a service fee of $1.68 that you wouldn't pay if you went and picked it up. And on top of that, there's a small order fee now of this, that, and the other. And there's state and taxes. Right. There's state taxes and city taxes. So
wait. It's not included in the price.
No.
Oh, I keep forgetting. you live in a backwards country called America. Sorry.
It's not backwards. It's just a plantation.
I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. If the total price isn't the price that's displayed on the shelf, that's fucking backwards.
It's not backwards. It's just deliberately misleading.
Oh, sorry, being. I mean, okay. I mean, we might have different.
It's not like we're out here like, you think to put the total price on there? You're a dumb redneck. No, it's like, don't put the total price on there. Get them in here first. And then when the food's in their hand and they've been waiting a half hour and it smells,
then
that's that's deliberately misleading.
So that doesn't make it not backwards.
Not necessarily, but it doesn't have the qualities of being backwards.
Everything after not necessarily was meaningless. Oh my word. Right, how long? Is this content? This must be content, right? It has to be.
I mean, somewhere it is.
7 minutes. Now I also need to go for a piss. So there's what will happen is this. Dennis and I may or may not converse for the next few minutes, and then I'll say I'm going to the toilet now, in which case I will cease conversing, and then I'll come back from the toilet and then say I'm conversing now. I mean, I might not say those exact words, but you'll get the idea. And then what I'll do is join this stream with my phone as we walk to pick up the pizza and the fried onion rings, which is what I ordered. So that's a plan, isn't it? That's a plan, isn't it?
It sounds like one.
Those were individual words.
Indeed.
I mean, I must be quite drunk, given that the words are tending to blend into one another. And it's only 9:15. Oh my word, when does verbal combat start? Not 4 hours. I don't know if I can stay awake that long. Hey, Faye. Right. Okay. I need to do. I at least need to say entertaining things. 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 in the morning. Oh, what time are we now? Nearly 9, 10, 11, 12. That's like 4 hours. My word. Okay. I mean, I don't think I can be live for 4 hours. Oh, no, that's not true. I can. It just won't be entertaining. No, I can be live for 4 hours. It just won't be entertainment. 8:30. The extra half hour doesn't matter. Oy vey. Is there a theme for tonight in Verbal Combat? Sorry, Denizen, were you about to say something?
I was going to say, oy vey, indeed.
I don't think a theme has been dropped yet, so I don't know if tonight had a theme. I'm guessing it does. I kind of wish I had some amphetamines, and then I could guarantee that I would stay awake. Wonder if I could buy some. I only know one dealer, and it's getting a little bit late, and I don't really know how much speed costs these days. How much does speed cost these days?
No idea.
I mean, I'm guessing like a 10 wrap doesn't exist anymore. Like whatever a 10 wrap used to be 20 years ago. And see, here's the thing. No, see, no, that's why speed I wouldn't even know how much it fucking costs. But how am I going to beat the carbohydrate slump that will inevitably come in about oh, it's ready in 2 minutes. Right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go for a piss, but put my shoes on first. And then once I'm back from the piss, I'll join the stream on my phone, and then we will take a long, slow, painful walk to the pizza place. It's actually not that long. It's quite close. But I'm decrepit, so, you know, it is what it is.
I do have to admit, I will feel some sense of pleasure if you end up not getting the back with the pizza until well after 50 minutes.
I mean, the pizza would still be 30 minutes away, right?
Yes. So if you don't get home with the pizza,
once I leave,
in 29 minutes or less, I am going to be pleased.
Okay, great. Well, I'm just going to go for a pee now. Denizen, the show is yours.
All right, what do we have here? Do we even have any audience interaction? Animated effigy. You should come up before he leaves. I would think we have a lot to disagree on. Anyways, welcome, Jeremy Ryan. I'm not sure I know you. What is that avatar you have? Is that a kitty? Oh, that's a puppers. What kind of puppy is that? You don't pay taxes on delivery, just on the food. Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of do pay taxes on delivery nowadays. They call it a service fee. Aussie. Oh, that's an Australian Shepherd? Really? That's one of my favorite dogs. He really is a pupper then, huh? How old is he? Getting addies off a kid is usually pretty cheap. She. So, I don't see the appeal in the verbal combat stuff. It seems loud, obnoxious, deliberately obtuse. I don't find many of the participants to be particularly insightful or bearing unique opinions. It's not thought provoking. It isn't intellectually challenging. It's kind of mind numbing, brutal, verbally brutal nonsense. It's like American Warrior. Was that the name of the show? Let me look this up. American Gladiator. It's like American Gladiator, yet with mouths. I don't hang out in the drama crowd. I don't know who you think I am. I don't know who you are. Never seen, like, wherever you're at, I haven't seen you there, so I presume for you to know that I'm in the drama crowd means that's where you hang out. And I don't recognize you, pal. Sorry. Oh, we have a Shiva Part 2.
Well, I'm going to go and pick my pizza up, so I thought I should transfer to my phone.
Tarkin, good to see you, sir. I wonder if he's still here.
Who, Tarquin?
Yeah,
Is Tarquin here?
he was.
Wait, sorry, I'm just not falling over while I close the curtains before I go out and get a pizza. I like Tarquin more than most people.
It's all the drama crowd, all of it.
No, it's not drama crowd.
Yeah,
You know how yeah, precisely. You know how you are not drama crowd. Well,
I do.
With Tarquin.
But yeah, I mean, apparently these chatters don't understand that, including animated effigy.
Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, hello, animated. Or effigy.
And apparently Jeremy Ryan, who I don't know who that is.
He's a person.
Yes, of course. A person.
A person, yeah.
Deserving
Right,
of all.
Right. I don't go outside with these headphones on, but they work with their phone, so let's go.
Do you have your keys?
effigy. I do got one. Yeah, they're in the D door. So yeah. Effigy, hello.
Have you got your trousers?
Well, I'm wearing them. Does that count as having them?
Yes, it's the preferred method of possession required.
What if they're dirty?
It depends. Is it visibly dirty from the?
I mean, my trousers aren't dirty, but if your trousers were dirty, would wearing those trousers be the preferred method of having them?
No, not preferred, but perhaps acceptable.
That's annoying.
One need only to avoid arrest while out in public. So you don't want to have shit yourself visibly, essentially.
Why? So It doesn't matter if you shit yourself, just as long as you don't do it physically.
If you shit, you're correct. If you have dark pants on and no one can see the shit, then it technically is not in violation of the prerequisites.
The prerequisites for what?
Leaving the house and getting pizza safely.
So are you saying that you can leave the house and get pizza safely whilst having shit your pants?
Correct. If you're wearing a diaper or really dark pants, yes.
I mean, I feel like I can't necessarily. I mean, look, I'm almost in a position of accosting a member of the public. I mean, not those because they're children. Well, there are any. Well, okay, there are no others. So, oh no, here's a member of the public. What was your question?
I didn't have one.
Well, he's walked by me now.
What happened?
I was about to put your question to a member of the British public, like an adult member of the British public. But when I asked you what the question was, of course the adult was approaching me. You said you didn't have one.
The question.
I don't understand. All right, I'm approaching the pizza place now. Hang on. I'm here to take an order. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Can you hear me? Am I still?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, it's a bit weird because I'm having to shout over a pizza box. Okay. I need to sort of find out a way of enticing Christians to my channel. How do I do that?
You can use like their terminology in your titles.
More like slavery.
Well, I'll give you an example of one tactic, not necessarily the formula. But say you wanted to use antagonation to entice Christians. You could use a title in your stream like, Why the Transcendental Argument for God's Existence is for Dum-Dums. And then you could have a thumbnail that shows like a dumb Christian on the front, right? And he's all pouty and grumpy because his God's not real.
Hey, Shiva.
Right, sorry. I need to check that works. Hello, Animated and Rings Owners. Are you both here?
Well, I'm here. I don't know where Andy is.
Hello. Sorry, I'm actually going to walking down the road, so my signal might be patchy.
I think animated effigy is less animated than usual.
Um,
Oh, there we go.
I
Yeah, I can see
mean-
that you guys have put me on. All right.
oh, there he is. Hello. I mean, there he was.
Okay, Shiva, real quick, you'll be happy to know that I let some tag proponents know about you and your channel already. So,
Oh, really?
if you enjoy it, then I let them know that you're welcoming all challengers.
Sure. Did you let them know that I was really annoying?
No. Why would I let them know that?
Whoa. I mean, because they're going to get really annoyed.
Well, I mean, why do you think I don't like to look? I had a debate even this morning about rights, but it was in the context of like a conversation where it's like when I hear debate,
Right.
the name of the game is outshout your opponent and be the biggest armpit fart you can. That's what I think of when I hear debates.
Uh-huh.
You can have debates within discussions, but the goal of the discussion overall is the good faith exchange of ideas that challenge each other's ideas. But at the end of the day, you're not trying to pants your opponent publicly. You're trying to have understanding about that.
Right.
And now
Agreed.
among friends, you can have ribbing,
Yeah.
you know, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, you were looking for it. I'm glad that we're of the same mind, and that's so I let them know, and so now it's out there.
I mean,
Yay.
yeah, great. I would perhaps warn them that I'm really annoying, but
Thank you.
thank you.
I can pass that along, and I'll be your PR agent. Be like, Dr. Shiva, quote, really annoying from Yelp.
Right,
Right now, how do I leave here on my phone?
He's a person.
Oh no, that says end stream. I don't want to do that.
Let's mute that for now.
I'm about to say, how many Shivas are there? I guess since
well,
you don't
I-
believe in the
I-
self,
I
you make
joined on my
multiple
phone.
accounts.
There we go. Oh, I can still hear me in my headphones.
Yeah, but we hear you just fine.
Is that better for me? Oh, that is. Great. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I'm guessing you can still hear me.
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear Denizen. Okay.
It's not really that important.
Oh, that's because the headphones.
Most people would probably pay extra for that.
Super chat goals.
It's like, is there... They would write to support, like, support at StreamYard.com. Is there a way I can listen to the panel and just mute Denizen?
They'll be like, who's that?
Exactly. Then they'd have to create, like, a support article just for how to mute me. Because so many people can't stand me. So then there would be a Denizen tag at the help desk. All Denizen-related issues, please forward with this tag.
Now, Effigy, are you there?
Yeah.
How did you get those awesome animations to work? You got to have like an i9 or something crazy like that, or quad core, right?
How do you mean? How did I get them to work?
Like, I know a guy named Rev Russ, and he had like a very bare bones animation where all it did was like light up and then revert back to a darker picture. Just that simple. And it like ran his computer pretty hard. So I'm guessing I've never used a sort of animation program like you've got, so I'm assuming there's some kind of high demand RAM advanced.
Wait. But you.
Well, no. These
you
are.
understand-
I'm not running these as animations though. These are all.
Yeah.
These are all exported as videos and then put into OBS in stacks.
Like
Yeah,
you
interesting.
understand re-examination that even if he was making these animations by hand, painstakingly, frame by frame, he would then export that animation as in a video format that could then be like used on any like an AVI format is pretty.
Yeah, what I'm doing is really
standard
simple.
size.
So I basically have static image, and then I base all of my whatever animation I'm going to create, I use starting frame as that image, and then I've got it all stacked in OBS. So as soon as I start up an animation, it's behind the circle, but it's in front of the static image, and it looks like it, starts to animate itself. Really simple, like stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have not gotten into all the arts and sciences of OBS. I'm very, very, very
OBS
basic.
is pretty deep little open source software. It's a really nice program.
He's also not rendering. He's also not rendering the graphics. That's what would kill your computer if you like. It's just playing a video.
Got it. Okay.
These are really quite good onion rings.
But you got onion rings and pizza?
And pizza? Oh, let's see. What time did you order the pizza? I'm curious.
Well, that'd be 9 o'clock our time, and sorry, I'm in Central, so for me it'd be 9 o'clock.
And what time is it now?
So then it took him in 3.
It's 3 Central for me, and it's 3:07 to be precise. And then so it's probably 9:07 for you Englanders. Is that correct?
No, he didn't get the pizza in 7 minutes.
Yeah, it's 9:07. Yeah.
No, it took longer than 7 minutes just for the pizza to cook. So that's not correct.
When I left.
I'm not talking
Did
about
I leave at 9 o'clock?
Nobody said that it took 7 minutes to cook.
7 minutes to cook.
I said how long? When did he order the pizza? And you said 9.
I thought you were like, what time? You're asking how long until you. What time?
No, it had to be 20 minutes before I ordered it because there was a 20-minute countdown.
At least 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway, you got back around 9.
I got the impression that we were asking what time it was where he's at. Oh, you know what?
No.
You know what?
I'm trying to think about how he's going to make it to VK, and he's probably not.
I mean, I might. It depends on how drunk I get. How far is VK? 4 hours? 5 hours?
It'll be 4.5.
I can stay awake for 4 hours.
And then fall asleep as VK begins.
So
that would be
it only took you about 20 minutes to go there and back. So you did save yourself 10 minutes and $2.
Well, that seems worth it to me.
And you got yourself a bit of exercise. So added value.
Yeah, these are all pluses.
Are you really a doctor?
Mm.
You might pass for one in America.
Am I really a raccoon?
You know what? If you came over to the States with
the
a
technical
white
term
coat,
is trash panda.
A white coat and a stethoscope, you would totally pass for a doctor. You could just walk right in.
Right.
You could diagnose motor oil to people, and they would still drink it.
I mean, when it says Dr. Shiva, that's me taking the piss. But what is a doctor? Is the image in my avatar. That's a doctor.
Doctor Who, eh?
Don't get wibbly wobbly on me, Effigy.
It doesn't have pineapple.
But here's the thing. It's interesting you raised the question of, am I a doctor? Because obviously the Dr. Shiva thing is a joke based on the image. The image being a joke based on Trump's assertion that the depiction of him as let's be generous and just call him a saint, that the depiction of him as a saint was in fact a depiction of him as a doctor. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah. I tend to not believe him at all. I don't know what kind of doctors he has, but I don't think they work out of the White House in robes. And they're not
Or,
coming out of
you know,
clouds.
or have light emanating from their hands when they're healing people.
Right.
It's breathtaking how the band constantly assumes that everyone is as stupid as himself.
And then, of course, I
Who?
mean, hello?
Who?
Trump.
Can you spell that? Sorry.
He claimed that image that he put
Oh,
out of him
Trump
as
put out.
Jesus looked like his first excuse was that it was him. You know, he thought it was him as a doctor. And it's just like you really think people are that dumb as you. Like, if you have to be stupid, you would have that kind of excuse.
I'm literally deaf in one ear right now, and my headset's broken. It took me that long to realize you were saying Trump.
Well, Sheba had shifted the reference from doctor to Trump calling himself a doctor in the thing where he was looking like Jesus.
That's
I wasn't familiar with the reference. That's why I didn't track.
Look. Earlier, someone accused me of having a raccoon as an angel. And I just had to correct them. No, that's not an angel. That's a doctor.
It also vaguely reminds me of the Bishop Tilda Swinton meme. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
No.
Apparently, Jay Dyer was in a debate with a Catholic, and he was not addressing the particular Catholic bishop they were debating about with its formal title or whatever. And then it's like, no, you're supposed to call him Bishop, and the initials for the bishop were TS. And so Jay Dyer continued to do his bit and refer to the bishop as Bishop Tilda Swinton. And
that's interesting.
I think it was to joke that the bishop was effeminate or something like that, but I'm not 100% sure.
One of those serious debaters.
Jay Dyer is an Orthodox Christian, right?
Yeah, Jay Dyer has me blocked on X because I challenged him on his doctrine of divorce and remarriage. And
I mean, okay, but I mean,
he's like the ideological root from where Andrew Wilson grew from. That's how I consider him.
Jay Dyer.
I heard about Jay Dyer talking all this shit far before I heard about Andrew Wilson saying the exact same shit. And it seems like that entire spoke of people all basically regurgitate the exact same points.
Well, I mean, maybe they all regurgitate Jay Dyer's points. I mean,
they're all Orthodox. They're all coming from the same place to start anyway.
Yeah, the Mount Rushmore Orthodoxy right now is Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, and made by Jim Bob. And I think they're looking for a fourth guy because that's not quite a Mount Rushmore, but, you know, basically those are the top three.
Wait. By Mount Rushmore, do you mean poor apologists?
They are iconic to the Ortho Bro movement, which is Orthodox only.
But, you know, maybe the word you needed to focus on there was the word poor.
So,
I just called them a hive of scum and villainy.
You know how the new atheists at the turn of the century, they had the four horsemen. So each has their chosen field.
So are they the new theists?
Jim Bob is more like
the old theists.
The creationism field. And Jay Dyer.
He's the anti-evolution field, right?
Whatever you want to call it. And then Jay Dyer is more the theology and logic field, although both of them do the precept approach. And then Andrew Wilson's the politics field and is by far the most popular of the three.
But also the least theological.
Yes, which I found out pretty quickly when I was debating him.
Yeah, because it's like any fuck muppet can argue politics.
Well, they get the excuse, right? Orthos get the excuse that, you know, they're not supposed to say things about the theology because that's why they have their priests. because that's like one of the big ortho talking points I come across all the time is that, you know, we get our biblical interpretations from the patriarchy of priests who, you know, go all the way back to through the apostolic succession and all that. So they have this cop out to where they're like, it's always someone else's opinion that they are riding on.
Which is why I call it double precept, because because if you already accept the Bible as the authority,
I call it religious cuckery.
Sure.
And is it really a cop out? Like, it's not a cop out, really. Like in order for a cop out to be a cop out.
Well, when we're talking about what we believe, you essentially say, "I believe what this guy told me to believe," and therefore you can't take ownership of your beliefs in a certain kind of way, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So I was using actual verses from the Bible that totally pull the rug out from under that. And first of all, you could go to Matthew 23, where Jesus says to listen to the Pharisees and scribes as far as what they tell you, but don't do as they do. And then if you read verse 33 of Matthew 23, it says, how will you escape the sentence of hell? So it means that unsaved people can read, understand, and even teach the Bible from places of authority. And so you don't need to be in an apostolic succession to read, understand, teach the Bible, or even be saved. And you can go same thing with Matthew 19. Jesus says to the Pharisees, have you not read? Same thing with Acts 17. Paul goes to the synagogues in Greece and reasons from the scriptures and verses 2 and 3. Same thing in verses 10 and 11, where it calls the Berean synagogue more noble than those in Thessalonica, for they searched the scriptures day and night to see if these things, aka what Paul said, was true. So there are many verses, even besides the ones I gave you, that totally undercut the normative authority claim.
Yeah, but they'll never grant that. Like that's
I know, but
that's
they don't
the
have
most losing kind of debate angle I could ever think, is trying to like get them to grant you authority over their holy book in a way. Like they would never. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, there are definitely things that say that in their context, but my God, I can't even imagine an Orthodox person granting you that.
They won't grant. But I can at least make the point, and I made that point in a panel earlier, and I didn't really get a whole lot of answers.
You won't from a Christian.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Let me.
No one told you were interpreting it wrong.
Oh, of course I tried that.
Sorry. I'm eating pizza, but I've swallowed the pizza.
I'm jealous.
Now.
Thank you for the report. I have swallowed the pizza now.
You won't get an answer from a Christian. Like you.
I would imagine they're just saying you're being obtuse in your interpretation.
Yeah, they do the normative authority thing, but the problem is you have to prove that the normative authority is required, which is disproved by the Bible itself.
I mean, or they do the divine command theory thing, in which case you have to prove that whatever God says is good is good, right? Or they
but not if you misunderstand what God meant. That's the ultimate loophole. You just didn't get it. God didn't really mean it that way.
But that's the problem, right? That's always going to be the problem with looking to a book to pull things like this from, because there will always have to be a bridge of interpretation from the book to human action. So, like, that's why I think it's almost pointless. After having been someone who's been debating atheists since I, became an adult, or debating a theist since I was adult, like it's become so pointless to me to argue Bible verses with people, because it's a fucking library of books that contains so much shit that is completely antithetical to itself. But you can literally find a passage to justify almost anything in it.
I mean, that's true.
And Christians have zero actual historical understanding of that book. And I will always make that fucking claim. There are so few of people who use that book as the so-called center of their life, and they could not explain to you a bit of how that book was created or how that set of books was created.
I would definitely agree with that.
Which is a much more interesting story. Well,
I don't know if it's more interesting. It's definitely interesting.
It explains everything. If you understand how the Old Testament was created, it explains everything about that book. It explains why God Yeah, to me it does. It explains
It
why
doesn't
God is
explain how the
constantly
universe was
saying,
created.
well, no, it explains everything about the book. Why the book is the way it is. Because my questions are why the book is the way it is. Because if you're going to make the claim that this is a perfect thing, and it's plainly not, then
but presumably
I want to know why it is. But like most,
the book
like,
the way
here's a
here's a
basic
be
thing.
For different reasons, right? Like depending on.
Well, number one is the conglomeration of a few books, versions of the books, because we're talking about a group of laws that were passed down through literal kingdoms who had their own versions. Those kingdoms fell, and then all of them were conglomerated into the third kingdom. It conglomerated the two separate Israel and Judah's versions of shit, which is why you've got these kind of two distinct gods mixing of Canaanite old religions and other stuff.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna bow out and listen to you guys because it's more of a you guys. I'm a Christian, so this is more of a you guys kind of thing. But I will definitely
re-examination.
As you divulge, I will take notes.
Don't make me argue the Christian position.
I'm not making you argue nothing. I'm not making you argue nothing. I'm just bowing out because this is not my conversation as opposed to all that. But if you guys want to mention some historical citations for me to consider and study, that would be great. But I don't really have a place in this discussion, so I'm just going to bow out where I don't belong. But thank you, Shiva.
Mm-hmm. See, that's the sad part. You do belong because you're the one using the book. It's super important that the people who are using the book actually understand where the book comes from. It's one of the most important things, because knowing where it came from in reality, in its anthropology, knowing that completely destroys the idea that what is written in the book is how the book came about. And that's why we don't ever have this conversation. That's why he would say, like, he would want to bow out, because the Christian understanding of the book is the book tells us how the book was made, and that is not how the fucking book was made.
I mean, I don't know. I'm on my nihilism mark, so I don't really give too much shits how the book.
I have no problem with nihilism. But what's the problem with believing that we create meaning? I have no problem with that.
I have no idea.
Hey, somebody who understands nihilism. Yay.
Yeah, it's not saying you don't believe in nothing. It's just saying that meaning isn't intrinsic.
Right. Don't keep saying it. You're going to trigger everyone else on planet Earth.
But do you know what, Effigy? I've been on my nihilism mark for one day only, and you are the first person who said, why is that a bad thing? Everyone else is. No, you can't be a nihilist.
I don't think being a nihilist stops you from believing things and believing in things.
Well, I've been on my nihilism mark since 1993, so I hope I don't get lumped into that category.
I mean, like, I believe that I exist, for example. I mean, I think I probably also believe that you exist, Effigy.
I haven't entirely given up on the...
Sorry, Dennison, go on.
I haven't even entirely given up on the possibility that I will achieve Ubermensch.
This isn't even my final form.
Is there such a thing, Effigy?
As the Ubermensch?
No, a final form. No. Probably not.
Because who says the Ubermensch is the final form? Who says the Ubermensch is the final form? Not Nietzsche.
I think Ubermensch is just an ideal in our heads.
Right. But is it the final ideal?
No, I don't think there is one. I don't believe perfection exists, therefore it's unattainable.
Well, not only that, even afterward, when you die, you'll change states. And then you'll rot and change states again. And eventually, you might even return to the sun from whence you came.
Sorry, Effigy came from the sun?
Yeah. We're all star child.
We're all star stuff.
I've got.
We're all
I've got-
stars.
Sagan said.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're a star.
Go on.
I'm a star. Lady Gaga was born a star.
By a star, do you mean a very dense object composed of plasma?
Not plasma, but
They're just
hydrogen.
certain elements that don't exist unless it goes through the furnace of a star, right? And all those elements eventually form planets, and the planets poop out life, and it's just you can trace yourself back to stars, the literal things in your body, the elements making you up.
I came down from the stars.
Like gold, heavy metals only come from stars. Every time you see a piece of gold, it was forged in the heart of a star.
Yeah, isn't gold alien extraterrestrial?
I mean, I literally just said that gold is forged in stars and gets spread out across the universe when stars explode. So like every piece of gold comes from a star. Like not in the sense of like our atoms and stuff, but like that chunk of gold that you pull out of the ground that was exploded out of a supernova.
I mean,
Meaning it can't be made on Earth.
I mean, I don't know. Like technology allows us to, circumvent, supersede nature in all kinds of ways. Who knows? We may be able to transmute elements all the way.
Alchemy allows us to turn lead into gold. So,
you know what my theory on alchemy was? My whole this is my conspiracy theory on alchemy. The entire idea of alchemy was born out of an ancient technology to break down rock and turn it back into rock. Basically forming cement. Like really, really ancient peoples had a formula for cement. They were able to destroy rock, turn it into paste, and then make it back into rock. And this idea that they could transmute elements came about. That's my theory on alchemy.
Right. I'm about a third of the way through this bottle. Is that good?
Wait, you're still going?
Good? Oh, this is a liter bottle, Denizen.
You're supposed to stop after you carb out.
After I do what now?
When you carb up, that's to soak up the booze and pass out like a normal person. You don't keep drinking.
Right. I mean, I only ate half the pizza so far, so maybe the carbs haven't hit me yet. But I am pouring myself another glass.
Have some soda with your pizza.
No, I'll have the soda with the gin.
This fucking guy. Gin on top of it all. So very English.
I mean, what should I be drinking? Sour mash whiskey?
Fucking some root beer. Yeah, that was a good reference, though. Sour mash whiskey. Congrats. Cheers for that one, mate.
No, I did drink. I mean, is Jack Daniel's sour mash? I think it is, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I there was one night I drank a bottle of Jack Daniel's and a bottle of vodka and about a half a bottle of brandy. And since then, I've never been able really to drink American whiskeys.
Well, bourbon is
re-examination in chat. Like, what did you want? Like what were you expecting? Like direct citations? Like you can look to like Genesis and see like all of. So if you split the Old Testament between the Iron Age and Bronze Age, you can find a lot more myths in the older stuff. A lot of Genesis is direct references to older myths that were like Sumerian or Akkadian or older Canaanite myths, like all mixed up. I can't cite you a specific book, but in Sumeria,
I can cite you an author.
The gods created the first human that they called the Adamu, and it just so happens that the Garden of Eden has Adam, right? Like there are like direct links to older religions found in the older recesses of the Bible.
If you're interested in how the Old Testament specifically kind of relates to what was present in the ancient Near East at the time, I can recommend someone called Dr. Joshua Bowen. Now, he is an atheist, so you're going to have to take that on board. But he's also very knowledgeable about what was going on in the ancient Near East at the points in time of the Old Testament.
And
Wait, myth
and to what
theory. What do you mean
effigy?
myth theory? Most of the older Bronze Age stuff is definitely myth. Abraham, myth. Moses, myth. Noah, myth. A lot of the older stuff is directly myth. It's the Iron Age stuff that they actually are writing around the time that they're setting their story, so they actually can have direct referential points. It's like Spider-Man being set in New York, right? A New York City exists, therefore you can reference it. But the myth stuff is definitely myth. It just is.
And zeitgeist isn't the citation, right? It's not the reference. It's a collection of other references. You would want to check the citation for the zeitgeist as a reference, and then and examine that material rather than just reject the movie or anything that it has to say out of hand.
Although didn't the Zeitgeist movie get some facts wrong pertaining to Egyptian?
Oh, you guys are referencing that movie. Okay, I didn't. Everybody kept using the word
I
Zeitgeist.
think
I didn't know
that's
you were
what-
talking about the movie Zeitgeist.
Not you
can't even
guys.
remember what was in there.
I wasn't talking about Zeitgeist the movie. Not you guys.
Well, a person in the chat was, and a person on here was.
Oh.
So that is a multiple.
Right. Oh, that is re-examination. Who doesn't agree with Zeitgeist? He thinks Zeitgeist is a joke. But here's the
Honestly, I
thing.
watched it once when I was younger. I can't even
re-examination.
remember what was in it.
Look, none of you can prove that dinosaurs didn't build the pyramids.
I don't know. I think we can.
Can you?
It shouldn't be too hard.
Go on then.
Things that are millions of years old usually have been buried by just basic silt deposit over time, right? The pyramids are not completely.
What are
just by
crocodiles?
different strata. We can say they're not from millions of years ago, right?
Right. But what
We
are
know stone
crocodiles?
structures don't last millions of years, right?
Precisely, but what are
Wind and
crocodiles?
sand destroy them way before that. Like
They-
anything
they
in the wind and
do.
sand, not even mountains stand in areas with
They do.
long wind and sand.
Agreed. What are crocodiles?
Wait, now we're switching animals.
What are what?
Like crocodiles.
Reptiles?
No, crocodiles. Like
Uh,
alligators.
Oh, a type of shoe?
What point
Right,
are
but
you
they're
trying to
a
make
type of-
about crocodiles that they haven't changed in millions of years?
They're a type of dinosaur that still exists.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
I
therefore,
guess you could argue that.
it stands
I'm not
to
sure if they're in the
reason
same.
that there could have been a type of dinosaur that was still extant at the time that the pyramids were being built, and you can't say otherwise.
I thought you were about to make some kind of Loch Ness monster argument.
No, I'm just trying to,
You're teaming up with
I do
JS now.
find, I do find his dino argument somewhat delicious. I must admit, I enjoy it a lot. I enjoy employing it in various.
Well, it's it's born out of young Earth creationism. Like young Earthers
It's
have to
also
say that
born out of being
dinosaurs were
American, I
around
think.
if they existed.
It's also born out of being American. I don't think you would find a Spaniard advancing the view that. Well, no, maybe you would. The
I
Spaniards.
don't know,
are
man.
weird.
Our American stupid is infecting the world. You wait and see.
That's not wrong. So, effigy. I'm on my nihilism arc. What do you hold to be true?
Do I hold to be true? Mostly that I
Yeah,
exist.
Well, hang on. That question is. It's not just what do you hold to be true. The question is, I'm on my nihilism arc. What do you hold to be true?
Look, I'm right there with you. Like I guess you could say, I don't know if I want to say struggled with nihilism, but nihilism's always been something in the back of my mind. As someone
Right.
who really early in life was like, I this whole theism thing is complete BS.
Right.
And then you, when you break everything down, if you start to go through it, it's really easy to think that, why would we think that random groups of atoms that form planets and then poop out us meant to do that or have meaning and stuff like that? So I might still be on my nihilism arc.
And similarly, why would we think that Trump was bad?
The answer's nothing, Lebowski. Yeah, we believe in nothing.
We believe in nothing, Lebowski.
Like, I suppose this is going to be when I'm trolling leftists with my nihilism mark. It's going to be, why is Trump bad? When I'm trolling conservatives, and there's a whole bunch of stuff I could pick, depending on what they say. But with leftists, it seems mostly, why is Trump bad? That seems to where the most fun will be derived. I mean, would you concur with that, Evergy?
Wait, say that one more time. Because when you say nihilism, I don't immediately think like, you have no beliefs. I don't think that. I think that nihilism is just something who doesn't have intrinsic meaning. So you're not going to be a theist if you're
Great.
You're a nihilist, right?
But the word bad has meaning, right?
Yes. I said, just because you say you're a nihilist doesn't mean you can't believe in good and bad.
Right.
You can totally think good. The ideas come from us.
Agreed. You can believe in good and bad as a nihilist, although we would first need to ascertain what badness is, and then secondly, whether Trump qualifies.
Badness is the things I don't like.
And does Trump qualify?
Yes. He is every single one of the things I don't like in life.
That's similar to something that I said a bit earlier. By a bit earlier, I mean before I started this stream, so at least 4 hours earlier, which was that.
No, to be seriously, I just find him the antithesis of my morals and values. Like the exact opposite kind of person that I think people should aspire to be. A stupid bully who fails his way upward.
Wait. But as a nihilist, why should I care what you think people should aspire to be?
Why as a nihilist? Like I said, nihilism doesn't mean you don't believe in anything. So I would assume that you actually have beliefs of your own and a moral system of your own. Why would you assume that? Believe? What do you mean, why would I assume that?
Yeah.
Because nihilism doesn't mean you don't believe anything.
It means that I believe that nothing has any meaning, and that includes more.
Has intrinsic meaning. I don't know if you'd have to call it like a malicious nihilist or a malignant nihilist. Are you suggesting
that I can impute meaning onto phenomena?
Yes, humans are meaning creation machines. That's what we do.
Right, but the phenomena themselves, do they have meaning?
No, I don't think so.
Right, so therefore you could argue, actually, the universe doesn't have any meaning.
I don't think any of us. I think people try to use the idea that things have intrinsic meaning as some kind of buttress to an argument, but I think regardless of that even existing, we still make the exact same kinds of arguments between each other when it comes to constantly push-pulling morality. Whether or not I think there's intrinsic meaning, I'm still going to argue morality in the exact same way because it's intrinsic to us. Because it's something built into us. Wait.
Morality is intrinsic to us.
Yes, it is an evolved sense within us.
Tell that to a serial killer.
Do we consider serial killers in a normal, nominal human state, or do we consider them?
Does the serial killer consider themselves in a normal human state?
Well, I mean, the serial killer consider himself anything he wants to be, but in a societal sense,
who are you to say that
people? Well, we're other people and we live in the same world.
Wrong?
We're all other people and we live in the same world. That's how we survive. Even if I'm a solipsist and I believe I'm the only thing that exists, the world keeps running into me and telling me that it does. So I have to at least assume it does to get by in the world. Otherwise, I just kind of falter and fail. I mean, you don't have to.
Not if you're truly like.
How well is your life going to go if you just don't accept that other people exist and pretend?
No. What does well mean? Like, you're using these terms like, how well is your life going to go? and it implies.
Yeah, because
that
I'm not
there's
going to assume that I
some
have to give a
states-
definition for every word that I have a conversation in.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure you understand what's going on here, but
well is just some shit you
I'm
made
on
up.
my nihilism arc,
Shiva,
and
do you-
yes, you are going to
do you
have to
have
define
the-
any word that I want you to.
Do you have the ability
Or
to
I'll just
turn on
move on and
restreaming?
assume that you just don't want to know. So
Do you have the ability to
my
turn on
nihilism tells me that I
restreaming?
don't have to impart meaning to you just because you don't have it.
Right, but
Is my mic
You want to live in, you want
interesting-
to live without meaning.
that's
Live without
an
meaning. It
interesting-
means living in ignorance. Have a good life living in ignorance if you want to. That's your
Well,
choice.
it doesn't actually necessarily mean that.
Chat, can you
Well,
hear
it
me?
doesn't mean you get to squeeze people like fruit just to get the juice of meaning out of them just because you want to play nihilist.
Or
No.
well, wait. That assumes there is a juice that can be squeezed out of them. That is.
Then don't
meaning.
ask the question about the word.
Why
Just
not?
just assume it has no meaning and move on. You're a nihilist.
Why?
Why do you want to know the meaning? Why do you care about the meaning?
I don't care about the meaning.
Then don't ask the
Testing,
question.
1, 2, 3.
Asking
Why-
the
why
question
do you-
shows that you care.
Why do you think I care?
Because you asked the question. If you didn't care, you wouldn't ask
Oh,
the
is
question.
that's called behaviorism. I would put to you that that's a wrong view.
Behaviorism to what?
Yeah.
What's called behaviorism? You have to explain that. What's the meaning?
Behaviorism is when
Obviously
you,
not a nihilist if you
observe-
believe in behaviorism and that it has a meaning that you can impart to me.
Gotta get up to get
So
down.
what would constitute a nihilist in your view? Effigy.
At this point, I don't
How
fucking
can I
know.
prove it? How can I prove it?
Well, then why are you claiming it if you can't prove it?
How? No, I'm not saying that I can't. prove it.
Gentlemen,
If you
I'm
can't prove it,
asking you-
then, I mean, you're the one
Can I-
claiming
may
it.
I interject briefly, please?
Wait, no, you
Wait,
can't.
can it-
I am not saying that I can't prove it. I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm gonna fuck off the
How can I
panel.
prove it to you?
I'm simply trusting you at your word.
Am I allowed to participate in this in any way whatsoever, or no?
Yeah,
for it,
sure,
Denison.
Denison. Don't get butthurt. What do you want to say?
Oh, I'm not butthurt. I'm just bored and gonna go fuck off and do something else because, like, I
Okay.
thought my mic wasn't working until I went back and listened to the stream, and I'm coming through clearly and audibly.
Right.
But
Right.
I asked you several times if you have the ability to enable restream.
No. No.
Okay, and given that and the context in which this occurred, I grant you, gentlemen, your space and have a good debate.
All right. Fuck off then. I'm not giving fucking Denison what he wants out of that. Fuck that bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry that he was trying to make himself heard and I didn't hear him. But I didn't hear him. It wasn't intentional. So, Effigy,
So, Dr. Shiva.
long time no see. Things have changed. What have you got?
Yeah, it's been quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I moved in the last like 6 months. Like a really big move. Things are super different.
In terms of like location.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
But
Is
yeah,
that good or bad?
haven't been in the same circles. No, it's good. It was definitely a good move. I needed to move. I needed to get out of a place that I've been in for a very long time. Had too many ghosts there, and just things were just going downhill. It was a very good move. Very good move. Things are looking much better. Have a much better community to be a part of here. Many, many more opportunities. And it's a neat town. I haven't lived in a neat town, and this one's pretty neat. But yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. We don't really go in the same circles
No.
anymore.
I mean, are there circles? I don't really move in circles.
Well, I heard you earlier talking about VK, and I don't go on VK anymore.
Yeah, why not?
You're the first person that's asked me since I stopped going all those months ago. It was a combination of things.
Well, we've only, to be honest, this is the first time we've spoken about it.
True.
So, I mean, it's the first time that we met. So, since you stopped going, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was just meaning like I've been around other people who've been on that show with me as well, and they've never asked, but you are the first person to ask. But because you're the first, I will tell you. It was a combination of quite a few things. One, after the Charlie Kirk shit, the rhetoric on a bunch of right-wing channels went to a point that was crossed a line for me. When the idea of specific ideologies need to be, exterminated from public life, or specific ideologies are solely responsible for violence, when that started being regular talking points, I started taking note of that. Two, the shit with Sarah, I found that utterly hypocritical to the point of just really like it just pissed me off. And I know a bunch of people are hypocrites, but seeing a bunch of people who regularly tout their masculinity all of a sudden dogpile on one female creator just because she had the temerity to be in the wrong room, I just kind of decided that, plus the idea that the audience there was basically trying to turn me into a lol cow. My loss rate was like hovering around 80%. I just decided that I needed to start being more picky with the places that I give value. And since I enjoy going into right-wing spaces to debate, I'm going to choose which ones I give value to.
Right. Okay. I mean, I suppose that's a different approach to the one that I take to things, which is that I don't really have allegiance to Sarah or Speakeasy in relation to their.
I don't have allegiance either. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know Sarah particularly well. If it wasn't like, if David hadn't committed suicide, then it might have been the case that I might have kind of popped onto one or two of Sarah's streams if they'd interested in me. But like in the last few months, it's kind of felt like doing that would be dangerous, and then I'd have to kind of explain my context,
right?
And I don't really want to do that, like so it's just kind of best to avoid kind of explaining I might be a bit irrational or weird, but that's not really me. That's just kind of the context. I don't want to get into all that kind of bullshit. Do you know what I mean?
No, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, I don't have any opposition to Sarah as a person. I'm not interested in her beef with Speakeasy. That's between them, or her beef with Andrew or Rob, which I think is where it might have originated with Rob. That's fuck all to do with me. Like,
I mean, I have definite opinions on them. So that was definitely part of my decision. I want in no way for me to provide value to anyone associated with that web of bullshit. Anyone associated with those people.
Well, I mean, I suppose,
and I just like the space, to tell you the truth. I the community around Sarah's people, like I said, I don't have any kind of allegiance. Like it could be the exact same thing tomorrow. Like she does something stupid and I'm just like, I don't want to provide value here. But to tell you the truth, it wouldn't matter, because I don't feel like as much as a token there, because there are tons of lefties who come on there. So I don't feel like I'm being thrown into like some kind of wolf's den just for people to have the pleasure of seeing it get ripped apart.
Right.
And like I said, it didn't matter anyway, because I could have on VK, and I had many times debated the dumbest half-brain mush retard, and I'd still lose. So it was just like, I'm not feeling this anymore. And I think, and it's funny because people had told me that would happen. Like a bunch of lefties who used to debate regularly on there said, like, you'll get burned out. We did. I was like, no, I enjoy it, but
I mean, yeah, no, that's fair. Although I don't think that's necessarily to do with you being a lefty, and it's to do with you being a human being, and human beings get burned out on.
I mean, I still watch. I wish Easy and Alicia and them all the best. I still enjoy the show. I'm glad that they still use the graphics that I made. You know, a lot of the graphics on the show are the ones that I've made, that Easy paid me to make. So, yeah, I don't wish him any ill will. It's just a matter of where I want to provide value and feel more welcome.
Well, so then if I want to chat with you, where do I need to come?
As far as like public debates,
no, just chats like public, because we never really debated.
We're friends on Discord, right?
Yeah, but I mean, do you? It's not like you kind of stream on Discord or kind of pop up on Discord, right?
Discord is just a chat app, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, no. There's
like I'm always on. Like
when someone is on when someone is on a public panel, and then I join the panel, and then they don't leave, I assume that in that instance they are perfectly willing to converse with me. That's a different thing to contacting somebody privately on Discord. To say, hey, do you want to have a chat and hang out for a bit? Like, do you see what I mean? Like,
well, yeah. Well, if there's the only like public debate space that I'm regularly on is probably Sarah's, and that's mostly because like every time she has a debate, Sarah reaches out to me through Discord. It's like, hey, come on.
Okay.
And I appreciate that when people like actively want you to be in a space. So,
I mean, I could go on to Sarah's. I suppose I've kind of avoided it for two reasons. One, I didn't really have a pre-existing relationship with Sarah, and two, I'm kind of aware there's this beef between her and Easy, and you know.
Well, no, the beef is like, between her and the entire Crucible people. Like they basically like all went out after at the same time.
Well, I don't really care about the Crucible. I don't really have any relationship with Rob or Andrew Wilson. So,
but Easy's kind of associated with that. Like that's what I'm saying is you are on something that is associated with it.
Right, but like I have a relationship with Easy. To be honest, Easy's been very kind to me.
Same. I don't have any complaint about my dealings with Easy. I know a lot of other people do, and that's all that people do right now is drama shit.
So I suppose, but the drama shit itself wouldn't be enough to deter me from going to Sarah's, other than the fact that I don't really know that context very well, and I sort of don't want to have to explain how.
I mean, it's open panel stuff. Like she'll have like a person who's focused on them. And then after everything, there's always an open panel.
Just to say that this kind of thing that's going on at the moment, like it's going to be temporary, because it's to do with David, like in ways, just because. How do I explain this?
Re-examination. That was a good one.
It's almost like I crashed out for that one. Re-examination sent me the link to this to kind of watch and maybe join, because I think it was an open panel at some point where T Jump was going to be arguing for objective morality, which I would have found interesting, but I couldn't stay awake. So.
Yeah, I mean that's the big drama one that started where Sarah kicked Dusty, and it caused this huge rift between them because he was like, you kicked me." It's so
right. Okay, I did hear about that vaguely afterwards.
And of course, it sent the entire like ortho debate bros into a tizzy because they were like, "Har, look, bad thing."
I mean,
but they have. She has a wide plethora of guests and topics. Some of them get pretty good. Some of them are, of course, like, I mean, she's conservative herself, so there's going to be a little bit of a right wing bent, but she actually does have some good topics from left wingers. Like I think this Saturday there's a non-dualism debate that T-Jump and a few other kind of philosophy tubers are getting into. Like I think that one might be really fun.
Oh wait, can I get in on that? And
yeah, Saturday after that they have there'll be a 5-person debate for like an hour or two, and then afterward they'll have an open panel.
Because you do get that I'm extremely non-dualistic in terms of my approach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. No, I kind of feel like I should. I mean,
I'm surprised I haven't seen you on what is it, Mega Bloodbath debates, the atheist religious debates.
I have been on there. Again, for a similar reason, because I haven't wanted to explain to relative strangers this is the context of me. But I haven't really wanted to, like, so I've actually been on the Mega Bloodbath debate before, but not since David died. So
yeah, if there was any one debate channel, I expected that you would, feel like these are the topics that I can sink my teeth into. It'll be that one, because they get into the much deeper end of religious debates, and not just like the Christian-y end of it.
Well, yeah, but it's like I don't know them very well, and I'm kind of an honest person. Like I'm like, it's just part of who I am, and so if I'm having a shit time, I will tend to let people know I'm having a shit time, and that might affect how I'm arguing. And then, like, I suppose with the community that's around Speakeasy, just by virtue of the fact that they happen to be aware of me when David killed himself, and so they might have watched me kind of going mental over the last few months. Like I don't need to explain that context. Whereas if I go somewhere new and then I start fucking spazzing out because like I can't remember what I'm saying, or which is something that's been happening since that event, like things are very different. I'm nowhere near as confident in debates as I used to be, nowhere near as what's the word that I want to use? Kind of sure-footed.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And that's, its own challenge. But also, I don't want to put that onto people who don't know me and then kind of, in a way, force them to take my own needs into account. Like that just won't work for me. So, I would just much rather not engage with those platforms. Like I'll go on VK purely because I know that the people who go on VK, or at least a majority of them, are fully aware of what's been going on, and I don't need to explain anything. If I kind of spurg out and lose my fucking shit, I actually don't need to explain that because they understand what's kicking off. Whereas if I were to go into Sarah's channel and I flipped out, I would then need to explain that, right? Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem because it kind of restricts me from going to places. For reasons entirely unrelated to what the reasons people might think. Anyway, anywho, you still a compatibilist?
Yeah. I like my little compatibilistic idea that we can squeak out a little free will from this deterministic existence.
Free from what?
Free from determination.
Wait. That seems like a contradiction.
Or at least sliding the level of determination over a bit. Because I guess it wouldn't be completely free. It would just be free from like direct determination.
I'm looking forward to arguing nihilism with the author bros.
Are you going to use this same avenue that you came with me, where it's like you need every word explained? Because that's what they do. You know, that's their tactic, is that they sit there and stop you on every word and be like, you have to explain this, define this.
Yeah, but also just questioning, like, oh, who's that? Oh, re-examination is back. Hello, Smelly.
Yeah, back on a limited basis. I wanted to let you know that Eli Nix has asked Easy if he'd get a moderated debate with you. So it looks like you do have a Swords of Reason on your hands. It won't be with me, but it'll be and Eli is not going to use the same avenue as I would. So don't take him as a one-to-one for who I am.
What does he want to debate?
He didn't tell me what the topic was. He might do the angle he did with Planet Peterson, which was that tag proves God, or that something along the lines of atheism is impossible, or something along the lines of that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's been everywhere doing presuppositional debates lately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been on
Yeah.
PK. He's been on Mega Bloodbath a few times. He's
excellent. Eli, I'm giving you fair warning now. You need to conclusively demonstrate that a foundation is required. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I will pass that along to him. Look at me. I'm organizing without even trying.
I don't know. I'm so tired of arguing against tag. It's like, it feels like it's been half my life like arguing against tag.
Well, that's all right.
Isn't it better to have discussions anyway and just talk to people as if they're people, as opposed to rock'em sock'em robots?
Yeah, I mean, no, it's true. Like, it is so much easier to have a conversation instead of like trying to find an avenue for a gotcha, which is what I think like Bloodsport debates. That's all it is you're trying to find an avenue for a gotcha, so you can be like, I got you,
right?
I won.
You're wearing your Kangol hat backwards, and you got your wife beater on. You're out in the parking lot in 7-Eleven, and you're just like strutting around. I mean, look, it's fun, but is it like, that's not even the reason I came here. I don't even come here on the YouTube to mix it up with atheists. I really wanted to correct things that were messed up within the Christian realm, like the Christian nationalist type people who are ethnostatists, or the health and wealth prosperity people.
I'll join you on that one.
So I mean,
wait, is that wrong?
Is what wrong? Ethnostatism?
The Christian nationalist ethnostate, is that wrong?
I would argue that ethnostatism is antithetical to Christian ethics.
Right.
So from that perspective, yes. However, it's really hard to even get a definition of what Christian nationalism actually is, because the New Testament does not prescribe any charter of government anywhere.
Right.
So that's all I wanted.
Really easy to list what Christian nationalism in American is. Also, as far as the American context, Christian nationalism is never, ever decoupled from white nationalism in America, just historically. Like, those two things are linked.
Is that wrong? White nationalism?
Any ethnostatism is inherently wrong, because it draws an arbitrary moral.
Well, since I believe in pluralism, yes.
But why is white nationalism wrong?
Well, you said, okay, this you're positing it kind of like how Jesse Lee Peterson does it.
Exhibit A, the history
you
of the
like
United
white
States.
people, you know. It's just the hyper focus makes it a little disjointed.
Stop practicing on us, Shiva.
Look. The individual ideology is actually not relevant, and the question could be asked of any ideology. It doesn't matter. Like, let's substitute communism for white nationalism, and the same question would remain: Is communism wrong?
Sure, but it wouldn't. But here's the difference I see. If we're talking about is white nationalism wrong, I would point to the root of why it applies to other things. But in terms of communism, I would say if you're talking, are we talking about theoretical communism or the practical communism that has a
Well,
mixed
when you're
market
talking about
economy?
white nationalism, do you mean theoretical or practical?
I mean, in its moral claims. And so, if you want to do that, apply that to
The
communism.
same question, the same
Okay.
answer.
Sure. If you want to play it to communism, because private property rights exist and a communist would deny that, that would be morally wrong.
Right. But is that wrong?
Is what wrong? At which point?
Property rights. Are property rights wrong?
I don't understand the question. Is the existence of property rights morally wrong? That feels incoherent. Are you just trying to use me as practice for Eli?
That's what I'm saying.
Wait. No. Stop. You brought up property rights, saying that communists view property rights as being wrong. So I just asked a simple follow-up question. Are property rights wrong? And now you're accusing me of incoherency.
I thought you were talking based on my worldview or based on
based on what you were saying.
Okay.
Like, are property rights wrong?
No, property rights are not wrong.
So the communists were right with respect to property rights then?
What?
See, this is what I'm dealing with. Okay. Check it out. This is just the first. You heard it here first. The development is underway. Eli Nix versus Shiva. It's going to be a banger. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Wait.
And I make my live. I have the right. I have the right.
You pivoting.
No, this is even Effigy was like baffled at your question, dude. Come on.
Hang on. What was okay? So
because you said the opposite thing. You said are property rights wrong instead of are they right or good?
Sorry, say that again.
Instead of saying are they right or good, you said are they wrong, and then said that that's what the communists are right, which is incoherent because it was opposite to what the actual question was.
Thank you.
You just misspoke.
Okay, yeah. That could very well be true. My defense would be that I'm drunk.
And that's fine. That's my defense too. That's my defense too. All right. Cool talking to you guys. Developments.
Tell Eli that if he wants to do a debate and we can set this up, I will obviously be sober when I'm doing this for no good reason, but it will probably please him. So there we go.
Okay. Now, what did you want him to demonstrate?
Oh, sorry. Did he not choose a prompt?
Actually, you know what? He's saying if Easy doesn't want to moderate, either I could moderate or Steelborn could moderate. Now, I would gladly moderate because I know both you and Eli, and I think I would be decently fair if Easy doesn't want to do
it. Either one of you three, I suppose. I don't really care.
Yeah.
I
don't think you know Steelborn very well, though, right?
I would say that I know him equally as well as I know you or Eli.
Oh, okay.
I might know Easy a little bit more.
Okay, I stand corrected. I have not seen you interact with Eli or Steelborn, but you and I.
That's because I barely interacted with either of them.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I think there's a difference between how familiar you and I would be if I walked down the streets of, I don't know where you are. I don't know where you are in England. I was just going to start raffling off names. But if I just walk down the street and I see you, I think we would be more comfortable having a conversation rather than just like you and Steelborn doing introductions or you and Eli doing introductions, right? We'd be like, hey, I wouldn't say, I'd say whatever your name is. And you'd say, hey, Patrick, because that's my real name. And I would say that I know you more than either Eli or Stillborn. Cool.
If that's what you're asking.
Now, you wanted to demonstrate that things require a foundation. I think that's what you said, right?
Oh, no, I don't want to demonstrate that.
No, but you want him to demonstrate that.
Oh, if that's his claim, sure. If that's what he wants to debate. But he might not want to debate that specific topic.
I'll pitch
but
that
I'm
as an idea to
broadly-
him.
I'm broadly an atheist, moral anti-realist, anti-foundationalist. So
Let me write that down for him. Moral anti-realist, and he already knows that
Yeah.
about that. Moral anti-realist, anti-foundationalist.
mhm.
It won't matter. He'll still argue the exact same thing.
He will.
That's
Um,
precepts for
and
you.
also
They're nothing if not cookie
atheist.
cutter.
Atheist.
Okay. Atheist. Okay.
And
Mor-
if he wants something to sink his teeth into before he speaks with me,
Ooh, pizza. No,
if he wants to demonstrate what I don't know what he wants to demonstrate, so that's a pointless question. So ignore that. I'm just gonna stop that. That's just bullshit.
okay. So here's
This would be a
Here-
great debate to go on your nihilism arc on. Like if they bring tag and you can just be like, what's truth? What's the eternal
Yeah.
categories? What's knowledge?
Yeah,
Those don't exist.
precisely. Yeah. What does all that bullshit mean?
How can you use things that aren't real to prove something?
I mean, I don't know. I think the nihilism arc could be beautiful.
It could be, yes.
objectively, right?
You just have to point it in the right direction.
Is beauty objective?
Yes. That raccoon is beautiful. No, I'm kidding.
Is it?
Come on, dude. Just take a joke. All right.
Oh my god! Come on! Similarly, just take the fucking joke.
Oh, I couldn't tell. You know what? You're too British for me. I'm Irish. I'm not even halfway there. So
I mean, look.
I
I
can't
am
tell with you
calling myself-
sometimes.
I am going online calling myself Dr. Shiva. That should give you a clue. Yeah, but no.
Mr.
Seriously,
Dr.
if-
Shiva.
Mr. Dr. Shiva, yeah. If you want to set this debate up with Eli on Swords of Reason, on like if you give me here's what I will request is 2 weeks notice, so that if it's like a subject I'm not particularly knowledgeable about, I can at least do some research on it. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what Shiva's scheduling is like, but I have a pretty regular scheduling. I would be happy to moderate, but I'm sure I would get plenty of bullet holes from both you guys because it would be my first time officially moderating.
Well, you wouldn't get
anything.
any, but you wouldn't
No.
get any bullet holes.
Well, the bullet holes would be
Being
like,
moderator.
you should have shut him up, and why did you let him talk? And I'll be like,
Oh
Every-
no!
Every- here's the thing,
I wouldn't
every-
do that to the
it's kind
moderator.
of like in tennis where every chair umpire gets the fire because they didn't do a particular thing right, and so it looks biased one way or the other. So there's always the risk of optics, and same thing I think is true with moderators.
I
So
mean,
it's
that's
a personal risk
That's
at that point.
that's that kind of true, but from my part, that's not something that I would engage in because I can just shout. So I don't need to appeal to the moderator. I can just be as annoying as the other person.
Right. But at a certain point, if it just became cacophony, I would probably put you both in the back for like a couple seconds and give you a timeout in the corner until the dust has settled.
But I
and
mean,
then we can-
I think I've seen Eli debate before. He seems a fairly reasonable debater.
Yeah, let's put it this way: you both have a
Yeah, but he's
mixture of
essentially
reasonable
like
and
the Timu
aggressive.
version of the Ortho Bros. Like he's right up there with like he's not quite like that level of Jim Bob Andrew or Jay Dyer, but he's reading their book basically. Like you'll
Right.
get deja vu just from debating him. It's the exact same shit.
Okay, I mean, yeah, no, that's fine.
I mean,
I
Andrew
don't mind
literally sells a
debating.
course on how to debate like him, and you can tell
Right.
instantly when you're debating someone who fucking spent that money.
Right. Okay. I mean, look. I mean, if Eli wants to debate me on a topic, that's fine. if he wants to pick it, I suppose that's fine. I mean, I'd quite like a chance to review the topic. I'm not Rob Noah. Similarly,
you're not doing the Noah prep debates.
Yeah. Similarly, if he wants me to pick a topic, sorry, I've got hiccups because of the booze. If he wants me to pick a topic, I'm happy to give him a topic and then see if he's happy to debate that.
Okay. Do you have any topics in mind you would like to suggest? And I'll let him know that you're open to his topics.
Oh yeah, sure. God is evil.
real nihilist.
I can already hear the answer, which is just like God is intrinsically good, therefore he cannot be evil.
You guys might want to brush up on my debate with B.S. Lewis I had on my second stream on atheism recently, because that covers a lot of basic ground. That would be if you. I don't know why I'm giving you research.
I would much rather read philosophers who have written books on the problem of evil.
Okay. Well, okay. That's fine. Then don't. All right.
Here's another thing. How about this? Let's be more precise. How about this? Divine mystery as a different prompt. Maybe he might want to debate this. Divine mystery leads to total epistemic collapse.
Interesting.
So how would I divine mystery commits you to global skepticism?
Okay, well, which phraseology do you want?
They're both saying the same thing.
Okay. Well, I've got the first one. I'll type.
Which would be the most antagonistic towards him? Divine mystery commits you to global skepticism. Yeah, that one.
Okay, hold on.
That's a fantastic argument, by the way.
Yeah, I doubt that he's going to take that one. What's your next suggestion?
Sure. The Bible.
He's not going to debate on the Bible.
The Bible endorses slavery. The word here is not condones, endorses. That's much stronger.
Did you see my debate on slavery?
No.
Okay. It's the only sort of the reason I've done.
Okay. Was it about the Bible endorsing slavery?
Yep.
And was your position that it was?
I said it was not.
All right. Who were you debating?
Aidan Linden, who also debated Kent Hovind.
I don't know who that is.
Kent Hovind is
no, I know who Kent Hovind is. I don't know who your interlocutor was.
Aidan Linden is also kind of part of the Breakfast Taco sphere-ish. He's good friends with B.S. Lewis, who is a right-hand man, recruiter, organizer for Breakfast Tacos.
And do you think you won that debate or lost it?
Do I think I won? Yes.
Mm-hmm. In that wait, so you think you won really?
Yes.
Oh, that's surprising. Maybe we should debate on whether the Bible endorses slavery. And we'll see if you still think you win that debate.
I think the framework is pretty tight. I've already done it.
Like it seems odd to me, because it seems to me that someone who thinks that like Christianity is true and that the Bible is an expression of Christianity and that the Bible is true, like the Bible endorses slavery. It tells you how you can buy slaves.
Okay,
slaves.
Watch the debate first. I acknowledge all that.
No, I won't. No, I won't. This is like, if the Bible says,
I'm sure there's some kind of new covenant argument in there somewhere.
I'm sure that new covenant argument can be dismissed. Sorry, re-examination. This is a bit mean, because this is a bit like the reverse of VK.
Are you
right?
saying I'm
Like,
teasing you? Are you saying I'm teasing
no,
you?
I'm saying
You're
that
such a tease.
I'm teasing you. Is what I'm saying. I'm being mean, not you. I'm the one that's being mean, not you.
Here's the thing. You probably don't have the time because you have all sorts of stuff to do and whatever. But
No, I don't.
If okay, then watch my debate.
I have literally like re-examination. I have all of the time in the world.
Okay, then you have no
Because
excuse to not watch my debate on
only
slavery.
thing. Well, no, that's not true.
Jesus did say, "Slaves, obey your masters."
He did.
I got an answer for all that too. Yep.
I'm sure you have an answer.
Jesus, was it Jesus who also said there are no slaves and masters? He did say that, didn't he? Re-examination.
Yep, and that in
but
principle
also,
is not violated.
Right.
Yep.
But also in that same verse, there are no men or women.
In terms of their acceptance before God, yes.
Right. So
and there it says also there are no Greeks and barbarians and Scythians.
We can say that there are no slaves or masters in terms of acceptance before God, but there are slaves and masters in the world, right?
Again, you watch my debate. I'm not going to rehash the debate for you. If you want to come back later and we can have a discussion about that, we can do that after the fact. But just watch
wait. Do you say that to everyone? Do you have a conversation with? What's this conversation I had with a different person earlier?
You should watch my debate
and then come back to me.
Because, well, here's the thing: if I got 10 minutes left on where I'm at right now, then
right.
yeah. So I'm not going to divulge into all that when I'm sure I'm going to be interjected with tons of questions.
Here's what you should say then. Let's have this conversation later, Shiva, rather than watch my debate, which is we're not going to have this conversation, like, because we can have this conversation later, right? Like,
okay, fair enough. But let me have some sympathy for me on this aspect. When I want to know two sides of a topic, I try and find the best two people on the kind of arguments I've made. I've never heard anybody else make on this topic. So I'll say that much. But also, when I want to research something, I look at debates so as to sharpen out and get all the bad ideas out of the way, and hopefully only the plausible good ones are made. So this is me coming from what I think is efficient, not so much me dismissing you. I just think that is the best way to disseminate from my position and in a way that's under scrutiny. So if you please don't take offense to that.
Yeah, no. I just kind of took that as read. Should I? I like that's. Just
I understand how it comes off. So I want to correct that.
I'm concerned. Like, yeah. You don't need to worry about that at all.
I mean, you have to understand, Sheba, that Christians have to tie quite a big knot to make up for some of the shit the Bible says. It takes time, and sometimes you just don't have that time.
Well, I think the problem is, effigy, is that the problem is that you don't realize that morals are objectively true, and that morals are to be found in the Bible, and so that therefore it's objectively moral to sometimes rape women to punish their husbands. Wouldn't you agree? Re-examination
to punish their husbands. Where what's the citation?
God.
Is it in the same
David? King David, Bathsheba. What was the punishment?
The punishment for who?
For King David. What was the punishment?
Oh, he was not given a punishment. That was, but that doesn't mean it was morally justified.
He wasn't given. So it is morally permissible to punish other people for the crimes of a different person, right? Sorry, no, you don't want to debate. I'm being very mean. Bad, Shiva. Stop it. Don't do it again.
Oh, Shiva, it's morally permissible. It's the entire premise of the religion that another person can take your sins.
Second of all, you have no evidence that there was any force applied to there, or if it was seduction. That was
wait. Force applied to whom?
To Bathsheba.
I'm not suggesting that it was force applied to
Didn't
Bathsheba.
you did? You did. You said
No,
the
I
R
no,
word.
no, I
You
did
said,
not.
yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Wait, what makes you think that I'm saying that Bathsheba
You-
was the woman who was raped?
Who are you talking about then?
David's wives, who were raped as punishment for David's sin,
are you
according
talking-
to God. Because
talking
God
about?
says,
Where?
I will cause your wives to be raped. Well, no, what he actually says is, I will cause your wives to be taken by your enemy, and they will fuck them on the roof of your palace. But like
Okay,
what?
yeah.
Like
Yeah, God can
but
do whatever he wants.
those women,
God owns
those
everything.
women
So
were,
that's not
were
David.
raped, and we know they were raped because they were not executed, because that was the punishment for committing adultery.
It's always a
Right?
curious thing to me that like the claim that re-exam just made. Well, God can do anything He wants. He made
Correct.
everything.
Correct.
Why
Property
would
rights.
you assume that you can get morals from an amoral being?
That's a
Wait,
contradictory
if that's
question.
your answer,
No, I don't think it is.
God can do anything, then that means that objectively, rape is not wrong.
That doesn't make any
On
sense.
your
That does not
view,
follow.
on your view,
That does not follow. I'm sorry. That does not follow.
follow.
No, you can keep shouting, but it does not follow.
Okay, let's break this down. If God says, I will cause these women to be raped as punishment for your sin, which is what God says
Mhm.
to
Okay,
David
by the way,
through,
by the
through
way, just
Nathan.
make sure, which part of 2 Samuel are we talking about? Is it 2 Samuel 15?
Oh shit! Do you want me to look it up? I don't have the verse off my head. Okay, so we've got the verse, the bit in 2 Samuel, right? You've got the bit where you have the fucking what's his name? David has the affair with Bathsheba, right? And then a bit later, there's a war after he sends Bathsheba's husband to the front line to be killed, right? After that, you then have Nathan. It might be, I'm guessing here, chapter 12, 16, but that's just if I can guess. It might be wrong. I do need to look it up. But Nathan, where God is speaking through Nathan. So it's not Nathan speaking, it's God speaking.
Yep.
And
I mean,
so,
Nathan has his agency, but yes, it's God.
right?
using it as a
Yeah.
vessel.
Well, does Nathan have his agency? Because
Here we go. Every
Balaam,
rabbit hole. Every rabbit hole is just too
Balaam,
tempting
well,
for you.
yeah, but Balaam might say different. But let's ignore the Balaam and Balak thing, and we'll just like focus on this one thing, right? So God speaking through Nathan says, "I will raise up evil in your household," right?
Yep.
And so then he says, "I will cause this to happen."
Yep.
I will cause your wives to be taken.
Yep.
And I will cause them to be laid with. And then
Yep.
later in chapter 16, or it's chapter 16 rather than verse 16. But it's when Absalom and
Amnon, you talking about that?
Ahimelech are storming the palace. Now, Absalom is David's son, and Ahimelech is Absalom's advisor. And Ahimelech advises Absalom to storm the palace and then take the king's wives, his father's wives, and lay with them on the roof of the palace.
Yep.
Just as God said that he would cause to occur.
Yep.
Right. So if God
why don't we add to that
something,
why don't we add to that? Let's add Jude chapter 1, which is only one chapter in Jude, verses 4, talking about Jude 1 verse 4 says, "For there are certain men crept in unawares who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness and denying the only Lord our God and Lord Jesus Christ."
What's that passage referring to?
That's talking about people who are false Christians who are trying to turn people away.
Right.
And then let's add to that.
Wait.
Let's
No.
go to Romans 9. Oh,
Is
hold on.
referring to? Is that referring to God?
You get to rattle off.
Stating, no. Is that referring to God explicitly stating that He will cause women to be raped?
Again, I'm adding to the total list of what you're talking about. So I'm going to address that, but I'm going to add to it while we're at it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Sure.
So we can go to Romans 9, and I'm trying to think where it is. So, I mean, I'm looking at it. Romans 9 verses 13, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid. For he has said to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So it's not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but God who showeth mercy. And of course, that goes on to talk about him hardening Pharaoh's heart. Right. And then what else can we go? Revelation 13:8. Revelation 13:8 says, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. So every single atrocity, every single event, every single thing comes back to a decree by God. And because it is his to work with and not ours to work with, he can tell us what to do, and it is therefore wrong. But he himself has no superseding law telling him what not to do. Therefore, it is not immoral, cannot be immoral in any possible world, and can be immoral for us.
Fantastic. But can we both agree?
Like I said, an amoral being.
In relation to
it would have to be objectively moral, because in his own assessment he is moral because he is the foundation of reality, therefore self-confirming.
So, okay,
how can you say that though? How can you say objectively
moral? Necessarily true.
Oh my God! Look. I brought this up in relation to what initially? What was the text that I quoted?
I don't remember, because we were talking about 2 Samuel, but I don't know where.
So we were talking about David and Bathsheba and Ahimelech.
And
I'm mispronouncing that name.
Those
Nathan was the prophet.
Correct.
Nathan was the prophet that communicated the judgment to David. So
I am so sorry. I'm getting a call. Can we continue this on a stream at some point?
Sure. Yeah,
thanks.
Sure.
Bye.
I mean, I need more Christians. Because you're not a Christian, are you, Effigy?
No, not for a very, very, very long time. Not since I was a kid.
I mean, you believe in free will. Ooh, does that make you a moral realist?
In the sense that I think morals are real things.
Hang on. I can vaguely hear re-examination, so I'm just going to drop him. He might maybe. I think he can just rejoin, or maybe not. He can comment me in the chat if he wants to, but just in case other people could hear what he was saying on this phone call. He forgot to do that.
No, I'm definitely not a moral realist. I don't think moral stances are mind independent.
Right.
See, what sets a lot of people off by how T-Jump was coming about the idea that morals are objective. He starts with the premise that the fact that we experience morality is objective. The fact that a thing called morals happens in our brains, essentially. And that's kind of how I start off with. I don't think morals are these codes that exist outside of us. I think they start with these basic, I guess you could say I'm kind of a moral emotivist.
Right.
Because I think it all starts with moral emotions. I think when you talk about morality, I think the base of that is moral emotions that you can see exhibited in human beings before they can even speak. You know, we've had tests on babies that have proven that certain moral emotions exist, like straight out. Fairness, jealousy, like just there's all kinds of things that we have moral principles that shoot off of these feelings. That's not all of morality, because we then build upon moral thinking, moral reasoning, and then create moral philosophy, and morality's become this enormous thing that sits on top of that foundation. But I think that is the foundation, is that when you're talking about something is good or bad, you're linking how it makes you feel to experience or see it.
Okay, I mean, I've advanced that sort of argument quite
Yeah, I think I've heard you say that before. Yeah.
Okay. So
also, can I just say really quickly from what he was saying, like this is the thing that bugs the fucking shit out of me. Like, you're sitting there being like, no, this thing is intrinsically moral. That's why it can do all these things that my moral system says are abhorrently evil, and they still be moral. Does no one see the disconnect in this? Like, you're either saying that there are two wholly different moral systems, which then I think I need to force every Christian to specify which moral system are you talking to me from, because you're definitely not allowed to do God's moral system, But then how can you call it good if doing that thing in this world is not good? Like, it's not morally good. So there's this cognitive dissonance that just makes this entire premise like ridiculous. Also, I can own anything in the world. I can make children. It doesn't mean I can do what I want to them. Like, this entire premise is fucking retarded.
And I think that the Christian position, when you really press it, results in a kind of moral nihilism, because they have to resort to, well, good is what God says, in which case it has,
but it's not, it's what they say.
Value.
They just use God like a puppet to interpret the way they want it. Like, that's all it's ever been. That's why we have multiple religions on earth.
It sort of means that, like, goodness means nothing, because when God says you should go and kill babies, that's good. Like, I don't know. There are certain Christian arguments for morality that I just find very odd. I find them very odd.
And that's they are very odd. It's it's easy to tell if you look at it through the lens of it's moral authoritarianism. It's morals that are authored. There's no thinking about consequence. There's no thinking about the innumerable things that we think about as far as why we think things are good and bad. It's authored by someone. It's spoken into existence. Hence why you can get a Christian to admit that if God told them to do a blatantly immoral thing, they would do it because God told them to do it. Therefore, it is then good.
It's not just that they're authored, but it's by that they're authored by something that can't be demonstrated to be excellent.
Sure.
Like, if I mean, you could say that the laws of the country are authored. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups again. But that's fine because they're authored by a government that I know about and can verify exists. Whereas to say that morality is authored, say, by God, excuse me, and there's no way for me to verify that.
But even us saying that at the end of the day is us buying into their delusion, because these books were not written by God. They were written by people, a bunch of people over different amounts of time, which is another reason I hate getting to Bible quoting competitions with people like him just breaking out a quote from Revelations. Revelations wasn't written until like 120 AD by someone completely different who had read all the other books that came before it and said, I want to chip in my little bit. So like the context to me, like, of having people like sitting there being like, these are the words of blah blah blah. It's just I
don't know, man. Bible quoting to Christians can be fantastic fun.
It can be fun, but at the end of the day, it's fruitless because you're buying into the premise that this book has power and isn't just a book written by people.
Of course, it's fruitless, but then so are all of these debates. like on the same level, they're kind of fruitless. But it's like
I agree.
actually,
That's why I've changed
you
the
can
space I'm
say
in.
you can say that debating Bible verses is fruitless, but like I actually might be able to persuade a Christian based
Sure.
on
I mean, I still
their-
do it. I
their
said it feels
Bible.
fruitless.
Right. Okay, that's a bit different. It feels fruitless. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit drunk. I'm not picking up all of the words.
It just feels like we're buying into the premise that these words can just mean anything, and I'm going to use them
Well, the words
as
can
the
mean-
Swiss Army knife that all Christians think it is.
Not well. Here's the thing, Effigy. Not only can words mean anything, but words do mean anything.
True.
I've been I mean, this is my pre-nihilism arc, but I have been reading some Wittgenstein. Now I'm on my nihilism arc. I'm obviously going to be reading Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, and Heidegger, but I need to buy those books first. Can you name any? Can you name a seminal nihilist work from either Schopenhauer, Heidegger, or Nietzsche?
What was Nietzsche's called? On Good and Evil, or About Good and Evil?
Maybe. Yeah. Let me look.
I think that was the big one that he had.
And how much does that cost? Because I like books, you see. Nietzsche.
I found Nietzsche was as a kid growing up, like whenever someone would say Nietzsche, nihilism, it was always this kind of like evil thing. And then I read Nietzsche and I was like, man, this dude sure as fuck talks about hope a lot. He talks about it a lot.
I'm not sure he was a nihilist, to be honest. I mean, wasn't he critiquing nihilism? Like that. I mean, I've not read Nietzsche, but from like what I've read about Nietzsche, when he says like God is dead, he's not really making a statement about God. He's making a statement about the tendency of society to move in certain ways based upon people's individual minds.
Yeah. Will to power.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure he was really a nihilist. I'll read it. What's said to be, I'll read Beyond Good and Evil.
Well, no, just the work itself was presented to Christians, that being what I was as a kid, as something that you shouldn't read because it was bad.
Oh, really? No,
and that's why I said it was
not.
It wasn't bleak. It was very much talking about hope and using your will to bring about change and stuff. And I was like, this is not what I was told.
Yeah, no, that's not the books that Christians shouldn't read. The book that Christians shouldn't read is Ethics: Inventing Right and Wrong by J.R. Mackie. Oh my word!
I don't think I've read that one. I have to pick that one up.
I'm about a third of the way through it. My reading's been on a pause for a few months. I can just about read fiction at the moment, but
I've only read books on ethics. They're always a slog to get through.
Yeah, I mean, Mackie is a slog, but he's kind of an easy slog, if that makes sense. Like, he's academic. Don't get me wrong. He's like an academic writer, an academic philosophy writer. But at the same time, there's something very accessible about his writing.
I think I've found that it's a great thing that audiobooks exist when it comes to reading things that are very dense, because it's just so much easier.
I hate audiobooks
unless they have a terrible voice.
It doesn't matter. I can read quicker than somebody can read to me, and I find that annoying that I can.
Yeah, but I'm such a multitasker that I never have the time to do simply one thing. So that's why I enjoy audiobooks. yeah, I'm always working on something.
You never have the time, or you don't make the time.
But if we don't make the time, how can we ever take the time?
Right. But it seems to me that the not making time is the more important thing here. Oh my God. I am such a dick. I mean, I don't care. I'm just acknowledging that fact. Do you know, I've missed you, Effigy, in the time that I've not been hanging out with you.
I appreciate that. I was hoping you would find your way over to the areas I was at. I hadn't seen you for a while. I thought you had kind of dropped off.
No. I mean, to be honest, once I became aware that you were hanging out on Sarah's channel, that was a draw to hang out on Sarah's channel. But that happened after David's suicide, when I'm kind of in this state of like introducing myself to a new context is going to be weird, because there's this whole new context for me in terms of how I am that those people aren't going to be aware of. And then, like, even just that tension of, do I explain what's going on or not? Like, that's kind of quite difficult to navigate.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not always clear. Like, sometimes it seems like I should have explained what's going on, but I didn't, and that made things weird.
Well,
And
you would have a very tough time being more out there than some of the characters that come on to Sarah's panels. There are some outrageous characters in that rogues gallery.
That's true. I've no doubt of that, but that doesn't really speak to what I'm speaking to, which is my ability to be in a situation with strangers.
Gotcha.
Like so like for example, if I were to like pop up on Sarah's panel and you were there, just by virtue of me having this conversation with you tonight would make that experience in the future a little bit easier. Like, but it would be like, I wouldn't feel like it would be fair of me to just kind of pop up on a panel where I'm a stranger and then kind of, I don't know, expect those people to accommodate me. And at the moment, I can't not expect people to accommodate me. And that's getting less. Like, recently I've been getting into more debate spaces, and it's actually been easier. Like, I've not been losing my shit and going mental. It's been a bit weird, FG. I've not been able to engage in debates for like four months. Like, just can't do it.
Your mind goes through crazy shit when it goes through an upheaval.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, my mind's still going through crazy shit. I was going to say I don't normally start drinking before midday. I don't know if that's true anymore. I didn't used to.
What is normal?
What generally occurs. Yeah. Do you think Sarah's panel would appreciate a nihilism arc?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You should definitely come over. No, it's a good mix there. that's one of the things I always felt over on VK is that it was just inundated, and it's such a right wing space.
I mean,
I mean, it really is, and that was the fun of it. That's actually why I went there in the first place, is because I wanted to jump into all that, but it just became so tiresome at the end. And it's definitely. I'm not saying that Sarah's is a left wing space, because it's not by any stretch at all. She is definitely a right wing girl, but she's not some kind of like trad wife wannabe. She definitely accommodates people who don't agree with her quite well. I enjoy my time there. I enjoy the camaraderie there. It's not as like, oh, we're gonna punch each other in the face kind of style, and you do end up getting a little bit of both worlds. You do get the kind of like overly blood sports, showy, just I got you shit, but you also get genuine conversations there. And I don't actually feel like I'm in a corner fighting 100 people, 100 stupid ninjas at the same time, because I've got people on my side showing up. But yeah, all the drama's just been dumb as well. I don't like channels for drama. I don't like where it shows up. I just like to show up and have conversations about topics. So every time these things happen, I always just like, why is this even happening? And I know it's for clicks, and that's how you know who the drama channels are, is because they lean into that shit. So these channels that lean into this drama or put a focus on it, or spend days talking about it, like that's what they are. And no shame to them. That's how some people get their clicks, but that's not what I want to be a part of.
That's all channels, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean,
because like when someone,
it is to a lot of extent.
Like because if I mean, if someone calls your channel out, then that channel is going to go, hey, no, you're talking shit because of these reasons, and then suddenly.
I mean, it depends on how they treat it, right? Argument. Like if someone treats their channel like their business, they might just be like, "Cool, my lawyer will send you a letter."
Yeah,
some people treat it like this is like a game of telephone. Some people treat this like their business. It all depends on how someone treats the channel.
There's definitely a business for me. I'm just
actually the business of it is what half that drama was about. Because there's a network around the Crucible that is like basically helping each other constantly. Get in the money network.
And I'm not a part of that setup, and so consequently, I don't have an opinion on the legal beef between Sarah and Andrew, and if there's a case to sort out, the courts will sort it out, presumably. My word. Okay, right. That was a yawn. That won't do.
It was indeed.
Was that a yawn on your part too?
It was. We almost yawned at the same time.
But from my case, this won't do because I need to stay awake for another
4 or 5 hours.
Like I can't be. No, I need to be staying awake. I need to be stimulated.
Let's see what's on for tonight. Oh, the topic over at Sarah's is Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate.
Oh, right. I mean, I don't really give too much shits about that.
Yeah,
it might be, or it might not.
You have the fucking privilege to not have to, except for like on the outskirts. But man, those of us in it are like, ugh. Is the birthday of our country going to be the last one? Shit.
Here's Trump did something recently that I sort of
shit his pants again.
No. That I sort of imagine that most right wingers would disagree with, but that I think I agree with. which was that he approved research into treatment into ibogaine for
Yeah,
people who
like that's how insane things are over here. Like Armageddon is fucking happening, the dumbest shit ever. We're starting wars for no reason, all run by a bunch of fucking morons. Then all of a sudden you get like something completely rational and intelligent happening. And you're like, what is happening? What universe am I in? Like he just rescheduled pot. And it's just like we've been trying to do that for decades. And the right wingers who have been stopping us were just like, yeah, cool. And we're like, what? You guys have been stopping us for like 80 years. What is happening?
I'm not saying Trump's not a crazy moronic motherfucker, but credit where credit is due, right? like that's a sensible
he certainly
thing.
Doesn't discriminate when people want him to do things for them. As long as he gets what he wants from them, he will do it, even if it's a left-wing thing. Apparently,
can you remember during the COVID thing when he did the press conference when he said, maybe we should inject bleach into people?
Yes, I remember him saying that, and I remember the two health professionals sitting to the side, basically face palming at the same time. Yeah. Maybe we can put the sunlight in their veins.
Yeah, and they're looking at him like, what the actual fuck are you saying, man? But this is like way more rational. And I get it. If you're a conservative,
well, no, he's got people like this is a matter of other people asking him to do this. There's a reason that when he signed the ibogaine thing, that Joe Rogan was there. You know, people with influence and money can get him to do things because they have influence and money. Like it's not because he believes in them. I think the man is an empty sock puppet. You know, as far as his beliefs, I'm not sure what he believes other than, you know, as long as I win, it's good.
Yeah, Trump found it good.
But yeah, that's the life in America right now. Absolute balls, insanity, and then a rational thing just pops out for no reason.
What's this sketch with his crypto coin? Are all those people who bought in now?
Oh, his gala? No. Oh no. No. Meme coins only do one thing. They are legal Ponzi schemes, every single one of them.
Well, I get that, but it is Trump coin, man. It's Trump coin.
He's having a gala for all of the Trump coin holders again. He keeps like throwing parties for them so that people will keep paying in. And it's not even just Trump coin. There are multiple like quote official meme coins that they've made.
If you go to a gala, is he present at the gala?
I think they're advertising that he is going to be present.
And how many Trump coins do you need to buy to be able to attend the gala?
Oh, probably millions of dollars worth, millions and millions.
Like 10?
I don't know. Have an exact figure for you.
I mean, let's assume it's 100. Right, $100 million to attend the gala.
I don't know if he'll ever even reach that height as far as like.
Oh my God, I'm going to do a joke. I'm going to do a joke that will get me arrested. But if you wanted to kill Trump, that's how much it would cost.
Disavow.
All right, now for the
everyone knows that it's going to be a cheeseburger that finally does it. Yeah. Everyone knows that.
For the 2 people watching, that was a joke. I didn't actually mean it. Because that's the nature of jokes. So don't pass this on to the FBI, please.
It doesn't matter. The head of the FBI is probably about to get kicked out for being drunk and pissing on something.
Does that get you kicked out of the FBI now?
Well, he got arrested for pissing on something.
Wait,
and apparently he's like serially like drunk all the time. Yeah, Kash Patel apparently got arrested for being drunk and pissing on something somewhere. I only skimmed the article earlier today.
Wait, after sorry. Right. Oh no, it hasn't stopped. I thought the coughing had stopped. It's just waiting. After he was made head of the FBI.
Oh, I'm talking about in the last like few weeks. No, he's like there's a scandal going on right now where people are saying publicly that he's being like drunk at the job and being like super alcoholic like all the time, which is funny because it's the exact same thing they're saying about Pete Hegseth. We have alcoholics everywhere, apparently.
Right. But I mean, right now I don't care about Pete Hegseth.
But apparently, yeah, there was a story that popped out that he got arrested for being drunk and he like pissed in public, like he walked out of a place and just urinated on the street or something.
Well, where?
Well, let me find the fucking article.
I do love it when politicians fuck up. I don't care if they're left or right. Like Keir Starmer is fucking up right now in the UK, and he's Labour. That's left. It's fucking hilarious. I mean, it's not as funny as when the Conservatives fucked up. That was funnier, in my view. But I mean, I'm surprised Pete Hegseth still has his job, to be honest. He seems like a bit of a half-wit. Oh, I see. Maybe Effigy is on his phone.
No, I was wrong. He's
wrong. Not on his phone.
That's what I get for skimming it. No, it was before he was in office.
Right, okay.
Not as bad. We all know that Kash Patel's just a fucking bro that they stuck in there. Like, that's not nothing new.
I mean, I don't have any feelings about Kash Patel one way or the other, except to say that whenever I see him on camera, he looks extremely startled.
Yeah, it's all the cocaine.
Like, I don't know what that says about him. I don't know if that says anything about him, other than I personally perceive him as being startled. Is he startled?
He's perpetually startled.
Is that just because of Area 51, or is it also because of Epstein's Island?
No, it's because he never knows what his man-child of a boss is going to tell him to do. He's like, "Am I doing it right? Does it make Daddy Trump happy?"
Do you think that Trump started the war with Iran to distract from Epstein's Island?
I think that's a definite bonus. I think everything he does is to steal headlines. I think in general they want to control, what people are focusing on. So yeah, I mean, you can just put Epstein in the pile of negative press, and they're always trying to distract from. But I think it's. I don't think they started it themselves. Like I think Marco Rubio basically gave away the game when he initially said, like right after the war started, that that basically Netanyahu goaded us into helping them. I think this is an Israeli strike that we helped out with and basically got sucked into the war, and now it's our war. Just because we're allies doesn't mean we bomb countries, for you and with you.
It depends on the type of alliance.
Yeah, it does depend on the type of alliance. What type of alliance we have with Israel? The type where we're in the Middle East for like 20 some odd years on the ground, and they're not helping.
Right. But generally, alliances have names depending on the what's required from each partner in the relationship. And I'm being really fucking vague, and I get that, and I'm sorry, but like you would have a kind of oh shit, no, I can't even remember the terms. So this is a pointless conversation. I'm sorry, FG. My apologies. I failed you. Or have I?
I think our religious people in the United States allow us to be led by the nose by a country who has no business doing so.
Well, hang on. The country that's chosen by God.
You mean the colony that Europe planted in the Middle East?
No. Who are God's chosen people?
I don't know. The Shriners?
No. The Israelites. Right?
I mean, if they say so, right?
And where did the Israelites live? Israel, right?
Israel, Judah, or Samaria, whatever. It depends on the time.
Right. But
Places that no longer exist, essentially.
Right now.
In their modern sense.
Are you saying God's chosen people no longer exist? Is that your claim? Oh my God, I'm such a dick. I'm sorry, Effigy, but there are no Christians to argue with. There's only you, so you know. We need to entertain the 3 people watching somehow. 2 of those people are probably us. The problem is, Effigy, we tend not to disagree on very much, really, to be honest. It's been my experience of hearing you speak.
True. I definitely don't disagree as much as we do with theists.
Yeah, I mean, we probably disagree on free will, but only because I think compatibilists are misrepresenting what free will is. And that's kind of fine if you want to redefine it and say, I'm happy to accede to your definition of free will insofar as you were defining it. If you say that's what free will is, that's fine. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. We could argue politics, I suppose, which I disagree with on everyone on.
It kind of has to redefine it, though, right? Because like the first thing about compatibilism is that it accepts determinism, right?
So then why not just abandon the term free will? Like, and coin a new term, which would seem to me to be more intellectually.
I mean, sure, but I think as far as usage, the way compatibilists use free will is more in line with the way people actually use the term free will, right?
Right, but it's not how. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, maybe. But it's like if. I mean, actually, I don't know if that's actually true, because when you ask most people what they mean by the term free will, they mean just the ability to make a choice. And that's not what compatibilists mean when they mean free will. And neither of those two are the same as what the person who believes in libertarian free will, which was what free will originally was. Neither of those two positions are what they mean.
Well, then we just always have to define terms, and that's just the way it is.
I mean, yeah, sure.
What if the whole point of life is to try and get to free will?
I think the more honest compatibilist view would be to abandon the term free will and adopt a different term. Let's say, I don't know, contingent will, or even just will. Like we have will, right? Even a determinist would agree that we have will, I think.
Right.
Like, so I don't understand why we need to add the word free to it.
Well, it's kind of truncated idea, right? The free from cause or
well, that's not what a compatibilist means. So when he says free from, he means free from coercion or undue, like outside influence, and that's not the same thing.
Right. I see. I agree, because I don't believe that free will would exist outside of influence. I think it has to exist within influence. What's it free from,
Mhm.
unless there's an influence that it can be free from?
Well, if you were asking that of a libertarian, i.e., someone who believes in libertarian free will, they would say it's free from any prior causal factor.
But if you're free from biocausal factor, how are you making?
No, no,
How
no.
do you have a will?
Sorry. Prior, PRIOR, not bio.
Oh, free from a prior.
Yeah. Causal factor. Yeah.
I don't know. At some level, it seems kind of nonsensical, right?
Agreed.
Like as beings that are defined
Agreed.
by being in linear time.
Right, agreed, which is why free will cannot exist. But what the compatibilist
In that
does,
definition, sure. Yeah, I agree.
sure.
And that's
But
why I went to
that
battle,
was
I guess. Because
but right, but that was the definition before compatibilism. And then the only compatibilist that I'm aware of is Daniel C. Dennett, and I'm guessing he wasn't the first. So then what happened was the first compatibilist, let's call him the proto Dennett, came along and said, no, free will means this. And then just kind of defined free will differently. And then now, what's kind of interesting is that most of the philosophers are compatibilists. I think it's just over 50%, I think. But it's like that rather than addressing what the original progenitors of free will were saying, which was that it's free and will free of prior causal factors, they just redefine the term. To me, that seems intellectually cheap. It seems much more intellectually honest to coin a new term rather than appropriate an old term, like trying to subvert an old term.
I could say that people talking about determinism themselves used a term free will that was already in use as well, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Free will can have a context, right?
And it could be the case that in 100 years' time, the compatibilist view of free will is seen as the traditional view of free will, right? Excuse the hiccups. Right, that could definitely be true. Sure.
But yeah, I'm definitely in that. Because to me, the context of will implies you're in a deterministic universe, essentially. Like, how can you have will without it?
Right.
Therefore, you can't. Therefore, even in its own argumentation, you can't be free from it or free of it. So the context has to be within that system. That's why I think compatibilism works. And I think you can kind of see this in the evolution of creatures as well. I think we go in the evolutionary tree. Organisms go from basic stimuli response, and stimuli response gets more and more complex to the point where will emerges. I think this is my own little pet theory, but my idea of how free will is compatible is the idea that at some point in a complex being, there's so many stimuli response that are counter to each other that basically you have the space for will to act without the deterministic principle of the stimuli that happened. So where normally you would have a complete deterministic situation where someone has, everything that is before it led to how it responds, something that is sufficiently complex can actually have so much stimuli in it that it counters, that it can make its own free choice because it's not actually reacting directly to the stimuli in a deterministic way. It's It's kind of my own little thought on it.
That's sorry, I'm eating pizza. Okay. All complexity. If I were to try and rebut that, I would maybe say that complexity doesn't imply freedom. What it implies is a lack of your ability to understand the causal web at play. But the causal, like, causes still produce effects, and the fact that the end result of those effects might be very complex doesn't mean they don't have causes.
Sure.
It just means that they're complex.
But if I'm sufficiently complex to the point where all of those causes do not lead to the determined outcome that it would in a deterministic system, I can say that I have free will, right?
No,
if
I'm not
the causal
sure,
situation I'm in
you can.
should make this happen and it doesn't, and I can do something different.
Right, but when you say the causal system, you mean every single thing that could be or is influencing your current decision. And like, so if you're trying to replicate that in a different context, you have to replicate every single thing that is currently influencing your choice. Like those causal factors would still be present. In a way, all you're really doing is adding
I'm not
extra
arguing
causal factors.
non-determinism. That's the thing about compatibilism. You can't get me on this one.
No, I think I can, because what I'm arguing is that compatibilists are kind of moving the goalposts, or they're dodging. They're being dishonest. It would be much more honest to say, yeah, you know what, free will, as it has been traditionally defined, doesn't exist. Here is what we are proposing as an alternative, which it seems to me could be labeled.
Do you not
like
think that you have the ability to
contingent
exert your will in a different way than like a dog can?
Yeah, sure. But what I don't think I have the ability to do is to act outside of my desires. And that's part of the compatibilist view, right?
Sure. What if you have two desires that contradict?
Precisely. And so whichever desire wins out is the desire that you are acting under. Like, to say that to be like to have free will is to be able to act in accord with your desires or intentions is meaningless, because everything that you do is in accordance with your desires and intentions.
I mean, that's not true, right?
No, that is true. The choice to act contrary to your desires and intentions is itself desire. Yeah.
I know I've gotten this one with you, the wants argument. How can you not want what you want?
Right. And this, like, that is a part of compatibilism, right? It's not like it in every definition of compatibilism that I've read. The like part of it has been the like being able to act within in accordance with your desires and intentions. You know what I think? I think that compatibilism is a moral cope.
Moral cope.
Yeah.
No, I just
Because-
think I think it's an admission that like it's nonsensical. The idea of free will outside of determinism is nonsensical because you can't have will.
Wait. No, you can have will.
I don't see how you can. I don't see how you can have will free from.
No, wait. I
deterministic
agree.
system.
No. Yeah, no, you can't have will free from a deterministic system, but you can have will. Will and free will are not the same thing.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. But if you agree that will has to be in a deterministic system, then how can you argue for free will?
No, that's not what I argue. Well, first of all, I don't argue for free will. I argue against it. Secondly,
no, but that's what I'm saying. How can anyone argue if will itself implies the thing? Like it's like baking it in. It's begging the question in a way.
I mean, there are ways that you can argue for free will. I suppose if you're a Christian or a theist, you can argue that the soul is the locus of action. I mean, I sort of think that's just pushing back the problem back a layer.
I mean, that gets into a whole new set of hurdles and knots to untie, right? Like, do you have free will? If
well, yeah,
go to heaven,
it does. You know? But I mean, generally, like when you really press,
no one ever really answers that one, honestly.
Well, yeah, because it's like if you press
the timey-wimey nonsense they say to try and not say like multiverses or something like that. Like he knows your choices, but he knows he gives you the chance to make them. It's like what?
But I would argue that the compatibilist view is also timey-wimey nonsense.
No, I think it does exactly what you said. I think it essentially changes the definition of free will to something that can exist within a deterministic system.
Right. But what if you reject the compatibilist definition of free will as saying, well, no, that's not free will?
Then you just don't believe in free will.
Right.
And but you still have to go around making decisions.
What if you were, let's say the person, the ancient Greek, who came up with the idea of free will in the first place, and then because you're immortal, I don't know, maybe God sucks your dick or whatever, but because you're immortal, you live for a few thousand years, and then encounter compatibilism. Like, which version of free will is actually free will? Does that make sense?
I mean, all of them. I mean, one statement can have multiple meanings, or at least, multiple contexts.
Okay, yes, in multiple contexts, that could be.
I mean, most people who are non-philosophy educated, when you talk about free will, they're gonna be like, "That's my ability to do what I want."
Well, yeah, that's why one of the first questions that I ask in free will debates is, what do you mean by the term free will? Because I mean, people can mean very different things. And to me, the ability to do what I want is just will. Yeah.
I don't know. I like thinking about it in the non-universal sense, and I think that's what compatibilists are more about, is that you kind of start with this sense that there is a difference between how an amoeba reacts and how a mammal reacts. There's a difference between how a base like animal like a dog or something reacts and how a human reacts, and it seems to be that there is more of an ability to understand and make decisions in the environment, and that implies a more of a, I guess, freedom of will. And I get it's not the the kind of not determinism, free will thing. But I think that's kind of where the idea comes from. Now, if this were the future and I had a super machine that allowed me to see every like split of the timeline and that every decision made for me, and I could choose every decision and what timeline it would go down, would I then have free will?
I don't know, but part of the very first part of your question has already come to pass. This is the future.
Now the future.
Yeah.
We've arrived. I don't know. I've been feeling lately like it's the future, like robots popping up everywhere, robot cars driving themselves all around.
Come on. No, not that. Donald Trump is the president. Come on. That has to be the future, doesn't it?
Where we let reality TV stars run our countries? Yeah, that's the future, man. Have you ever seen The Fifth Element? Like, come on. That's exactly who was running the country in the film. It's like, here's a giant.
Right, yeah. He's not even a third-rate cowboy actor. Was Ronald Reagan a third-rate cowboy actor?
Yeah.
He was, wasn't he?
He did. He did a bunch of like B and C movies before he became the governor of California.
And then the president of the United States. But I can't. I mean, do you know what? I would be so bad as a debate host because I don't give too much shits about American politics. So that kind of restricts the topics that we can talk about.
Our politics is so fucked, man. we elect clowns. Like that's just what we do. That's
only one.
No, we have so many clowns. It's a big clown car.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
So,
like we have hundreds of people in the House of Representatives. You have no idea where some of these the backwoods counties these people come from.
So let me guess. You're pro blockading the Strait of Hormuz?
What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love paying $4 or $5 for gas. It is the best. Oh man, I really am so glad that chunk of my money is now gone from my monthly budget. Like,
right.
We're helping the world.
Just think of the objective good that a doctor can bring to that region.
This is as dumb as everything else that's been happening, right? Like we start a war, they blockade the thing, and then we're like, no, you need to stop so we can open this. Therefore, we're gonna blockade it. Like,
okay,
what is happening?
Well, that's a good question. What is happening? Because I was given to believe that you could have won this conflict within days. Effigy. Within days.
Were you alive in 2003? I mean, that's the exact same thing.
I don't know what happened in 2003 that I
we invaded Iraq and we should have finished the war in days.
Oh, right. No, that was blocked out by your more recent assertion that you could resolve the Russia-Ukraine conflict in 24 hours. That has occupied my mind for months and months.
Oh well, we have to keep convincing him that we need to keep funding that or sending weapons or something because he loves his Putin. He loves his daddy.
Who, Trump?
Oh yeah.
Do you think he's ignoring China?
I mean, he's part of the reason China is so ascendant. For sure. I mean, in his first term, he's the one who killed the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was going to be our economic alliance that surrounded China with basically all of our free trade. And then basically that is what caused BRICS to form, is that they were like, oh, well, if the U.S. says fuck you, then we're just going to go with China.
Right. Okay. Although I would say it's rare that China actively speaks out against Russia.
Oh
Would
yeah, I
you
mean China and
agree?
Russia are very aligned.
Sorry, America. It's rare that China speaks out against America.
I think that's mainly because China sees Trump as erratic, and they're trying to like slowly set stuff up. They're waiting for shit to pop off, and as soon as shit pops off, they're gonna be like, okay, we're gonna do this. I think that's part of the reason we're
But
going
when
after Iran is that they want to, the military probably wants to focus assets on things like the defense of Europe and what China's doing, and having a third battlefront essentially for future operations in the Middle East is not tenable. So that's probably why they're all gung ho about doing this anyway. But thinking that you can bomb a country into making their leadership go away is dumb.
Are they doing this to open up a new battlefront or to avoid it?
I think most of the, so if you look at all the countries that were listed after 9/11, all of them but one have basically been taken care of in some kind of way. They've either been wrecked beyond all repair or regime changed or whatever. And Iran was the last one. It was all leading to Iran. It was always leading to Iran.
Anything? So do you surely don't think that means anything, do you?
What do you mean? Not a place not having an active military that can do shit doesn't means that all their squabbles mean nothing. So
wait. You don't need an active military to fly planes into your buildings. You just need committed terrorist fuckwits.
Sure.
And like whatever the States is doing, I guarantee you it's not getting rid of terrorist something fuckwits. What was the middle?
Sure, they'll be having to deal with those rather than dealing with like barrages of missiles. Like, I mean, that's the trade-off, I suppose.
I mean, I don't even know what I'm saying.
But I mean, but this is the thing in the Middle East is it comes down to is that Saudi Arabia and Iran were eventually going to go into a full civil war or a full war between them because they were the two tent poles of the Muslim world. They were already in a shadow, like a Cold War with each other, where they were sending people different places to fight each other. Saudi Arabia basically decided we're going to connect ourselves to the West. And this set off a whole lot of shit in the Middle East. Like when they signed the Abraham Accords, when they were like, yeah, we're cool with Israel, that's why October 7th happened when it happened.
My view is this: we should leave the Middle Easterns to kill themselves until they want to stop killing them.
That would basically, I mean, what's going to happen is basically what's happening right now is Israel would end up trying to take over everything anyway. And the difference is they would use a bunch of nuclear weapons. No, that's Israel's goal. There's a reason their soldiers wear a patch on their arm that has most of the Middle East on it.
Maybe, but it doesn't seem like anyone's particularly interested in stopping Israel. What does seem to keep happening is the Israelis, and let's just call them the Jews and the Arabs, because it's not country specific, I don't think. They just want to kill each other. And so maybe we should just let them all kill each other. Eventually, they'll run out of people who want to kill each other. Welcome to the nihilism arc, effigy.
No, I think people are fine with letting the Middle East people, quote unquote, kill each other. It's just that they want to make sure that they have no ability to fuck with anybody else in the international world, essentially.
That doesn't matter. I mean, no. I mean, look, let's face it. If the Middle Eastern half-wit terrorists can launch a missile that harms America, then obviously America deserved that. By virtue of the fact that they can fire the missile down. Right?
That they can fire the missile?
No, could not.
Okay.
I mean, look, you are the entirely wrong person to use this troll argument against, to be honest.
It's true.
However, maybe I'm just viewing this as a somewhat drunken test run. So, and I don't even know what I'm test running. What am I test running, Effigy? Tell me. Remind me. Tell me.
You're test running your nihilism, Mark.
Oh, how is that working out?
For me personally, it's annoying the shit out of me. So test is a
brilliant.
success.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it does occur to me now that I'm, nihilism. Now that I'm a nihilism inquirer, it does occur to me that it's a difficult position to argue against. Really.
Well, especially when you're talking just like, yeah, of course. Like you can just basically say, yeah, well, that's just words. You made all that up. Like, don't you know that? Don't you know that all words?
None
are
of
made
that
up?
means anything. None of what you said means anything.
You're just making monkey sounds out of your mouth.
It's kind of like it seems to me it's the defeater for the pre-supper position. Because it's doing the same thing.
Okay, now I definitely want to watch you debate Eli.
like it's doing the same thing. It's starting with a presupposition, and then I don't know, like whatever you give to the presupposition, it just takes and then uses to reaffirm its presupposition.
No, you're just the idea of how many times you're gonna have to like argue over that fucking tag argument and that debate coming. It's just that makes me want to.
Oh no, it's going to be glorious. I hope he chooses tag as the debate topic.
Well, that's their base for everything. That's their. This is the best argument ever. This is the unbeatable argument.
I mean, it's the weakest.
We just have to make sure that they accept a Platonian concept of universal categories. And also that, when we get to the conclusion, we're going to just assume that minds without brains can exist. I hate tag. It's such a stupid argument.
Yeah. You should love it. Because it's such a stupid argument. It's fucking great. It's so easy to piss all over. Just get your cock out. Just start pissing all over the Christian.
There's nothing else that can possibly explain this other than a universal mind.
I mean, that assumes whatever they're claiming requires explanation.
No, I really want to hear you say as soon as he starts saying something like, yeah, that didn't exist. What's truth? What's knowledge?
Yeah. I mean, no, fuck. I mean, we can get into that, but also what makes him assume that things require a foundation? That needs to be addressed. Because if they don't require a foundation, then the entire presuppositional argument falls apart.
Right. I hate that kind of foundational presuppositional shit, because they're always the people who are like, you can't even argue that we're wrong. You have no moral foundation to argue that we're even wrong. You can't even say anything.
But neither do they.
But they made up something. That's why they can.
Yeah, but so did I. Raccoons. Like, Christian presuppositionalism can't be true because the supreme raccoon is the grounding foundation for all knowledge and logic and morality.
Then they'll probably just
And
pivot to some kind of ad populum fallacy and be like,
Well,
well, everyone
no,
in the
no.
world believes this.
No, it's not. I don't care about that because I've had a personal revelation. I mean, this is probably an indication of how much of an infant I am, but I have been coming up with transcendental arguments for bullshit things. Like we can substitute raccoons in for anything, you know. Yeah, raccoons work. Do you want to hear the transcendental argument for raccoon?
Raccoons.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Premise one is trash, which is that which is holy to the supreme raccoon, or not trash. That's the first premise. Trash or not trash. The second premise is not trash cannot account for logic. Conclusion. Trash can account for logic.
The logic thing is the
You kind of cut out there, Effigy. But I mean, yeah. You said the logic thing was. I'm guessing. You know, I don't know what. I'm not going to guess. But that's the fantastic thing about presuppositional arguments is that you can swap out the variable, whatever variable that they've plugged in, and just plug your own variable in, and then the argument suddenly becomes very, very silly. Right. Okay.
I think the last time I got in this argument with someone, it was basically like an hour and a half of us just being like, him saying that logic exists intrinsically in the universe, and me having to basically tell him that no, logic is something we came up with to describe properties of the universe. It's not a rule.
Yeah, I used to have those sorts of arguments. Now I just take the transcendental argument and apply
trash.
Something ridiculous. Yeah.
Transcendental argument from trash.
Because it's the same argument. Like, you know, and if they want to say, well, you know, trash isn't all loving and all sentient, I would respond, what makes you think that that's required for intelligibility? Like, an all-loving God isn't required for intelligibility. Only a God that wants you to have intelligibility. Right? Effigy, we need Christians. We need Christians. This isn't working. It's just not working out because we tend to agree.
And people to come on and let you abuse them.
I like you too much. Am I being abusive?
Well, no, because I'm not a Christian.
Wait. No. Re-examination is a Christian. I don't think I was abusive to re-examination when he was up here. Look, Prime.
Yeah, I bet you the Christians think it is.
Prime is an idiot, and I don't think I was abusive to Prime when he was up here. I hope Prime's not watching. Although Prime, if you are watching, you are a bit of a fucking idiot. But anyway,
you have a 1 in 3 chance.
Yeah. Right, what can we? I mean, free will's a bit boring. The options are: we argue about something. That's one option. Another option is, I somehow magically procure someone who wants to have an argument. I think that's highly unlikely. The third option is that I watch an episode of Star Trek, which wouldn't really involve you at all, or anyone else.
But which Star Trek?
Oh, Strange New Worlds, because that's what I'm currently watching.
That's good stuff.
I'm actually I'm on the first season. I've seen the first two seasons before, and I enjoyed them the first time round. I know there's 3 seasons now, so I'm watching the first 2 seasons. I'm about, I don't know, 3 or 4 episodes in. I'm enjoying it again. Like it's I wouldn't say like it's the same as the original series, but it's very certainly
not at all.
reminiscent of it. In a way that what was the one with the ship that did the weird spinning thing that made it vanish?
Discovery.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like to me, Discovery, like Strange New Worlds, is Star Trek in a way that Discovery isn't. Even though they might be set in the same universe.
Yeah, you kind of need to see that second season of Discovery to see where a lot of pre-story for Pike comes from.
Oh yeah, no, I don't need to. The first season of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, you're kind of thrown into, oh, the captain has a trauma. And I kind of think either that will be explained in the course of Strange New Worlds, in which case fine, or it won't, in which case I don't need to worry about it. It's just flavor.
I mean, it's the same thing you essentially know from the original series.
He's got 10 years to live, and he knows when he's going to die. Is that what happens in Discovery?
The only thing in Discovery that really, he basically like sees the future in Discovery. He comes across a time crystal and he sees what happens to him when he gets put in the chair, and so he's living with that knowledge and the knowledge of who dies with him or who's in the accident.
That fact is made clear,
and that's the kind of PTSD he's living with, is that the pre-PTSD, I guess you could say, of a future event.
Yeah, and I would say that fact is made clear within Star Trek Strange New Worlds itself. Like within the first episode, I was aware that he had some kind of trauma that he was dealing with that was a bit mysterious, because there appears to be something odd about it.
Yeah, he just shows up in the second season of Discovery and becomes the temporary captain for a while, as they're chasing after Spock, who is central to the story for that second season.
Don't tell me I need to watch Discovery in order to enjoy Strange New Worlds.
No, not really. It's just a kind of early story point setting up a relationship that pissed off most of the fandom.
I mean, I can't look. I'm a fucking nerd. If you want to break warp drive, that's fine, but at least fucking explain it.
Oh man, most overpowered ship in the history of the Federation, right? Wait, least, point to points faster than light travel? What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a Star Trek concept.
No, it's not. So at least fucking explain it within the broader context of like why isn't Starfleet using this technology in the next generation?
I mean, they come up with a reason. They come up with, but like the fact that it exists is like, there goes like decades and decades of being like, oh, the warp 10 barrier. Yeah. Like, who cares, man? I can teleport to the other side of the galaxy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah.
Well, Discovery was wild. Like it had so many things because I mean it was the first Star Trek we got in a long time, but it had so many things that pissed people
well, no,
off.
it wasn't.
Its redesign of the Klingons that
It
really
wasn't
pissed people off.
No, it wasn't the first Star Trek that we had in a long time, because the Discovery
Star Trek.
universe is the same universe as the movie Star Trek, fucking Christopher Pine, like that. That's
it's
the
not.
same unit.
No,
Yes,
no.
it is.
No, it's not. Star Trek Discovery takes place before the original series. That was always its
Right,
thing.
but
Is
so
that
does-
we're back in the original timeline. It's just taking place before the original series.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's definitely in main timeline for sure.
All right.
Yeah, it's not part of the Kelvin.
All right. Well, then, I mean, it's doubly wank. Is all I can say.
Well, since you didn't watch it, you don't know what happens to them.
No, well, I mean, I watched like I'm the
Right.
first.
Well, the whole
season and
reason it's not like around is that it gets like kicked into the far future,
right.
and so that's why the past iterations.
Well,
don't
no,
have
yeah,
it.
but that's not a reason why Starfleet doesn't have those drives, because before it was kicked into the far future, it was still part of Starfleet, and Starfleet was aware of that ship.
Yeah, but they're also aware that the experiments that got it there killed its sister ship.
No, are they?
Yeah, because that's one of the episodes in season 1
Right, but they're also aware
where they
that
find the sister ship and every crew
Right,
member
right.
on it's basically turned inside out.
Right. But they are also aware before the Discovery goes into the future, they must be aware there's a period of time when the Discovery is operating normally in space and appears to be able to travel faster than light. Starfleet
Oh yeah,
must be
well
aware
yeah,
of it.
the Discovery is almost the entire reason they win the war with the Klingons. It's their primary weapon.
Right. And yet we don't
Because it's
have
ridiculously powerful. Yeah, and it is kind of wild that we're supposed to believe that, okay, they knew this technology exists, they knew it won them a war, but they decided, no, it's bad. Although, like, they did kind of put
that's why Discovery is wank.
Well, they did kind of put an idea on it toward the end where it was like, when you use the spore drive, you're tearing a hole in the fabric of reality. And so therefore, like, if continued use would basically destroy reality.
But
pretty sure they put that little caveat at the end.
Like the spore drive was like such weak storytelling that I think it undermined Star Trek, like the concept of what Star Trek is. Like, why not just make a different show?
Oh, you could have done almost the exact same thing, just easier, right? You could have just made it like set it in the exact same time, but let it like be the one ship that for some crazy reason can go to like warp 9 at the time when every other ship is like at warp 5.
Or even just not made it Star Trek. Like,
you know what the original premise of that show was supposed to be, right? Before it got turned into what it was. The premise that they were making for Discovery was that it was an anthology show, that every season would be a different story with a different ship in a different time. Which is, I think, part of the reason that, I mean, you don't know this because you haven't watched Discovery, but every season of Discovery is like radically different, except for the last two.
No, I've watched the first couple of seasons, like, so I'm aware of Michelle Yeoh coming into the show.
Yeah, because in the first season they do so much in that first season because they go to the mirror universe and she comes back. The Emperor,
right? She comes back in the second season, doesn't she? Like
second or third,
not recurring. Yeah,
she's one of the. They bring her into Section 31, and she has a movie that I think they released. I've heard it's
they bring
ridiculously bad.
Sorry. Starfleet brings somebody from a different universe into Section 31.
Yeah.
I mean,
She was the emperor of the Terrans, so
yeah, okay, yeah, but it's fucking Section 31. That's like the fucking Uber CIA. No, not CIA. FBI. The Uber CBI. Fucking
yeah.
like no.
Yet another concept that's always been kind of weird in Star Trek.
Like no, I don't think Section 31. Like I think Section 31 in Star Trek works as a piece of subversion. Look, you want to introduce a kind of thread of, well, you know, excuse me, the Federations are mostly human, as represented, and humans are kind of dark sometimes and fuck shit up. Like, I kind of like Section 31 as a concept, but making a warlord from a different universe, what is she an agent or the head of Section 31? Oh my god, these fucking hiccups.
I didn't actually watch the movie. I think they just bring her in as an agent or something. I mean, knowing her and the way they portrayed her character, like it was obvious she was like, "Oh yeah, I'll come be a part of this and take it over."
I mean, I don't know. It like
I have to say though, my guilty pleasure, like I'm very critical of most of the story points in Discovery, but my guilty pleasure story point, I loved the idea that the captain you get throughout the first season ends up being the bad guy. I loved that. I fucking loved it when Lorca was like, "Yeah, I'm from the mirror universe. I'm actually a fucked up dude." I was like, yes. That is something that's never happened in Star Trek. We've never gotten like swerved on our captain for the show. You know, I mean, they kind of did it already at the top of Discovery because Michelle Yeoh gets killed in the second episode.
No, that's fair. I would argue though that if this Discovery was going to be the first show to do that, then they wasted that opportunity. Because I wasn't even aware that happened, and I like Star Trek.
Well, you said you watched the first season, so I assumed you knew.
Oh, I mean, when you said Captain Lorca, look, the only people that I remember from Star Trek Discovery, and this might be indicative of the writing, is 1, a black woman, 2, a Chinese woman, and 3, a fat white woman. Oh, and there was also a skinny male alien.
Yes. Those were all characters, yes.
And was there a captain as well?
For the first 2 episodes, it was the Chinese woman. She was the captain for the first 2 episodes.
Oh, right, okay.
And then time skips, and Jason Isaacs plays Captain Lorca.
No, okay, yeah, Jason, yeah, I like him.
He's got that kind of southern drawl as he's talking.
It's weird that he's not the main character in the TV show, though, right? For a Star Trek show, he's not the main. The captain is not the focal character in Discovery.
Well, the typical thing is that, yeah, it's usually the captain leading, but it's almost always a kind of ensemble show. That's always how it seemed like Star Trek's mold was. That it was, the captain is the lead character, but we follow around our crew on different episodes and stuff like that. And I think Strange New Worlds does a way better job than Discovery at this. But man, Discovery was very much like Michael Burnham. Isn't Michael Burnham amazing? Isn't Michael Burnham the smartest? Isn't Michael Burnham solving problems? Let's make Michael Burnham the captain.
There are strong female characters on Strange New Worlds, but they one of whom has to command the Enterprise for a short period.
I actually liked Tilly, the one you called the fat white girl. I thought Tilly was great, having just this like.
I don't dislike her, but is she not fat and white?
Yeah. Oh man.
Look, if I'm gonna
And the fact that her
use-
alternate in the mirror universe was like the worst, most bloodthirsty killer was the best.
look, if I'm gonna use the black woman and the Chinese woman as markers, it seems fair to also say the fat white woman, right? I mean,
You could have just said the redhead. I would have known then.
oh, did she have red hair? That shows you how much attention I really pay to women. I actually don't necessarily notice their hair color, especially if it's been a year or two. I mean, if it was it last week, I might have remembered that she had red hair.
Yeah, I don't know. Discovery was just this big attempt of them to like kind of modernize, and I don't even know what I don't even know what the word be, like adultify Star Trek, but they missed the meat of what the show is about, and that like the kind of adventure, actual discovery, not just naming your ship it, hope, like all kinds of fun things. And Strange New Worlds really like hits that in that kind of cool episodic way where it's like there's a new planet to visit every week.
Well, and also I think what Strange New Worlds hit, which I mean, I didn't really get from Discovery, although maybe there was more of this in the later seasons. That sense of you can solve problems without violence, which I think was a feature of the original season and also the Next Generation, and I mean less so DS9. Voyager, I didn't really watch that much. That was David really liked Voyager. Did they use violence a lot in Voyager? I think probably not, right? Because they were kind of weak.
Yeah, Voyager was mostly about them like running and hiding and escaping and only fighting when they have to because they have limited resources. I could never get into Voyager. I tried so many times. I'm a huge sci-fi guy. Love Star Trek, love Star Wars, all that, but I can't watch.
I mean,
Voyager.
I just can get over a woman captain.
No, I like the captain. It's just tell you the truth, the rest of the crew bore the shit out of me, like for real.
No, agreed. I actually don't mind Janeway. Her number one though, the tattooed terrorist.
And I have to say, for as boring as I feel that whole fucking show is, it has the best finale of any fucking Star Trek show, maybe any fucking show. It is ridiculously awesome when you give a fucking spaceship that armor.
It's
come
not
on.
Bad with the time. That's not the best thing it has in terms of Star Trek though. Because you could argue that
I mean, come on, how like
Star Trek,
it's lazy as shit though, right? Like it's lazy super writing, but it was so much fun. I'm from the future. Here's super weapons. Destroy your enemies.
But Star Trek 4, The Search for Spock, also did a time travel thing, right? What Voyager did best was the Doctor. That was both the best hologram ever on Star Trek and also the best medical professional ever on Star Trek.
Yeah, I've actually I've met Richard Picardo. He was at I was doing a show at a theater, and there was a sci-fi convention happening in the assembly center that was attached to it. And I walked in there and he was one of the guys. There was like nobody in there. And I walked up and I just like started looking at his pictures. I recognized him because Voyager. And the thing that really caught my eye, started talking to him, and I was like, I had no idea that he was Meg Mucklebones from Legend. Have you ever seen Legend, the movie Legend from the 80s?
I call it Legend.
Legend.
Yeah.
The movie Legend.
With Tom Cruise.
Yes, but when they're going through the swamp, going to the tree, the hag comes out of the swamp. Her name is Meg Mucklebones. And that's played by Richard Picardo.
Effigy, have you ever met Joseph Wolf?
I don't think so.
He's a either a clown or a preacher, depending on his mood. I mean that literally. Some days he says, "I'm a clown, and this is a performance." He'll be wearing makeup and whatnot, and maybe doing jokes and falling over. And then the next day, he's a preacher.
Next day
I
he
mean-
wears a different kind of makeup.
No, there's no. When he's rebuking you, there's no makeup. There's just the rebuke. Oh my God, Joe Wolf. I mean, look, he's a moron. To be clear, like, okay, to give you an indication of the type of moron he is, he once accused me of hacking his YouTube live streams.
How? Why did he think you were hacking his live streams?
Fuck knows.
The viewer count is at 0. You must be hacking.
What the hell? Yeah, what the hell does that mean? Right? He was utterly convinced that I was behind this alleged hacking operation. Myself, who was also accusing somebody called Nabin Johnson, who is a friend of mine, who doesn't really do debate stuff, like, so you're probably not aware of him. He was accusing both of us of hacking his computer, although the very week that he was accusing me of being a master hacker was the week that I lost access to the Shiva the Scam Beta, the Shiva the Scam Destroyer YouTube channel, because I forgot the password.
You didn't use password retrieval or anything?
No, because what was it? Like, I thought I could remember the password, and it was probably like a browser cache clearance or something, some Windows related thing. That meant that I lost access to the password, and then I could never, I just had to let go of the channel.
You had to. You just gave up and walked away. Like, this is too much effort.
Yeah, it's only a YouTube channel, and funnily enough, when my other second YouTube channel, the Church of Four, got banned, a couple of years later, like I'd already lost a channel, so it wasn't that big of a deal. So if this channel gets terminated, I genuinely won't care. I cared a little bit about the Church of Four, because it had grown beyond the initial remit. Whereas this channel, I don't know what this channel is really. And when I'm on other people's panels, they keep suggesting that people will subscribe to my channel, and then I have to tell them not to because there's no content here. Like, there's nothing entertaining here that they would want to watch.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I see people subscribe to my channel, and I'm like, well, there's nothing here. What are you doing? Don't you see that it's been around for like 15 years and there's still nothing here?
Like, I sort of feel like I should come up with some content at least. Like, make a stab at it, a half-hearted stab at it. I could maybe do nihilism as content.
What do you mean by nihilism as content? Just like show a blank screen.
What do you mean by meme?
And then flash nihilism.
I mean, yeah, sure, maybe one day. And maybe if I'm ever debating Rob Noah, I'll just make that my entire debate strategy, a black screen with the word nihilism flashed up every now and again. For a Rob Noah is unprepared debate, the prompt will be nihilism is true. And I'm just my tactic will be just to flash the word nihilism. That's it. Say nothing.
They're the real nihilists. They don't believe anything has intrinsic meaning at all. That shit is shifting like a fucking snake every time you debate them.
I wonder if he would do that. Or maybe every now and again I could blow a raspberry down the microphone. Oh, I definitely amused myself.
I don't know. I've been working to lessen the amount of absolutely insufferable right-wing assholes in my life recently. So,
really?
Oh
Why?
yeah, it's
But
been
they're
working.
fun.
It's been nice.
But they're
Some
fun.
of them are fun. Some of them are infuriating.
Do you think left-wing assholes can be infuriating? Because I'm quite
Oh,
happy to
yes,
follow
goodness.
you to Sarah's channel and show you just how infuriating a left-wing asshole can be.
Well, I mean, why do you think I'm not constantly on left-wing debate channels? I definitely know how much of a bunch of assholes my side can be. There's some good ones, though.
Great. I'm getting indigestion, which I suppose should be expressing as I've been drinking booze since for 12 hours.
Also, the Italian food, man. Italian food always hits me.
Oh no, this wasn't Italian food.
That's what pizza is, right?
No. I'm not
Either way,
entirely sure
it ends up being a shitload of bread sauce and cheese.
Okay, is that how you're? Yeah, okay, yes. Then it's Italian food.
Your tummy doesn't know what you call it.
I mean, I'm not sure that an Italian would call this pizza Italian food.
Oh, for sure. I mean, but Italians are fucking downright like hostile when it comes to their food. You'll go to Italy and be like, no, you're not allowed to eat that kind of pasta in this restaurant. Just cause. Why? Because it's fucking Sunday or some shit like that.
I mean, yeah, they are a bit like that. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, is it not even, oh, it is midnight. I was going to say, is it not even midnight yet? But it is. It's 12:15.
Just a few hours to go and you'll make it, man.
No. I mean, I'm genuinely having difficulty, not just ending this right now and lying down. Like with my eyes closed. I'm not saying that sleep will happen. Well, in fact, I don't need to. Oh no, I can do both. I can do this and also lie down because my headphones don't have a wire on them. So so can you still hear me?
I can.
All right. And now?
I mean, it sounds like you're in a box.
What about now?
I mean, sure.
Is the box quieter or louder?
Then what?
than it was before.
See, now it's weird. Now it really feels like we're sitting in the same room because I hear the echo of the room.
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. This works for me. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. It's probably because I wasn't drunk. I mean, because when you speak, you're right in my ear. FG.
Oh, so I shouldn't yell back. Okay.
No. I mean, you can. It would be the same as if I was closer to my microphone. I mean, I don't really know how this sounds. Do you think this position?
To tell you the truth, this sounds like half of the people I debate online who don't know how like electronics microphones or anything like that work. They're just like, I'm going to set this microphone by my monitor and talk at it. Like, this is exactly how it sounds like.
Okay. One definite drawback is that I can't quickly hit mute when I'm coughing from down here.
Yeah, but it's fine because you're not coughing right into the mic.
No, I mean, I'd have to get up to do that. I reckon I could win a debate against Rob Noah if I was lying down like this.
Why would it throw Rob off his game?
Well, yeah, because like
You just stream that and be like laying down sideways.
Well, and like I could just, because I'm not looking at the screen, right? So I could just take the headphones off, wait until he stops speaking, and then just say whatever bullshit I was going to say.
I got banned from his channel during the Charlie Kirk shit.
Really? Why?
Because I had the temerity to say that they were calling for blood before they even know who did it. Like he was in the middle of a tirade about how all left-wingers are violent, evil people. And I was like, you don't even know. Like, this was before we even know who shot the dude. Okay. And they were already like, kill the lefties, basically. And because I basically pointed that out, I was banned so fast. And he went off on me. He's like, I thought you were a good guy for Jackass not against me, so fuck you.
Oh, I hope he says that about me. I hope he thinks I'm a good guy. Oh, because then I get to disabuse him of that notion. But he probably won't think that, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, you know what the funniest thing is now? The funniest thing is most of them think that like the fucking Israelis did it. So, like, it's crazy what a few months can do, I guess.
I mean, yeah. Did the Israelis do it?
I don't think so. Although I think what's going to really break their brains is when that kid gets off.
Do you think you will?
They keep saying some weird stuff about
do you know,
muzzles not matching, and I don't know. The justice system is weird. OJ got off. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
people can get off for if they committed it.
Look. I I hope he does get off, but only for the same reason that I hoped that Donald Trump would be elected president. I'm sorry, Apogee, but I did really hope that. And that's because of the.
You're responsible.
I didn't vote for him. I am not responsible. I can't be responsible.
You
I
wanted
can't
us to
vote for
burn
him.
to the ground. Well, thanks a lot. No, this is the dumbest timeline. We are in the dumbest timeline.
And look, you are burning to the ground in the most spectacular fashion.
Indeed.
Enjoy.
It's wild to watch like stupidity destroy in like 5 minutes what intelligence took 100 years to build, right?
But don't you realize that just because you don't realize that changing your mind 5 times in a row about whether a strait should be blockaded or not, that's a sign of strength.
I mean, I could go on for hours, like telling people in America that they don't pay the tariffs is still the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Sure, no, they can't do, no, stop it, actually, stop it. They can't.
Well, you don't believe me? You don't think that if you asked a Republican, hey, who pays tariffs? You don't think that they wouldn't be like, well, the foreign governments that we're tariffing do.
Oh, I feel sorry for you people. There's no hope for you. You're fucked. I mean, I am laughing because I'm drunk, but it's not funny. Like, you are fucked.
Yeah, where the seems a entire section of the political spectrum is at the whims of hyper-religious, undereducated, extremely emotional people who choose not to join into modernity and can completely abandon all their beliefs at a drop of a hat and just turn into like sycophants for this one dude who basically breaks every single promise and doesn't exude any of the qualities they say are important.
It doesn't matter which party wins. Because they're saying shit.
I don't believe that. And I think a bunch of people in America, I genuinely think that is only an opinion that white people can have. Honestly.
Really?
Yeah. For the both parties the same bullshit. Like ask Hispanics right now if both parties are the same, for fuck's sake. Honestly.
Does that make it false?
No. I'm saying of course it does. If your experiences are different under the two parties, why would you ever say they're the same? Like I said, ask Hispanics if their experience is the same under a Democrat or under a Republican.
Oh yeah, for the same reason that you can say that the details of what makes a person are different, but the underlying principles are the same. We all experience love, for example, or jealousy, or hatred, or greed, and like those emotions are common to all of us. It's just that the ways in which the details, like the ways in which they are expressed, will be different. But we're still all the same, really. We're just also all different.
I mean, sure.
That's a very Shiva way of looking at people.
We all people.
Yeah. But it seems like
I'm gonna go a little Animal Farm on this one though.
Get that
some people are more people than others.
No, I get that what I'm saying might sound on the surface foolish, but I actually think I'm saying something true in that I am affirming we are all the same. The underlying principles that drive human behavior are the same for everyone. We all experience
craving and love and bravery and all of the other kind of stuff. But the details are different, and that's what makes us unique. And so we are both, like, simultaneously the same and unique. We're paradoxical.
We are the universe experiencing itself subjectively.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know, from some of the shit that keeps coming out from like the quantum physics people, they're starting to talk about consciousness now. Some of that shit is wild. I think some of the more out there ones are claiming that consciousness is a base level quantum field, essentially, that everything is tapped into. So it would basically kind of be like not a hive mind, but a pantheist or panentheist kind of. Everything is God, and we are part of it. Oh God, that Marianne chick would be right. We're all God.
Marilyn, her name is
Marilyn chick would be right.
I mean, the scariest thing about that, of course, would be that you would be God.
Yeah, but the word God would be like meaningless because it would just mean the everything. In a way, it might take the word out of like contention to actually mean anything if we're just like, yeah, but that's everything. Let's just talk about real things instead of having to bring this idea of God into it.
I have started being explicitly more atheist in my responses, especially when people say, "Do you believe in God?" And then my response is, "Well, I don't know what that means." What do you mean by the word God? That's a lot of fun.
What igtheist?
Yeah, like atheist, but it's IG rather than an A in front of the word theist. And the atheist view is that both the theist and the atheist positions are meaningless because God isn't properly defined. And so you can't either affirm or deny it because it's not been clearly defined.
Yeah, I would disagree that atheism has a view.
No, it does have a view.
It's just disbelief in a claim.
Right, so it has a view in relation to the claim that there is a God. The view would be, no, there isn't. That's a view.
No, it's not a positive claim, though. It's not what atheism is.
Yeah, no.
If you say no, there isn't.
Yeah. Wait. I'm not claiming that atheism is a positive claim. That's really specific, but I think it is fair to say that the rejection of a view is itself a view. And yes, you might not be stating anything affirmative.
I disagree with that. I don't think it's a view. If someone says there's a second moon and I say I disbelieve that, I don't believe that claim, I'm not walking around with the positive claim. To have a view, you have to have a positive claim, but I'm not out there claiming.
Right. But you have
but something not easily provable. Right,
but you have a view in relation to the claim there are two moons. Even if that view is, well, that doesn't seem clear, or that's not proven, that's still a view.
I mean, sure, yeah. I suppose in a way, yeah.
Well, not in a way.
It just seemed like you were using it in a way that made it seem like your use of the word view just meant a claim to it.
Yeah, any claim whatsoever is a view.
But not all views are claims.
Not all views are claims.
If I say I disbelieve someone else's claim, I'm not making a claim myself.
Okay, yeah, sure. But all views can be expressed as claims.
I might believe that. Yeah, I think that could. Yeah, because you can express the positive for it, but you're making.
Sure.
But it's different though. Like denying someone else's claim is not the same as making another claim. Like I refuse to believe that those two things are
no,
the same.
Wait. Yeah, I haven't made that assertion. Like, yeah,
no, that's at the heart of why I think atheism is not a claim-based thing.
I didn't say that atheism was a claim. But I think it is a view, and that's not the same thing. Like in
that context, then I'll agree with that. Yeah, it's a view on a claim.
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
I know people get, man, this is one of the things that throughout my life, people get so just pissy with me when I try to split this hair, but I'm like, this is important. Like, this is fundamentally important. As an atheist, I can't make a positive claim saying there are no gods. I'm just a human sitting here on a ball of dirt in space. I haven't looked in every corner of the universe. I can't tell you what there is and isn't out there, with any authority. So I wouldn't make that claim, but I can say that that claim I don't believe, that I have no reason to believe that I have disbelief for that claim.
Right.
Which is a completely separate situation.
Yeah, I'd agree with everything that you said there. Can you make a claim about views though?
I mean, sure. Like, whoa, yeah, I think you definitely make a claim about views. We're gonna get the full foursquare here. The view about claims, the claim about views, the claim about the view about the claims.
I don't know. Look, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm kind of lying down and running out of topics. So, to me,
I'm not sure what kind of implication that statement carries, sir.
I mean, the implication is that I might fall asleep at some point.
I'm gonna have to go and make some dinner soon. Right, it is about that time. It is 6:30 where I am.
Okay, yeah, that's about that is about time to eat. Whereas I am getting my first flush of I think alcohol-induced acid reflux. So that's interesting.
I'll be chawing down some Tums.
All right. I should probably set my chair now then.
Unless you want the wrong burp to be the worst experience ever.
I mean, I currently have hiccups, which are a type of burp, I think.
Are they? I don't think so. A burp is just getting out gas from your stomach, essentially. Hiccups are some kind of like reflex. I read a weird paper about hiccups before that tied the reflex mechanism in hiccups to some kind of vestibular like thing that our body used to do or something like that.
But let me just try drinking this gin from the wrong side of the glass. Hang on a sec.
You could try drinking water. That might help.
I think
your acid reflex.
I think it's the emotion from drinking from the wrong side of the glass that's meant to cure the hiccups rather than the liquid you're drinking. Fuck it, I can't be bothered to bend over that far. I'm just going to drink it from this side of the glass. Oh my god. I found that really amusing. One, because it indicated a complete failure on my part that none of you saw, but you know, nevertheless, it was there. And two, why else? Two, because I'm an egomaniac. And both of those statements are true. Oh my god, what time is it? It's only 12:30. I'm not going to be able to stay awake until VK. It's Jesus, yeah, no, that's like 4 hours away. And I'm already at the point of having drunk too much booze. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Sarah's panel starts in 2 hours, so full panel probably in like 4 hours. Or if it's is this just an open panel? Let's see.
I mean, that's
oh, it's a 2v2 debate that goes into a panel. Okay. Who was debating? Gibbs and Critically Thinking Veteran versus Vince Wilson and Motor Horizon. I don't know 3 of these people.
Any of them. What are they debating?
Trump is consolidating power at an alarming rate.
Oh, right. Oh, fuck's sake. I don't really give too much shits about that.
Yeah, that's an American one.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. Well, Verbal Combat is on right now. You could go jump on right now.
Right now.
It looks like the intro's playing.
Oh my god. All right. Am I? But see, here's the thing, Effigy. For the last short while,
you should definitely go subjective to you.
Right, but for the last while, let's at least say the last, I don't know, minute or two, I've been really thinking about going to sleep.
And now magically the thing that you've been waiting to get and stay up for is here. It time traveled just to get to you.
Right. How quickly? Yeah, here's a thing. Here's a game I can play.
Oh, I can tell you what the topic is for tonight. It's societal stereotypes.
No, I can do that and just argue nihilism. How long do you think I will last?
I definitely think you could find a way to get out of there and go to sleep in a very quick fashion.
I mean, I see the thing is, I do really want to go to sleep. But now that you said that VK is live, I also really want to go to VK and annoy some people. It is live. He's still doing the stream is starting soon. Effigy.
What's up?
Effigy? Why don't you come with me to VK?
Nah, I'm good.
But you could hold my hand.
I don't think you need anyone to hold your hand. I think you're a veteran. I think you're a former champion.
I mean, no, I'm a fucking
we're still the first two.
I'm a current champion. Fuck you. I'm a current champion. Fuck you.
You've won multiple times, right? I think you're King Lefty on the winner board.
I've won twice. I also won UVC, and then I abandoned my title. And I think UVC is kind of fallen by the wayside. Doesn't appear to be a thing anymore.
Well, it became that other thing, right? Whatever the debate you're going to, the Swords of Reason thing.
Oh, did it?
That's what it seems like.
Maybe, yeah. Right, okay. Is this oh no, it's still this whatever. No, hang on. No, that is not this bullshit. Has that bullshit ended yet? I know it is still that bullshit. Oh my god. I'm impatient tonight. I think it's because it's kind of life or death in that I'm really considering I was lying down, but being awake and compos mentis, but now I'm thinking about lying down and just kind of closing my eyes and then letting dreams happen.
Otherwise known as sleeping.
Yeah. I can't really do that on Verbal Combat though. And also, I've got this. If you've drunk a shitload of booze, effigy, and then as a result you've got acid reflux, how do you get rid of that?
You could eat a lot of antacids, eat some bread, drink some water.
I do have water.
Water usually helps.
Oh, I
it
don't
thins
really
out
think
the
I can
acids in your stomach.
I don't think I can do VK. I'm too drunk.
Yeah, when you're go to sleep drunk, you're usually not good at doing things.
Yeah,
it's time just to go to sleep.
And I'm definitely at the kind of go to sleep. Like it's crept up on me, but I'm in the go to sleep drunk phase. Okay. Well, I don't have to do VK. I mean, I do have to sleep. Or do I?
I mean, eventually, yes. Or your brain will revolt on you.
I mean, only in the sense that I'll go insane.
What's the record for a human staying up? Is it like 7 days?
Yeah, 7 or 8 days, yeah. Well, he did go insane. He was hallucinating spiders and conspiracy plots whilst he was doing that experiment, but he never really fully recovered and, lost his wife and his job and his house. Luckily, I don't have any of those things, so it should be fine.
It's crazy that just staying awake a week straight can fuck your brain up permanently.
Yeah. Yeah, from which you never recover. Because, a week seems like quite a short amount of time, doesn't it?
I think the most I've stayed up is 2 days in a row, 2.5 days. That was way back in my wilder college days, though. Have you passed into the realm of the unconscious, Trash Panda?
I mean, no, I've made a cigarette here.
Sorry, Dr. Trash Panda.
There's like some gin in a glass that I'm probably going to ignore until tomorrow. and then drink first thing in the morning. Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm not really a drinker. Not really a fan of the alcohol.
No, me neither. But you know what, Effigy? People keep asking me how I am. This is how I am.
I get it. There was a time where I was drinking quite all the time.
To be honest, I probably drunk more in the last 4 months than I have in the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I'm drinking quite a lot at the moment. Oh, do I need
It's
to
more of a
reduce my-
smoker. I like partaking in that. Like who I am much more than alcohol, man. I can while out on alcohol. Not really a raging drunk, but my filter goes away for sure. Which can be scary for people when you're so big.
Hey. I should probably eat some food.
Food is good. Didn't you just eat pizza? Man. And onion rings? God, I'm jealous. I want both of those things now.
Oh, I did, didn't I? Yeah, but I haven't like eaten in like 3 days, so
Nice. Eat as much as you can fill then. Oh
I'm
man,
actually not
after I
hungry.
moved here, I because where I was from, they did not have deep dish pizza, and here there is some good restaurants with deep dish, and I have discovered it and love it.
I'm not sure that I'm hungry, rather than that I just want this acid reflux to stop. And
I don't know if eating more things would do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right.
Drinking water, definitely.
I could probably do that.
That for sure helps.
Oh,
Dilutes it.
well, let's do that then. Let's go and get some water.
Yeah, the guy next door turns on his car, and it's like he's warming up a jet engine.
All right, I'm back. Hey. Okay. All right. Yawning when I'm awake. That like when my eye, yawning openly is definitely an indication to end the stream. So Effigy, thank you for joining me.
Anytime. It was good to speak to you again.
Yeah, likewise. I'll see you later. And for the two of you watching, I'll see you later as well. All right, bye.
Later.
End stream.